Testing? Just like this. All right. Okay, we're moving. Good. All right. Hello. Hello, hello. I'm Boxcat. Good to see you again. Doing another indie game. I think I have everything ready. I gotta make sure. And I'm gonna be doing another one of those interview things I've been doing this week. So I sent the questions about the game and just dev stuff to the dev of the game we're playing today, and got some answers back. So I'll be relaying those. But first, I will be wanting to go over their game page. Just so you can get an idea of what their game is about. hmm but before that, getting my fan out just because. Make sure the switch works. Okay. Oh, more like that. Don't want him too in your face. Yeah, I guess that's all right. Back to me. I'm still trying to decide. There's two routes out. Lucas route and Elisio's route are currently available for playing for free on itch.io. I did this last indie game stream where I would choose the option for which route to take via this dice thing I stole from one of the games. It was Trouble. Because the little wheel I had last time, I think that was rigged. I kept getting like one. So yeah, and I had like six all the way to six. So it's like, hmm. So also just easier. So that's how we're going to be doing things today. If you didn't know, this is a game I've beta tested for. Another reason why I want to spice it up a little bit with the letting the dice choose which route to go and which decisions to make. So, there's that. Yeah, but before we get started, make sure everything's in place. Which I think it is. I'm always paranoid I'm gonna forget something. And sometimes I do. Yes, this is like for the theme of the game, it's kind of like a mafia-ish themed game, mafia romance themed game. So let's tell you a little bit about the game. Okay, we'll just go here. It's gonna take me too long to think of a non-spoilerly way to explain the game. So the story for this game is in Daughter of a Scoundrel, you are Danielle Scarletta, or whatever name you want to have. Although I assume Scarletta is going to have to be your default last name, because that's, it's kind of important in the game. You're thrust into a perilous world after losing your parents. A chance encounter leads to living in a mansion with 6 mysterious, dangerous men. Ooh. That's always fun. Trust is paramount. You choose your protector, unravel secrets, and forge new connections. Will you uncover the truth or meet the same fate? So there is like I said, there's 2 love interest routes currently out. There's 6 love interests total. So the ones that are currently out are him and him. This one's my favorite. I'm excited I'm gonna play the game again when this guy's route is out. Here with you guys. Just because. Alright, so yeah, interchangeable name, 6 love interests. I could have just looked there. Secret endings. Yes, I didn't notice that. Each route will have multiple secret endings, some with more than others. Better yet, make the right decisions, and you may stumble upon a hidden romance or two. Ooh. Who knows, maybe I missed something. So maybe I'll actually discover something new I didn't see before. I wonder. Multiple CGs. Each route will contain multiple illustrations to showcase important scenes as you advance through the story. 24 CGs total. Playtime. Per route, 50k words-ish. Alright, let's introduce the characters. So this is the big guy. This is, I mean, they're all like when you play a game, it feels like there's a main guy, right? Even if there isn't. If you had to choose a main guy, it'd probably be this one. But this is Antonio Ventola, 25, birthday 29. Conscientious and disciplined. He can be an ass sometimes. Not for real. Renzo Ventola, 22, June 14th. Oh, his birthday passed recently. Rambunctious and sly. Mm-hmm. He's a fun character. We got Leonardo Morgese, 23, May 13th. Grounded and logical. He's a cutie too. His little sad face is so adorable. It's like a puppy dog. We get Lucian, 25, birthday July 30th. Flirtatious, non-committal. Angela Norielli, yeah, 23, April 2nd, easygoing, headstrong. And Luca Mazzella Jr. Oh yeah, 20 April, no, age 20, birthday January 5th. Oh, that's only a couple days before mine. Friendly and reliable. I got the best friend, Morgan Aspel, age 22, May 31st. Playful and spirited. So, yeah, those are the characters. It's always hard figuring out what to say without giving too much away when I know the story. But yeah, currently ongoing, there's a indie game jam called like Otome and Josie Jams. There's actually two of them ongoing, which this is one of the submissions for. So, hello again. Hello. I'm doing good. We're going over, we're doing an indie game today. Indie Otome visual novel. This is a Mafia romance themed kind of thing. Before I start the game, I'll be doing like I sent a dev interview questions. So I'll be relaying the answers to that. But first, I have played like games that Snackies has been a part of. That's the name of the dev. So Snackies solo romance visual novel developer. I've played quite a lot of these games that they've been a part of. Like we actually did this earlier this week. I played this one. I played this one. This one. I've done this one. This was a good one. So yeah. So those are some of the things they've been a part of in the past. Well, I'm here to support the devs. So first, before that, I need to relate questions. See, one of the whole reasons I do indie visual novels or indie stuff in general is to help promote the game and the dev, well, the dev's game, to anyone who stumbles by, because I want to help. I just want to help. I like helping. hmm So I wrote down a whole bunch of questions and sent it to the dev. Had them fill it out. That's something I'm gonna start doing from now on. Hopefully, at least it's the plan so far. But for I have my little plush Chimmy here to answer the questions the dev answered. Answer in place of the dev. I'm gonna try that again. So let's start. All right. So first thing I asked. Okay, let me get some water. Firstly, I asked them to tell me a bit about themselves. Howdy, I'm 23 years old. I'm 23-year old. Yeah, full-time college student by day and game dev by night. When I'm not doing school things or working my part-time job, I try to tackle what I can for my game, and sometimes others. The HQA, I don't know what that is, or helping with code. I do almost everything on my own. Spare and sometimes other. Oh no, that's wrong. So spare and additional help I get from lovely beta team members, and outsourcing backgrounds, music, and the occasional plugin. I need to take these out because it's messing me up hearing myself. All right, so an occasional plugin. That means everything written, coded, and then drawn are all but done by me. So yeah, as I said earlier, they're a solo dev, so they make pretty much everything themselves, which is really crazy if you think about it, because game creation is a lot of work. Uh, anyway, to end this off with a fun fact, I only recently started learning art a year ago, and it was specifically for this game here, Daughter of a Scoundrel, so I could afford to make such a large game. It's been an interesting journey, but I think it gave me a closer tie to the game in a way. Yep, a lot of work. Back to me. Okay, so that's a little bit about them. Uh, as for game questions about the game, I asked what inspired the game's creation. The answer to that was. Should I do the voice? I'm not sure I can even fully remember. I had dropped the game while I was like, what, 17? It wasn't anything serious. I loved Otome games for a long time and wanted to try my hand at making one. So I decided to grab some free assets and just toy with learning Ren'Py for a bit. I got to the character selection screen and promptly dropped it. Until last year, that is. From what I can remember, though, I wanted to make a game with a theme that wasn't used very often to challenge myself. Keep in mind, though, that I had that thought back when Oz Mafia was the closest thing to a Mafia romance game. I have heard of Oz Mafia. It is one I want to play. I think I have it like on Steam. I think I bought it on Steam, but I haven't played it yet. Um, I'm gonna tell you, I actually have, because of all the games I played, I actually have considered doing the same, like trying to learn how to make a visual novel. I think that would be fun. So, but that's what inspired the game's creation. Next, I asked if they have a favorite character from the game or character design. They said, "This is like picking a favorite child. Design wise, I'd say Elisio. I like the suit I ended up choosing for him, and his hair turned out very nice. Much better than the first renditions of him. Even story wise, I like doing Elisio, but I think maybe Renzo ranks slightly higher. I feel like Ren's story has a little zest to it without being too dramatic." Mm-hmm. So, kind of happy they think that, because Renzo, as I said before, Renzo is my favorite. He's not for everyone, but I enjoy him. I enjoy his character. Next, I asked, start to finish, how long do you estimate it took to make the game? Because that's always a very interesting question. Because I actually looked it up online, like in estimates. It can take like, uh, depending on the size. It really depends on the size. It can take like what did they say? 8 months to 10 years, or something like that. I remember the 10 years being like the largest time frame. Yeah, I thought them out because I a lot of times people who are interviewing, they end up asking the same questions. So I didn't want to be that person. So I took a lot of time trying to figure out questions that were a little more unique, a little more like personal to the game and the creator. Mm-hmm. So far it seems I've been doing good. So, where's my mouse? There it is. So yeah, start to finish, how long do you estimate it took? Let's see what the answer is. We're currently a few days over a year, exactly. I had a personal affair coming up that I addressed, which will set me behind for a while. So we're not quite at the finish stage for a hot minute. I will say, the amount of revisions I had to do and the fact I did 90% of the game myself, I sacrificed a lot of time. There's no way any sane person could get a game of this size done entirely alone in a year unless they outsourced more than I have. Or they're absolutely insane like me and have dedicated 3 hours minimum, more like 5 a day, for the past year to get this done. It's not something I would recommend doing. It can very easily take a toll on the mind and body, which it has, but I'm stubborn and want to see it through. Should I say how long I've been doing the betas? Probably not. But no, yeah, the long hours probably aren't healthy. But if you're a stubborn person, you have no choice. It just happens. It just happens. But yes. But yeah, like I said, game creation takes a lot of time. A lot of time, a lot of dedication. That's also one of the reasons I want to try to make one, so I can get a better understanding of like a more in-depth personal understanding of like what a dev goes through creating a game, and like also how I can better help when I do beta stuff. Because the beta stuff I've been doing recently is the first beta stuff I've ever done. I took on literally uh three voluntary beta requests from three different devs at one time. One of the beta tests is done. The second one actually recently has been done. We did the stream on the full version earlier this week. It was Ardency, Heart of the Rebellion, and this one. Mm-hmm. Which is currently ongoing because only two of the six routes are released. As a dev said, there was a personal matter that came up recently. They had announced it on their Twitter, which so yeah, it's gonna take a little while, but I hope they feel better. I hope this little thing makes them feel a little bit better. But yes, that was the answer to how long it took. So technically, it's still ongoing. All right. Next question. If the game is still in development, do you currently have a goal for a finish date? The answer to that was... My goal is to have the game completed before the end of August, but like I said, I had a personal issue come up, and that prospect is getting shakier by the day. I will, however, be releasing the routes two at a time, and in the suggested order, found on the walkthrough. At the very least, I imagine I can get Leonardo and Renzo out before August, even if Antonio and Angelo have to wait a bit longer. Okay. Alright, so that's kind of like a rough estimate of when the game will be completed. But in any game, things can come up. Dates for a release can sometimes lengthen a bit. Just kind of depends on what happens in life and what happens. Wasn't there like I forget what game it was, but I could have sworn, was it like the Kingdom Hearts game? But I could have sworn there was like a game where they were like halfway done with it, but like something happened and he lost like all the data, so they had to start from scratch. I could have sworn I heard some news about something like that. So yeah, sometimes things happen. Project Zomboid. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so sometimes things happen that you have no control over, and the release date lengthens, but that's so sad. To like work so hard on a project and then have it all like be gone. I can imagine that's like a nightmare. I cry. I would cry. Yeah. Be out on a revenge mission. Who stole my data? The start of the villain arc. Alright. So that's the end for the goal. Next I asked, was there ever a moment when you just wanted to scrap the game and give up? Because with games, length of time, amount of effort you need to put in, I can easily see someone being like, you know what, this is too much, I'm done. Which is one of the reasons I asked the question. Because I feel like it wouldn't be uncommon for people to like have had that thoughts at one point. So let's see what their answer was. Yes, God, yes. Like I mentioned previously, the road I took on this dev journey has been a rocky one, and I have sacrificed more than what is healthy to maintain. When you put yourself in that position, you can very easily lose love for the process. Some things are easier than others. Coding is tedious, but I can get it done in a way I am pleased with. When I do art, though, that's a different demon. I'm no artist, so I'm very picky with my own work, especially because I know that art is held as one of the most important aspects of these games, even as indies. Mm-hmm. That is indeed true. Because one of the big things, aside from the story, is the visuals of the visual novel itself. That's why it's called a visual novel. The visual art and the novel, the story. So I get that. Yeah. If I ever did one, I'd probably have to hire someone for the art because I'm not a good art. I'm not a great artist. But yes, that is their answer to that question, and very understandable answer. Next question was, do you have a favorite scene, line, background, or CG from the game? They answered, so far my favorite scene slash CG is Elysio's second CG. I was very pleased with the dream to real life transition. I like how it flowed, with the gunshot, then the thunder and rain, and then worried Elisio. It felt cinematic to me. I also felt it was a touching moment in general, for a man like him to console her without any teasing, and then to respect her to the point of falling asleep in the most uncomfortable position just to make her feel safer. So that's their answer for that. For me, I do remember in Elysia's Route 2, there was a scene. It was more like something I was really impressed with. There was a scene where the MC was kind of like about to faint, kind of like, and, the visual of the character that's speaking to her slowly, gradually started to fade. Like, it wasn't sudden. It was kind of, was subtle. But the more it happened, the more it was noticeable. Hello, Snakies! Welcome in! Don't worry. We're in the process of your questions. So yeah, I was just saying that in Elysia's Roots, at a certain scene, there's a part where MC is like about to like faint, and there's a visual effect where the character they're talking to is slowly fading, you know, representing that they're losing consciousness, which I found impressive. I like that. It did a very good job at like portraying the moments. Yeah. So that's for the favorite scene. Yeah, I can imagine. But I actually don't think I had seen that done in a visual novel before. So it was very unique and I really enjoyed it. Because, most of the time when a character faints, it's just the screen goes like color, dark. But the one you did was kind of like to dark, which I liked because it felt a little more realistic, although I've never fainted before, but like if you're struggling to keep consciousness, it would happen slowly, not suddenly, right? So I don't know. I enjoy that. You did good job. Hmm. The next question I asked was, okay, there. Do you have a favorite character route? The answer to that was I love them all for different reasons. Antonio, for example, I love because he and him seem bicker all the time. He's sort of the Nanny Maxwell, Sheffield coded, at least in his retorts. They're all portions of what I like, diced up in their own way. Choosing is hard, but I'll tentatively lock in Renzo. This is you, by the way. Yes. Like I said, I like Renzo too. Everyone deserves to be cute. Next question was, is there anything you wish you did differently? The answer to that was, what isn't there? This is my first project. I always think I would have, could have, should have. For example, if I outsourced GUI, I would have saved time and it would look better. Or, oh, I should have had just stuck to one version of the sprites because it took me forever. Really, it all comes down to planning. These things take time to learn because we all have different processes. One thing I will definitely be bringing into my next project is to not be afraid of outsourcing to save myself time and stress. It's well and good to want to do things yourself, but it doesn't make you any less of a dev to get help when you need it. That's a good way of thinking. I'm similar to that. I feel like I need to do it myself, but it's the right thing to do is to ask help where you need it. Don't be afraid of doing that, you know? Because everyone needs help at some point or another. Mm-hmm. It really is. There it is. Uh, Next, I made a list of uh like questions that are more related to game deving. Wait, did I? Oh, yeah, game deving, game creation. So, first question in this little category is for anyone wanting to get into game deving, where would you recommend they start? Do you have any warnings of hardships they may face? Because, whenever you start something via game deving or any other project, you never know what hardships you actually face. You're like, there's this thing, I want to do it. You get into it and it's like, what the heck is this? What? I'm done. So I felt this was a good question to ask. Because I don't know about you, but I'm the type of person that likes being prepared before I go into things. Although sometimes I don't. But it makes me feel more secure when I do. And more secure means more confidence. Exactly. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it's kind of like streaming, is kind of the way I related it to. Like when I started streaming, I'm like, okay, you turn on the camera, you start playing a game and talking, and that's it. That's not it. You need to learn the software for the OBS or whatever program you're using. You need to should promote yourself. If you're if you're like me and socially awkward, you need to learn how to communicate. Which I'm still learning. There's a lot of things, so it's a lot of things that you're. It's more than it looks on the outside for a lot of things. So, yeah. So, their answer was, I could speak on this for days because there's so much going on that I feel like people don't know about until they've been here for a while. It's a learning process every day, even a year later. I would say to start watching YouTube videos on how to code in RenP or whatever engine you prefer. Make a test game to see if you enjoy it, and go from there. I won't be the person to tell you not to make your dream game the first time round, but I will say to allocate more time for yourself because even the best planners need a lot of revision the first time they do anything. My biggest warning is to not listen to all the advice people, even those with bigger accounts, give you. Your first instinct is to look toward your successful peers and learn from them. But a lot of new devs lack the ability to discern who and what is worth listening to yet. A lot of them give conflicting advice as well. Why? Because of personal preferences. Make the game you want in the way you want. The most popular games are the ones who strayed from the grain to do things their own unique way. I feel like that is true. Which, especially the part about people giving conflicting advice, because everyone sees the correct way to do things in a different way. Like, someone could say the, like, for example, some people could say the people want a game where you can choose if your character is male or female. Other people say, I don't know, something else. Other people say, you know, I don't know what they say, but like it's an example. Everyone has preferences and they think they're right, which makes listening to advice very confusing. Our life is a game. I will always use an example because people were like, "No way Otome fans will like this," because it was released, and now it's one of the biggest in the space. Hmm. Yeah, like it's all about preferences. So instead of instead of trying to make what you think people want, make what you yourself want, which is kind of what I'm doing with my stream thing. This is what I want to do. I could play Genshin and get a ton of followers and views. I could wear skanky clothing and get a ton of followers and viewings. But that's not what I want. That's not how I want to do things. Otome visual novels are not nearly as popular as like Valorant or Genshin or those kinds of games. But this is what I want to do. This is what I like. So, in that regard, do what you want to do. Create what you want to create. Gotta make what you like. Mm-hmm. Cheers. Yeah, do what you're passionate about. Because your own happiness, your own satisfaction of your creations is more important. And that's what I believe. Mm-hmm. Exactly. All right. Next question was how did you get into game deving? The answer to this one was I was always a huge fan of Otome dating sims. When I was younger, I was super into Thesis. I even tried to learn how to make games in a Flash like she did. But that was when Flash was in its last legs and wasn't viable. I gave up for a while until I heard about Renpy, and the rest is history. Oh, nice, nice. I don't know what Thesis is. Or is that like a streamer or YouTuber? But I do remember Flash games. I'd play like the Flash dress up games or like Flash story games. Oh, I never found them. I was on DeviantArt, not I. I didn't make anything, but I had an account to consume contents and favorite art I liked. Oh, they made the first indie dating sim, as far as you're aware. Oh, cool, nice. That's awesome. Hmm. But I only like if I'm gonna be honest, aside from those little flash games, I only learned about dating sims through like on you I think on YouTube I got recommended a let's player that did a visual novel and I started watching those and then I decided to purchase a I was at the store and saw a game I had been hearing about that was a visual novel and decided to give it a try. It was the Hakuoki series, Demon of the Fleeting Blossom. So technically, that was my first visual novel. And that was in like, what, 2017? Technically? So, really not that long ago. Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like to take a little look. I can imagine because I didn't know about indie games back then. I only knew about the mainstream games. Because, like I said, I only just discovered them at that time. But I had noticed when I looked up games to buy on like Amazon and stuff that and maybe one other for like the Nintendo DS was available for like English translated things. You had a very small choice of visual novel games. But yeah, at a time like that, I can imagine so many indie visual novels uh creators being like at their heights. So that would make sense. If you have any recommendations that were like really good, uh then send them to me in a Discord. Dismal. You've been here since the Dark Ages. For real. Um Next I asked, is there a genre or theme you would like to explore in your games in the future? Their answer to this was, oh, hello, Choco. Welcome in. Good to see ya. Here, let me turn on the. Oh, it is on, I think. I don't know if it played. And his name is Jimmy. Jimmy is a stand-in for Snackies to answer the questions. So for a genre I'd like to explore, I definitely want to go more into the mature theme in the future. Though as originally it was planned to be a little darker and have NSFW scenes. I ended up scrapping that, though, because I felt like it would be portrayed that they were using MC while she was already in a delicate situation. There may or may not be an NSF DLC sequel covering post-happy ending life if people want it. Though that would be a while from now, because I need to get the main game done first. Ooh, I'd like to see that. I have no issue with NSFW, which I played Speakeasy, the safe for work version on stream, so I I'm a single 30-year-old woman. But yes, I understand why you dance because like it could easily be seen as that. So that considering the theme and the story, the way you go in with the story, this probably was the best choice, or at least the safest choice. Oh, and other than generally going a bit mature, I'd like to do a lot of fantasy esque plans in my lineup. Okay, almost forgot that. No, I like the fantasy esque games. Like I, I'm I'm a sucker for the like transmigration theme too. I end up consuming a lot of that type of media, like on my own time. So I think if I ever made a game, it probably goes somewhere along that route. But yeah, so whatever game you think up doing, I'd love to see it. Embrace tradition, reject modernality. Mm-hmm. Next, I asked, do they have any current plans or ideas for another game? Ooh, let's see. I do have plans for a slightly darker NSFW romance, as well as fantasy game ideas lined up. I've yet to decide which to pursue, because I want to make that decision when I'm done with DOS and can throw myself into whatever I'm feeling excited about at the time. However, myself and Lacey Digital have come together to form Sandel Studios a while back, and we have a small NSFW sci fi otome planned. It's one love interest, but packed with steamy scenes as you travel the galaxy together. If you're familiar with the game Roped In, it's got a similar setup. I did only recently hear when we did their stream just the other day uh that they had a studio with you. I actually was not aware of that. So whenever this game comes out, I would love to play it. Although I'd have to play it on my own time because of the whole NSFW thing, but I'd love to see what it's about. Yeah, yeah, understandable. Uh, in the writing process, where do you have the most difficulties with, if any? Because writing isn't exactly a simple thing. Like, everyone has difficulties with something, be it like uh, the storytelling or how to portray a character's, uh, how to do like transitions between like character. What's this thing? What's the name of it? Character first person things. There's a word for that. I can't think of it. But yeah, everyone has there's different difficulties when it comes to writing. So honestly, wanted to know what yours was, or if you have any. Oh yeah, I did say something that Jose at Dark was gonna start soon. It's coming up. Ikemen Villains just sent me a message. Anyway, so yeah, I did hear it. I'll have to check out the games from that one too when it comes out. When they're all submissions are all in. Go away. Yeah, I like my things dark. It's more exciting that way. No, but if I ever made a game, it'd probably be dark. Or at least have dark elements. uh, yes. Writing process. Where do you have the most difficulties? I find it hard to force myself to write. I write better when I have a lot of time and can write off my whims and focus on things I'm enjoying. When you make a game this size with a goal of a finishing in a year, you can't really do that though. I also didn't have the benefit of being obsessed with the game when I started it, because the idea was from my youth, and a lot of it had to be reworked. Oh yeah, that's I get that. Like I did you know I'm a One Piece fan. And I believe I did hear somewhere that Oda started like he used like ideas from his childhood, like drawings and stories from his childhood to in the creation of One Piece. So obviously as a child, you don't have everything in order. But if it's your a passion you want to have come to life, you need to work it a lot. But yeah, but either way, that's cool that you are bringing the creation from your youth to life. Oh, you're gonna love it. It's great. It's my favorite. So, mhm. All right. Let's see. Where did you get your inspiration from for your games? Me. Let's see. They kind of sort of answered it, but let's get the answer. Mainly playing other games or reading books. My biggest inspirations are Pack Thesis, Sinocoria, and Daisuki, the people behind Cinderella Phenomenon. I can tell how much love and effort was put into those games, and I often find myself going back to play them. I want to make people feel the way I did when I played all the games for the first time. I actually think Cinderella Phenomenon was that game I saw played on the YouTube, the Let's Play that I mentioned earlier. I somewhat remember the story, but I do remember finding it an enjoyable story to follow. Mm-hmm. I'll need to like actually play that myself at some point. Oh, it's free? Ooh, okay, dang. I'll have to download it then. But yes, yes. A lot of inspiration comes from like obviously other pieces of media. Just things you consume on like a daily basis or things you're interested in. Just mm. All right, I'll tell ya. But yeah, I don't know. I think if I had to answer that, my inspirations come from everywhere. Uh, Manga, visual novels, anime, just whatever crazy thing I make up in my brain. Yeah. Only thing about that is I don't know how to put it all together into a format that actually can be like something. It's one thing to have ideas, it's another to put them together. Basically. But yes, that was their inspiration. That was the answer for their inspiration. Uh, I asked when they get stressed, do they have a particular method of relaxing? Mm-hmm. They said, I'm a gamer all around, so I'll just play games of a different kind. Valorant, Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon Age, Sims, you name it. I'll get my favorite snack, treat, and hunker down alone for a bit and just enjoy. That's a good way to de-stress. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing like sitting down and playing a game with a little snack or watching a show with your snack. It is. It really is. That's why every time I do anime night, I have my snacks there with me. uh, Next, I asked, are you the type that paces themselves when creating a game, or are you the type that prefers to push out as much as you can in one sitting? Which I asked this because one, I'm the type that pushes out as much as I can in one sitting, lest I take a break and end up getting distracted. But other people are healthier, and they know how to pace themselves and eat dinner on time, not at like 2 o'clock at night. But yeah, I'm a push out person. So anyway, for let's see what they answer. Uh, Loaded question. When I first started, I was dead set on I need to get this done ASAP. If you like a game that much, it shouldn't be hard to get it done quicker. AKA, I had no idea how time consuming things really were because I was an eco greenhorn. From now on, though, I'm gonna pace myself. I prefer to take longer, but be of higher quality than to rush myself through and end up hating the process. That's a good response. Mhm. Because, like I said, taking your pacing yourself, it's the smarter option. I'm not smart, so but I'm glad you're gonna try to do that because I want you healthy. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Like sometimes when I work on a project, my mom has to call me and I'm like, "Have you eaten yet?" And like I'm like, "Oh, it's 10 o'clock." So yeah, I get really like lost when I work on something. Like the world doesn't exist. Just me and the project. It's kind of bad. A lot of hours can pass because of that, but I enjoy it, so. uh, yeah. Next question. When it comes to visual novels, do you have a preference? Honestly, I'm not too picky. I do prefer games that have more than one love interest, but I'll play them regardless. I'm very simple. I will always prefer the standard otome, but I'll play just about everything. Lately, I've had a penchant for yandere and NSFW games, though. I think because it gives the relationship a more adult feeling. But I know they're not everyone's cup of tea, and won't make everyone feel the same. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I I totally get that. Yeah, I'm very open with my otome games too. I'll play almost anything. Hmm. I do kind of wish there were more like NSFW games out there. There are a few. There are quite a few, but I haven't seen as many. Maybe I'm just not looking in the right place. But yeah, I'm not too picky with my otome games either, or my visual novels. Hmm. Variety's fun. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. It's also more exciting because like you can have Sam and Sally met at school and grew up together, and Sally had a momentary uh, lapse in his judgment in which she thought she liked the other guy, but then she went back to the main guy, and everything worked out, and they lived happily ever after. It's one thing to do that, and that's fine. That's fine. But I want my preference. Like that's fun sometimes. And it's cute. But my preference would be like fantasy type things. Something that like could never happen. Or like yeah, pretty much. So cuz it's just more exciting. Cuz one of the reasons you play like games is to deconnect from reality. At least that's my understanding. But yeah, we all have preferences. Um Next I asked, what is your favorite and or least favorite part of game creation? I love writing and planning characters. Coding can also be enjoyable. My least favorite part is the art because I'm hard on myself and never truly satisfied. That is normal for any artist, whether it be someone who draws, someone who writes, someone who paints, someone who does jewelry, or any artist ever. We're never truly satisfied. Even content creators, no one's ever truly satisfied with their own work, and they're all hard on themselves. So that is a completely natural feeling. It's the struggles of being doing anything artistic or creation like. The whole coding thing being enjoyable, I don't even know where to begin with coding. Does that involve numbers? Numbers and I don't get along. No, but it could be fun learning coding. I probably should because I don't know if this is normal, but my niece, when she was in like second grade, uh, there was a coding class that she like took, or like beginner coding or something like that. And I'm like, what the heck? What is wrong with schools these days? It's like when I was in second grade, I was learning addition and subtraction or something like that. So I'm like, what? I don't know. As the years go by, education becomes. It, it's just mind boggling how it evolves, I guess. Yeah, math is not my forte. So you're not alone there. Next, I asked, is there any place in which you would like to improve? They answered, definitely the arts. If I had the money a professional studio has, I'd outsource it. But you all have to deal with little old me for a little while longer. Well, I'll say you're doing great so far. So be proud of yourself. And you said you only started like learning a year ago? So to be able to come this far in that amount of time is actually really impressive. Next, I asked, is there any place in which you would like to improve? Oh, that I just asked that, yeah. So, okay, next I asked, when you finally finish a game, how do you usually feel and what do you do? You doing a good job. There's always a hint of anxiety. People will come and review bomb your game just because it has a female protag, and they don't like that, even if you put it in multiple places. So you sort of just preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best, in a way. I tend to just disregard those reviews since they obviously aren't my target audience, and go about my day. After release, I unplug entirely for a few days and just enjoy relaxing. Oh, I know. I have seen. I saw something on Twitter today. From uh Precurrent. They were saying like someone was like complaining because they thought the character was like a male, but they obviously have it in their, you know, their page where you download the game that the character is non-binary. But apparently people like always complain that, oh, this the character isn't this, the character isn't that, and it's right there. The explanation for the character with AR is there. So it's like, do you read? But yeah, there's always going to be people like that. There's always going to be people. Mm-hmm. Exactly. It all ties back to the previous conversation of do what makes you happy. Um, Next, I asked, Are there any game devs you admire, would like to work with, or just get to know? Their answer for this was, I've been very lucky to meet a lot of people I admired in the space, and I even got the chance to work with one of my inspirations through QA opportunity. I'm definitely not left wanting in this regard, but I'm always down to meet new people and find new games to enjoy. Good answer. Hello, Lacey. Good to see ya. Yeah, we're in the middle of the interview questions. I enjoyed the game you did the other day. I liked how it turned out. Yes. Okay, answer that. Okay, good. Next question. When you aren't creating games, are there any games you would like to play for fun? I mentioned a few before, but above all, I'm a Sims and Dragon Age fan. I've never played Dragon Age, but I have played Sims, and I enjoy Sims. My favorite part is the making the house and putting together outfits. Sometimes I'll even download like skins for outfits and, try to create something cute. Oh, really? Hmm. I know it was an RPG, but hmm. Maybe I'll have to give it a try. It's been a while since I played an RPG. Actually, no, that's not true. Um, Lord of Lies was RPG technically, right? Oh, series is on sale. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. Actually, is it a computer game or is it like an Xbox game? Because if it's an Xbox game, my dad may own it, so I might be able to borrow it. Okay, then there's a possibility my dad may have it. We may have it somewhere around the house, so I'll have to go look and see if that's one of those games that he bought to play himself. Uh, next was yeah. Next, I have to keep looking over to make sure I'm on the right perspective. Next, I asked, do you have a game finished or in development that you would like to showcase or promote to the viewers? Feel free to promote your socials and existing Kickstarters too. Nothing on my end, but feel free to check out Sand L Studios if they're interested in mature otome. We're gonna be having a small set of customization features, and our steamy sci-fi escapade will be available during Jad Jam. And if you like steamy or spicy romance games, come check out Jad. They're all catered to the female gaze, but not all of them are strictly female pro tags. Hmm? Yes, we did mention that before. The Josie After Dark is coming up. So let's do this real quick. So this is the studio with Snackies and Lacey. Sandal Studios, which, like I said previously before your streams, I didn't know this existed. So go and follow this for updates on fun games, fun steamy games. Uh, Talking about fun. Next category and last category is fun questions. First question: were you to meet any of your characters in real life, which one would you like to meet? The answer to that is none of them. I think my head would be on a pike. Actually, Leonardo. He's got a fairly good hand, all things considered. I would agree. Out of the lot of them, him or he might be the most, I don't know, tame. Either way, he seems like a sweetheart from what we know about him. So totally get that. But yes, picking any of them in general, considering this is a the theme in the game, the setting is in the Mafia, could have its consequences somewhere along the way. Next question is, if you got isekai'd into your own game, would you prefer to take the place of one of the characters or just be an NPC? Would you mess with the story in any way? Their answer was, you know I got an isekai into MC. I'd reverse harem that ish so quick. I'd also immediately take one of the boys' guns and pop one right in a certain evil person who cannot be named until the fun full game is out. We are speedrunning the happy ending, y'all. I kinda like that answer. I think I would probably be, oh, either MC or like someone related to MC, like who can like watch the going ons from the outside. No, MC might be more fun because you can control what's going on. Just buy if you know all the trials, clear them out real quick, go directly to the solution. Done. There is a manhwa where like this would be the manhwa that I would take inspiration for if I ever made a game. Or in that manhwa, at the beginning at the very least, the character who got like reincarnated as the villainess, uh she had like a visual novel. She has options of what she can respond. And not all of those options are great. Like they're okay, but they don't portray what she wants to say. And all the others get her killed. So yeah, if I ever make a game, there's probably gonna be a lot of dead ends. So like beware. But yeah. You always gotta ask the isekai question. Um Next I asked, would you be able to survive as a member of the Ventola family? How would you do so and what part would you play? Their answer was, I think so long as I wasn't a grunts, soldato, I'd be able to survive just fine. Most of the Mafia rules in the game are entirely made up, so I won't have issues following rules. I think. I have a lot of experience with administrative tasks, so I'd probably get on well by assisting Leonardo or Antonio. They're also more guarded, so I doubt my life would be in any significant risk if I stay next to one of them. That's if I was still me, though. If I had to fully lean into the Mafia side with no benefits and no memory of my normal life, I imagine I would end up working with Ren on interrogation. Good cop, bad cop vibes. Ren, in my opinion, is the scariest of them all because how capable he truly is, so being on his good side would also be beneficial. That is true. That is true. Although, like you said, if I were to go into game, I'd probably try to find some kind of like administrative type task type position, because that would be the safest. Or like even as a maid, that might be a safer option. But yeah, that's the answer. Next one was, in a world where MC never got involved in Mafia, what kind of life would she be living and what would her future look like? The answer to that was, I think I wrote somewhere that she's an English lit major, and you did. If she never got involved, I imagine her living a very normal life, suburban lifestyle. She would likely have become an English teacher or professor, and would slowly adjust and become more confident over time with the help of her therapist. She'd probably fall for the nerdiest, sweetest guy, since she and Morgan wouldn't have the life of death or death realization on how deeply they truly care. And the other love interests are unknown to her at this point. And they probably live a happy life together. It won't be perfect forever, though. MC unfortunately learns in almost every route that once you're in the thick of it with the Mafia, you never really leave, even if it's just the memories you have to live with. Her calm was always meant to be uprooted. Even if she got over the bad feeling about her parents' death and moved on, when Grandpa dies, his funeral would be heavily guarded and many, many people would come and pay respects. The same people would pay respects to her. They would assume Grandpa prepared her to take over for him. I can't imagine any sensible person would take that news well, especially her husband, who would assume she had been hiding this from him, and we all know what happens with loose ends. Fate spins along in many ways, but you can't avoid your destiny. I didn't even think about that. But that is very, very true. Like, once the grandfather passes, in like that, it goes on to the next living relative positions. So they would go to her for to take over. And like you said, suddenly being told you're to take this big position in Mafia family, not the best time ever, and not the best conversation to have with your children and husband. I'm not sure if she would kill you, but she'd definitely chew you out. Uh-huh. And last question was, what do you do in your free time? They said gaming. All right, and I'll keep in mind the highlighted questions. All right, so yes, that was the interview. That was the interview questions. And I did ask you this before, and you did answer. But just for anyone who cuz at some point someone probably will come along and ask this question. Does the Ventola family name or inspiration for it have any connection to the Von Gola family mafia name in the anime Katekyo Hitman Reborn? Yep, not at all. They googled the Italian name, and that's about it. So that's the answer to that question. If anyone was interested, yeah, I don't think when did Kachi? Let me ask. When did Kateto Hitman number one come out? 2007. I don't know about the anime, but at the very least, the manga. When did the anime come out? It only came to mind and like clicked with the name of the family because they're both mafia related, and also because this was my, if you don't count Naruto, this was my first shonen anime, or well, second. So okay, 2006. So yeah, which if you haven't watched this, it's actually pretty good. It starts slow, but once you get to the ring arc, it picks up. Oh, why you have four characters with A names? Hmm. Yeah. It's a fun, quirky show. Oh, I didn't even. Oh, do you have any pets? And you said two dogs. Hmm. Yeah. I still need to check out what's on the seasonal anime list. I've been a little behind. But that is the interview questions. Let me open up the game and we'll start playing. And we'll let Mr. Dice choose what route we play, what direction we fate takes us. Okay. I might need to adjust volume, so let me put these on. Alright. Our music sound up. Alright, let's give that a try. Alright. Daughter of a Scoundrel by Snackies. Let's go. Daughter of a Scoundrel is a work of fiction containing darker elements not suitable for young audiences. What topics do not become grotesque or excessive? A content warning list is available. All characters and other entities appearing in this work are fictitious. Any resemblance to real people dead or alive, or other real-life entities, past or present, are purely coincidental. I wonder, I'm afraid to look it up, but I wonder if there is, like, any... real mafia people with, like, the same names as characters. It'd probably be safe to look it up. They won't hunt me down, right? Alright, no. We're good. Alright, we'll keep the name Danielle. I like that name. Also, let me put Jimmy down. Yeah. Just a guy in a suit with sunglasses knocks on your door. Is this the house of Snackies? Or the FBI? What's that smell? I have to turn the volume down, actually. The front door shut behind him as he removed his shoes. His usual place at the table, deeply inhaling the smell of his favorite breakfast. That smells amazing, Danielle! What's the occasion? It's Monday. That's not an occasion, that's a horrible day. I continued flipping the eggs and sausage in a hot pan, trying and failing to hide my smile. Yes, I do need to turn it down. I'm about medium length. Can't I just do something nice here and there? I couldn't blame him for being shocked. It was only a year ago I finally managed to leave my bed again. That was just what grief did, though. It will suck the life out of you, leaving you a husk as well. Leaving you to try and fill a void you can never have. I poured him a cup of coffee. He eyed me for a moment, as if he didn't know if he should be happy I was more myself, or nervous something might happen. Eventually, he seemed to make up his mind. Grandpa unfurled his paper with a breathy chuckle. A slight twinkle in his eye as he smiled up at me. Well, if you're sure you don't mind. As always, he kept the dark and heavy, as he liked to call it, to himself. Deflecting with humor became second nature. Oh, definitely dark and heavy. She doesn't even know what she... She'll find out. And you're sure you aren't buttering me up, kiddo? I rolled my eyes eyes with a good-natured smile and returned the frying pan before I could burn our breakfast. No, nothing that interesting. I just finished my last assignment, so I'm on break for the summer. I thought it would be a nice way to celebrate by cooking and letting us relax for the day. Plus, Grandpa has been stressed out lately. If this is all I can do to help ease the load from his shoulders, I want to help. Congratulations! Say, why don't we go out to celebrate tonight? I'm sure the guys at the bistro would love to see you again. They all miss you. I immediately felt my expression go sour as I bit down on my bottom lip. Too soon, Grandpa, too soon. All the memories I tried so hard to bury began to flash in my mind. The Scarletto Bistro, our family business. It would be nice to see all the old faces, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. Each time I even pass the place, I have to choke back tears. All I can see are all the times I went with Mom and Dad. I'm slowly getting better with things, but... Grandpa spoke up again after my long silence. His voice a bit softer, as he probably understood my answer without me saying it. But if you're not ready yet, I understand. I just know they wouldn't mind whipping up some of your favorites, if you feel up to it. They've been practically begging me to bring you round again. I wonder if Grandpa could go pick up our favorites and they could write us little letters in our takeouts. And hey, how you doing, Danielle? We miss you over here. Maybe I'm asking for too much. But it would be cute, yeah. I turned to look at him with a bittersweet smile, accompanied by the familiar feeling of my stomach sinking. I don't know. I'll think about it, okay? He gave me an understanding nod, his features drenched in sympathy. I'm gonna switch over. If anyone knew how I felt, it would be him. I may have lost my parents, but he also lost a son. That's fine, kid. You know, though, the bistro has been buzzing lately. Loads of new customers, and we've been getting great reviews. It could even be a good summer job if you want some extra cash. I opened my mouth to protest, but he raised his hand to stop me with a slight shake of his head. In your own time, whenever you're ready. I won't force you to do anything. Thanks, Grandpa. I don't know what I'd do without you. I meant it too. He was my rock, the only family I had left. If it weren't for him, I doubt I'd even have the strength to wake up in the morning. Lucky for you, you'll never have to find out. About that. I give him a grateful smile as I moved over to wrap my arms around his shoulders from behind. The foreshadowing is strong. He chuckled softly, patting my arm that had pulled him into a hug. A familiar ring made us both jump with a small laugh. I give him one final squeeze and a kiss on the cheek before making my way back to the stove. I think I remember which one that was. Grandpa answered his call with his usual smooth tone. Scarletta, what can I do for you? I see. It's like it's telemarketer. Grandpa, remember not to fall for schemes. Your car insurance isn't invalid. We're going where? For what? I smirked. It was good to know he bombards other people with endless questions, too. Yes, don't give your social security out, Grandpa. Nah, the Ventola family would come after them. It's pretty entertaining when you're not on the receiving end. So, trip will be 3 weeks long? Are you sure that's necessary? Okay, I understand. I'll make the preparations. The world felt like it stopped for a moment as my throat went dry. It was like an intense, unwelcome moment of deja vu. My breathing became shallow and my body froze up. I barely noticed Grandpa end the call, let alone the spatula that had fallen to my feet, as I unwillingly forced to relive the worst day of my life. And also the smell of burning bacon or sausage. I slammed and locked the door behind me, throwing a pillow to the ground as hard as I could. The cold floor sent a shiver down my spine as I sat with my knees tucked under my chest. There was a pounding on my bedroom door that only stopped briefly as I heard my parents whisper to one another. After a few moments of incoherent murmuring, the pounding then turned to gentle knocks. Look, I'm sorry for beating on your door. Won't you let us in to talk? I glared at the door as I crossed my arms defiantly. Even though he couldn't see me, it still made me feel better. Honey, please, won't you open the door? We just want to talk. Oh, they want to talk? Fine. I scoffed as I pushed myself off the floor, stomping over to the door before throwing it open. Their worried gaze was only met with my own cold one. You want to talk? Talk. Don't you dare talk back to me. I began to shut my door on him again, not in the mood to hear him arguing with me. He was the one to break his promise to me to begin with, which is the only reason we're even fighting. I wouldn't mind getting one. I just need to learn how to stop stumbling over my words. Thank you. Mom stopped the door from closing with her foot and put a hand on Dad's chest, as if silently telling him to lay off and let her do the talking. Don't mind him. You're mad and you have every reason to be. We broke a very important promise to you, and that's not right. I felt my eyes water slightly as she validated my feelings. My dad sighed, giving a resigned expression. One day you'll understand. It takes a lot to run a business like the bistro. We can't put off important meetings on a whim. If it wasn't something important, we wouldn't be going. But we're meeting with some associates to discuss financing and ingredient distributions. We need to manage the business closely, or things will get out of hand. One day, it'll be yours, and you'll understand why we have to do what we do. That day's coming sooner than later. Again, like we said in the whole thing, even if her parents were alive, when they eventually, passed, because at that point, if they were to pass of old age, Grandpa would already have passed too. Again, it'd be left to Danielle. No escape. I don't care about the stupid bistro. It can get sold off for all I care. I felt myself begin to explode at both of them, his words only fanning the fire of my rage. All I could see was red, and the words flew out of my mouth faster than I could stop them. I hate you and I hate the bistro. You always put work over me. Honey, that is not true. It is. And I'm sick of pretending it isn't. You always end up canceling plans with me due to some work thing or another. Or just end up forgetting them. Sometimes it feels like Mom is the only one that tries. Dad looked taken back and hurt by my accusation. But knowing I had hit him where it hurts only made me want to dig in more. Let him feel what I had been feeling over the years. Did you even think about how you promised to spend my 18th birthday with me? Since you missed all my other milestone birthdays, The 16th, 13th, 10th? I bet you didn't. Because you don't care. Don't worry though, because I won't hold my breath for my 21st, honey. All this has done is make it painstakingly obvious where your priorities lie. I felt to choke back my own sobs as they retched from my throat. It somehow hurt more to see the pained look on my father's face and the glossy eyes of my mother. In truth, I didn't want to hurt them, but I also didn't want to be hurt by them, forgotten by them. They didn't change while I behaved, so maybe they will now. I slammed my door shut once more, flinching slightly as I heard my mother's muffled cries. Throwing myself onto the bed, I buried my face into the pillow, finally allowing myself to crumble. I nestled even further into the pillow as I heard another gentle knock, my father's shaky voice making its way to me through the door. I know we've not been the best. I'm sorry, pal. I'll move some things around to make sure we're back in time for your birthday, okay? It won't be easy, but I'll try my best. Then, when we're back, let's talk this through. Sound good? I heard him sigh at my lack of response, either due to guilt or the annoyance of talking to a metaphorical brick wall. Now he knows how I feel. We gotta be on our way by tonight. If you want to talk, we're here. Just know we love you, okay? This is so sad. Danielle, he should have talked to them. It took him, 3 hours to calm down. Went downstairs and talked to your parents. Though it's not always that easy when you're, angry. Yep, they never even got sprites. The rest of the night came and went without me leaving my room. If I could go back in time and change it, I would. 1,000 times over I would, because that was the last time I ever saw my parents. Soon enough, my birthday would roll around, and as expected, they were nowhere to be found. I remember spending the day alone in my room, cursing their absence, thinking nothing but selfish, hateful things. Then something unexpected happened. The front door creaked open. I felt myself get a bit excited, hoping somewhere in my heart that they kept their promise this time. I even dashed to greet them. But no, it was just Grandpa and a few other men, all in black. Now that should have been like a sign. Your grandfather comes in with men in black suits, spick and span, fedoras, glasses, strictly like on guard mode. You might have wanted to ask questions then. I looked between them all in confusion before my eyes finally landed on Grandpa, and I knew. Before he even said anything, I knew, just by his broken expression and sympathetic eyes. I felt myself drop to my knees as my world began to feel like it was collapsing around me. I guess I can get that, yeah. Grandpa dropped to his knees with me, holding me tightly against his chest as I sobbed like a baby, and he stroked my hair to comfort me, which only made me cry more. I know. Let it out, kiddo. I'll miss them too. He then began to cry with me, mourning the loss of his son, as I mourned the loss of both my parents. At that moment, it was blindingly apparent to both of us that we were the only family either of us had left in the world. It'll be okay, I promise. I'll take care of you. I swear it on my life. We then cried to each other for hours, being the only form of comfort the other had. We only managed to stop once our throats were sore and dry, and everything slowly turned numb. Apparently, it had been a robbery gone wrong, with many others who had lost their lives that day. The lack of details surrounding it was odd to me, and left me with a dubious feeling. Something just felt off. Over time, I had come to terms with it, slightly anyways. I also didn't want to keep bringing up such a sensitive topic to Grandpa, who was undoubtedly mourning as much as I was. Though, try as I might, I could never shake off the feeling something wasn't right. In truth, I didn't have much time to dwell on it the first few months after their death. I found myself moving in with Grandpa, and I had my hands full helping him manage the assets and estate my parents had left behind. Time from then on was just a blur. Life only started to regain a sense of normality when I began therapy at Grandpa's behest. It was hard to believe that only 2 years ago, especially when even now I see them in everything I do. I felt myself slowly come to, escaping my own mental hell, but found myself stuck staring at the sizzling eggs in the pan as they browned. I should hurry and get this off the stove. I don't want it to burn. Or so I told myself, but my body wouldn't move. While I had escaped the haunting imagery, I still felt the intense guilt and anxiety flow through my veins, to a deliberating degree. I should have been nicer. I should have told them I loved them. I should have spent more time with them. I shouldn't have been such an asshole kid. I should have spent that evening talking to them. If I had, then they wouldn't have died thinking I hate them. I felt my shoulders shake slightly as a quiet sob racked through my body, and I fought desperately to not let my now watery eyes spill over. Just tears making the sizzles in the pan. Sad. Hey! I jumped as I felt Grandpa's hand on my shoulder, his voice loud in my ear, as if he had been calling out to me for a while. I said you're gonna burn it, kid. He then gently turned me to face him, seeing my pitiful expression, and gave me a sad smile. I thought the therapy had been helping you. It has. The last year of therapy had been great for me. It had even been a few months since my last outburst, so why now? But then again, nothing had made me ever think about the possibility of losing Grandpa. Not until I knew he would be going on trips again. The tears finally spilled over, racing down my cheeks as I choked through a sob. I know it's stupid. It's just a business trip. It's not something normal people worry about, but to me, I can't lose you too. I can get that, worrying about losing, like, the last family member you have. I could see where it might make you, like, paranoid about, like, any danger they may face. He pulled me into his arms and held me tightly as my voice broke, just like he had every night I had cried since coming here. 'Cause they're tight-knit? I felt him reach around me to take the pan off the heat before returning his hand back to my back. Yeah, and Morgan lives, like, far away at this point, right? I know, kiddo. I feel the same way. But that's why I have to go, understand? He gently pushed me away from him, his hands on my arms, as he looked at my face with an encouraging smile. I know it's hard, but I've been putting these off for the past 2 years for the same reason you've not wanted me to go. You can't lose me, and I can't lose you. And I won't ever let you lose me, kiddo. Yeah. Remember you mentioned that ending? Yeah. I made you a promise I don't intend to break. Not now, not ever. You remember? Of course I do. How could I forget? And that's fine. He tilted my chin he tilted my chin up to force me to look at him as he brought his other hand up to my face, gently wiping my tears away as I sniffled. I need to go handle business, but more importantly, prove to you and I that everything will be okay. Now, how about I help you finish plating these, and then we can eat, I nodded, wiping my eggs with the back of my hand. Oh, sorry, no. Wiping my eyes with the back of my hand before noticing my dropped spatula on the floor. I quickly tossed it into the sink with an apologetic smile. I said eggs because I was just thinking the eggs are pretty burnt because they've been in the pan for a while. And, depending on what kind of pan you're using, scraping off burnt eggs from the pan can be hell. Like, I have a pan, a silver pan, where the burnt egg whites, they stick. They stick to the pan. And you have to scrub with all your might to get them off. My mind's on eggs. After we had set the table, an uncomfortable silence blanketed over us. Neither one of us wanting to think more about the past. This is it, huh? By the way, the chosen music for these emotional scenes are really good. I felt myself sigh for the 1000th time today as I sank further into the couch. I had a whole week to prepare for today, but for some reason, nothing I did could ease my worries. It's just a business trip. What happened to Mom and Dad was a fluke accident. Or so I kept telling myself in vain efforts to ease my insurmountable anxiety. Nothing I do could distract me from my impending doom thoughts for very long. Even writing, which I've dabbled in since my parents' death. Something about journaling my days and feelings brought me peace, but even that's wasted on me today. Still worried? I jumped in my seat. I hadn't heard him come in. My reaction only served to amuse him. Sorry, kiddo. I thought you would have heard this clunky thing trailing behind me. He motioned to his suitcase that sat next to his feet, and I made my way over to him with a bittersweet smile. I'm gonna miss you, Grandpa. And not you, Danielle. I quickly buried my face into his chest to avoid letting him see me cry. He wrapped his arms around me, squeezing me in a tight bear hug. Grandpa gently rubbed my back as he swayed together. It'll be okay. That I promise you. I'll keep my phone with me at all times, and you do the same. We'll call at least once every morning and every night. Then, once it's all over, without a hitch, maybe it won't be such an anxious occurrence anymore, I nodded against his chest, still silence, as he placed a kiss on the top of my head. He then shoved a small wad of paper into my hand, and I opened it curiously to see what it was. Money? Grandpa, I don't need your... I insist. Plus, you'll need it. For what? As if on cue, the doorbell rang. My head snapped in the direction of the door, wondering who it could be. I wasn't expecting anyone today. Is it already time for Grandpa to go? Ah, there, right on time. He smiled, winking at me playfully as he moved over to the door, placing a hand on the doorknob. You'll need it, because I arranged a surprise for you. Without wasting another moment, he flung the door open dramatically, and I felt my jaw drop at who had arrived. Morgan? Danielle! Morgan and I rushed at each other with wide smiles, pulling one another into an excited embrace. Oh. That's really sweet of Grandpa to think about bringing her over. That really is. Though I do think he probably might have wanted to give them boundaries. But that probably wouldn't help much. It probably still would have done what where they went. Grandpa could have said, buy as much, here's money for as much, to-go food as you want. Here's a DoorDash account. Have fun, kids. He told me you were busy. I texted you and asked if you wanted to hang out. I couldn't ruin the surprise. When Mr. S asked me, I couldn't possibly say no. Oh yeah, that is totally true. I can't tell you how grateful I am that you're here. Are you here for today? I really can't. I really shouldn't order online as much as I do. Sometimes I'll be like, I want a milkshake, but I don't have a car. I have a Grubhub account connected to my Amazon. We'll grab the Oreo milkshake with the donuts. I did that like a week ago, I think. It was delicious, but probably not the best choice financially. She pulled away from me with a playful smile that mimicked my grandpa's. That's fair. With me, it's more like I don't realize I'm hungry until my stomach's kicking me in the butt, at which point I need something either pre-made or something that can be whipped up instantly. Making a 1-hour meal is not an option. Wrong. Guess again. The weekend? The whole trip. I felt my eyes widen in shock at her statements, looking between her and Grandpa to see if she possibly misspoke. Though with both of their excited eyes watching for my reaction, I doubt that's the case. You're serious? Yep. Morgan, You're the best! Tell me about it. I gave her another hug, as I felt myself slowly forget the reason why she even came by. But Grandpa's footsteps on the floor as he approached brought me back to reality for a moment. Well, ladies, it's unfortunately time for me to head out. Keep your phone on you at all times, and if either of you need anything, let me know. I'm only a phone call away. And a 5-hour plane trip away. Morgan moved away from me, so Grandpa had room to take her place, hugging me as tightly as he could, as he bent down to whisper in my ear. Remember, this is a see you later, not a goodbye, okay? Try to have fun with Morgan. You haven't seen her in a while, and she's been worried about you. Yeah, I've not kept in contact as much since the incidents. Accidents. Still an incident. I know. I will, I promise. Good kid. He gave me one final squeeze and a kiss to the side of my forehead before grabbing his suitcase and jacket. He then rolled his things out to the door, giving us a final wave before the door clicked behind him as he left. I didn't even have a moment to collect my thoughts before Morgan threw herself at me, linking our arms as she began excitedly speaking. I have so much to tell you. It's been forever. But I'm not going to tell you while we're cramped up in the house, that's for sure. How about we go out for a bit? My college is practically in the middle of nowhere, so I'm never near the city like you. I was thinking we could drive into downtown or something and check out the bookstore and get lunch. There's been a book I've been wanting for a while, and catching up is always better with good food. True. What do you say? I couldn't help but smile as I listened to her speak a mile a minute. It's good to know she's still the same old Morgan. I was worried she would treat me differently. All right, let me grab my keys and we'll go. Yes. This looks good. Let's park here. We pulled into a parking spot a bit away from the bookstore, but not far enough where it'd be a hassle to walk. As we walked to the front door, we were greeted by the cool, soft breeze of the air conditioner. The smell of books was enough to bring a smile to my face. We had gone to one of the bigger locations in town, and you could tell just by how large and vast the rows and rows of books were. Morgan giggled a bit, pulling me out of my thoughts. What happened? No, nothing. I was just thinking about how you've not changed a bit. This sort of thing always excited you, didn't it, you little bookworm? Yeah, I guess it did. Speaking of, I wonder if they have the new issue of Mindless Midnight by Snacks. I see the self-insert. Oh, I think I see the book I wanted. Mind waiting for a bit? Not at all. Go on, I'll just wander around the comics section for a bit. That's usually where I go to. I go to the manga section when I go to a bookstore. I smiled and waved her away, ensuring her I would be perfectly fine alone for a few moments. She gave me a nod before hurriedly scurrying over to the new arrival section. Now, let's see. I let my feet carry me along through the section as my eyes scanned the titles as I passed them. Mark Me, Midday Murder. Ah! Found it! I noticed the last copy of Mindless Midnight on a shelf and went to grab it, but a blonde man in glasses beat me to it, grabbing the book above it. He then remained stationary, blocking the section as he flipped through the pages, oblivious to the world around him. You know, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of rude. Like, there's a person right next to you. You might want, like, maybe take a step back and flip through it. You know, sometimes you go to the bookstore and you see those people in the rows, like, at least in the manga rows, sometimes you see people with, like, a book, and they're sitting down in front of one of the rows of, like, manga instead of the section that has all this C listing, mangas that start with a C or whatever. And they're sitting there cross-legged, reading the book. And it's like, what if that's where I need to go be? Sometimes you even see like 3 of them. I mean, I get it. You know, just if you don't have money, like catching up on a manga at the bookstore, reading it there. I understand that, but you're blocking the way. At least be like observant of people around you. That's my little pet peeve when it comes to bookstores. He's kind of in the way. Alright, Mr. Dice. What do we pick? We got a 3, so we only have 2 options, so it'll be kind of like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So just kind of go as the options go, and like, yeah. So 1. Maybe if I just hang around for a bit, he'll eventually move and I can snag the book. I begin to look through a few different comics, not bothering to read them for very long. I look up every few minutes to see if he moved. No dice. Placing the comic book back on the shelf with a sigh, I noticed the man only seemed more absorbed in the book than he was when he began. I grumbled, resigning to just messing with my phone. I spent the next few minutes awkwardly fidgeting with games, and other things to seem busy, not wanting to seem like a weird stalker. What if you, like, played a mobile game? You turned the volume up? You, like, leaned on the bookshelf right next to him, turned the volume up on max on your game. So all he would hear was a beep, 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 and it would distract him. Then he'd have to confront you. And then you could ask him to move so he could grab the book. It's a solution, not the best solution, but it's a solution. Danielle, where are you? No mindless midnight for me. I'm right here. I walked out from the aisle to wave her down, and she smiled when she saw me. Exactly, annoy him away. There you are. You find what you wanted? Yep, signed and everything. You ready to go? I gave one final longing glance to the untouched copy of Mindless Midnight on a shelf. It nodded my head. Now we could confront Antonio, both as two girls. I'm sure Morgan has some sass. If we're too shy to ask him to move away, I feel like she'd be okay with that. You're like, oh, I wanted this one book, but there's this guy standing in front of the row. She'd be like, well, let's go get it. It drags her along. Hey, can you move? We want something from here, okay? Thanks. I could see it. I could see it. Yeah, let's go. We noticed the weather became much cooler than it was earlier, so we decided to walk to the cafe rather than to repark the car. Good thing the cafe is close. It's nice to just enjoy the atmosphere anyway. So, tell me, Morgan, how are you and your man doing? I gave her a good-natured eyebrow wiggle, expecting her to excitedly tell me all of the new information, as she always has. She and her boyfriend, Michelle, had been together since freshman year of college, and they were basically joined at the hip ever since. She normally was full of new stories to share about their trips and adventures, but today, she just seemed downcast at my comments, her eyes following her feet along the pavement. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that actually. We kinda broke up. Oof. Wrong question, Danielle. Wrong question. No, she didn't know. She didn't know any better. Oh no. Kinda as in on a break? Or kinda as in fully broke up? Full. I gave her a sympathetic smile, and pulled her into a side hug as we walked. Her mood seemed to lighten a bit. It was just... I'm not sure. We spent a lot of time apart ever since he joined this new gaming group. And maybe it was for the best. I'm not sure. You know, when I was reading this, my crazy brain was thinking, her boyfriend joined a Mafia group. A Mafia gang. The whole gaming group is him doing Mafia stuff. I know, right? Like, he got himself mixed up in it. And, like, he has to make the excuse, oh yeah, I promised the boys I'd join them on playing Valorant. Sorry. Goes off in is part of a Mafia family and taking down a rival gang or something. Yeah, right, why? Gaming's fun, but don't let it get in the way of your relationships. Because, any guys out there? If you pay too much attention to your games, the girl will leave you. That is almost a guarantee. I'm not sure. We spent a lot of time apart ever since he joined a new gaming group. And maybe it was for the best. I'm not sure. Yeah, or just find someone who's equally obsessed. Alright, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Compliments. Alright, let's make her feel a little better. You are a beautiful, independent woman. Forget stinky old Michelle. He's not worth... He's not worth you. Well, Miss Aspel, you are gorgeous and can get any man. Or woman, you please. It's his loss. You do your best, but some people will never know what they truly have until they lost it. Morgan, we broke up. Danielle, what a shame. I'm free on Friday, though. I know if it were me, I'd just be thankful to have someone so smart and beautiful to care for so much about me, as you did him. I slid my hand into hers, happily swinging it between us. Plus, you always got me. Is this a shy ... or is this a that's not the right answer ... but you're still my best friend? Shy. Her cheeks immediately went red at the sudden praise. Obviously unsure as to what to say. You're right, Morgan? Morgan shook her head a bit as she laughed softly, looking away. Oh, hush, I'm just not used to you being so nice. Hey, I'm always nice. We enjoyed the moment with one another, each of us laughing at our usual banter, before silence eventually fell over us. Not wanting the upbeat mood to stop, I began trying to think of things to do or say to cheer her up or break the silence. As if on cue, I noticed 2 good-looking men in suits walk our way. A smirk crept on my face as a mischievous idea popped in my head. Mission: make Morgan laugh. I quietly gestured to the 2 men who were slowly approaching us and leaned over to whisper in her ear. Don't look now, but I think I see 2 potential new boyfriends for you. Huh? What? I shushed her and bumped her shoulder with mine, not wanting the men to hear as they were now in earshot. I saw her mouth part slightly as she not so subtly eyed them in passing. The men seemed to be absorbed in their conversation, with a somewhat older-looking blonde man teasing the black-haired one. Come on, Junior. Work with me here. It's just a double date. Unless... Don't tell me. You not wanting to go because you haven't even had your first kiss yet? Oh man, Junior, you're breaking my heart. I pressed my lips into a thin line to avoid laughing out loud at the over-exaggerated display. The blonde seemed to have a penchant for dramatics, if this is how he always was. Their bickering really is entertaining. I mean, I feel bad for him, but it's fun to see. Stop calling me Junior, please. The black-haired man looked totally done and spaced out, as if he lacked the energy to fight back. This only earned a surprised expression from the blonde. Whoa, not even denying it? New record. As the two groups passed, I briefly locked eyes with one of them, who was quick to look away. We waited for a few moments until they passed us. Then, Morgan was the first to speak excitedly. Did you see that? The black-haired one totally eyed you up. Oh, shut it. I'm surprised you could see anyone looking everywhere. See anyone looking anywhere with how you oogled the other guy. What? He was hot. Totally understandable excuse. We both bursted into laughter when we made eye contact. For once in a long time, I had no worries or anxieties. Today would definitely be a good day. I can feel it. Oh, look! Since when has there been an arcade here? I turned my attention to where she was pointing excitedly, and let her drag me over by the arm sleeve. Not sure. Let's check it out. We have some time to kill before we should head home. Yes. You know, I don't remember the last time I've been to an arcade. It's at least gotta have been a couple years. Back where I used to live, there was this amazing arcade that was so much fun. It's called Pinball's Arcade. Good time. As we walked in, the sci-fi sounds of the arcade hit us, mixed with the smell of pizza and other cheap confectionery. Just looking at all the machines they had available was exciting. And now it was my turn to drag Morgan by the arm. Let's go! We spent the next hour or so playing a variety of games I hadn't played since I was little, and my random streak of luck only fueled my earlier hype. If anyone has a favorite game at the arcade, what is it? When I go to arcades, I like playing Dance Dance Revolution. I like playing that game where you stop the lights on the amount of tickets. I like playing Whack-A-Mole. I like playing Skee-Ball. Those are really the big ones I play when I go to an arcade. I've only played like a claw machine maybe a couple of times. Once when I was on a school excursion, we went to Red Robin, and there was a little claw machine there. And while we were waiting for our food, or waiting for like the other table to be done with their meal, I was like at the claw machine. And I did end up winning like 2 prizes, 2 little like plishes. I forget how much I spent, but you know. Yes, I win again! I can't believe you won like 10 games so far? Yeah. Claw machines are money grabbers, money stealers. But I do like watching what's his name? Sea-Dog VA do those claw game challenges on his YouTube channel. Those are fun. But it's mostly because I'm not the one spending the money. But they are fun to watch. Cards Against Humanity is fun. I've only played it once, but it was really fun. Yeah. I remember you always being bad at these games. I couldn't help but laugh at her comments and Frank pouts. I am bad at these games. Whatever you say. I set the game stick down and moved to link arms with her, a habit we had formed in middle school. Never one without the other. Aw, that's cute. That's really cute. We bobbed and weaved through the people and machines, looking for anything that might interest us. You know, I was really worried about this trip. But today, with you here, I felt really good about it all. I think I really was just worrying about nothing. What I'm trying to say is, I'm grateful to have you. Morgan gave me a wide smile and opened her mouth to speak. But it was cut off by her rumbling stomach as we passed the concession stand, causing her to blush and laugh at herself. You know, I'm starving. How about we head out to that cafe now? That way we can talk without all the noise. I nodded in agreement. We began walking back toward the entrance, speeding up as I felt my own stomach start to growl. You know, the story probably would end up totally different if they had just eaten at the concession stand, eaten the greasy pizza and fries. But you know, they're not bad. Unless you're at Chuck E. Cheese, that pizza's cardboard. You know I can't just leave you here. Says who? Antonio? As we were walking, we approached a tall black-haired man, arguing with a shorter blonde. They appeared to be about the same age, but the blonde seemed especially focused on the game, and not keen to leave anytime soon. And when have I ever cared about what he thinks? In passing, I noticed the black-haired man giving a stern look to the shorter one, causing the blonde to roll his eyes and groan begrudgingly. Fine, after this game. I felt myself smile at their exchange as we finally made it out of the arcade. I wonder if they're brothers. Having siblings would have been nice. Could have passed the whole Mafia thing on to them. After another brief walk, we finally made it to the cafe. The smells wafting out of place was enough to make our mouths water. We rushed toward the door. As we got close, though... Oh shit, I'm sorry! I stared at the redhead man in shock. He had practically barreled down the street, accidentally knocking Morgan flat on her ass. Where's he going in such a hurry? His hair and clothes were slightly disheveled, with a glistening sheen across his forehead. The man looked to have been in a rush. That's no excuse, though. I began to open my mouth to say some very colorful things to him, but I cut myself off. Morgan was blushing. Are you serious right now? I am so sorry. I was running late and I wasn't paying attention. Oh, you alright? Yeah. Her blush darkened as he helped her to her feet. But he didn't waste another second after her confirmation to scurry away in the light jog. What an ass. Are you okay? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, just a bit of dust. Dirt. She laughed a bit, brushing herself off before heading inside. Hurry, I'm starved. We both joined the order queue and looked at the menu board, but I couldn't help but notice how packed this place was. At this rate, we won't be getting a seat. Go save us a seat. I'll order. Yeah, sure? Yeah, no worries. Cool. I want a tuna sandwich, okay? Thanks. She called over her shoulder, moving to go claim the nicer seat by the window that was more secluded compared to the others. The next patron finished her order and moved out of the way, allowing me to approach the kiosk. Hello, miss. What can we get for you today? Hi, can you get me a tuna sandwich with an iced tea? And then the vegetable soup with a soda. Why do I feel like they're at, like, the fictional Panera? Absolutely. Can I have a name for the order? Sure, it's Danielle. The waiter frowned a bit as he typed the name into the system. I'm sorry. Looks like we already have an order for a Danielle. She just said Danny. Can I have a last name instead? Oh, no worries. Scarletta. The waiter seemed to freeze momentarily, his eyes slowly moving up to meet mine. Danielle Scarletta. Powerful name you got there. The way he said that is making me super uncomfortable. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. The waiter simply shook his head with a smile. Forgive me, I was talking about the bistro. Scarletta Bistro, one of the best restaurants in town. I heard it belonged to a prominent family in Portella, and thought maybe your name sounded familiar. Never mind, though. Uh-huh, gotcha. I hurriedly paid and collected my receipt, not wanting to prolong the awkward silence. Shortly after, my name was called. I grabbed a tray with our orders on it and brought it over to where Morgan was. Not wasting another moment, we began devouring our food. Once we had cleared our plates and only had our drinks left, we finally had a chance to unwind and chat uninterrupted. You know, Danielle, today has been crazy. And I swear I was never this busy when I still lived here. She's kind of right. I feel like today has been kind of unusual. I actually agree. When I go out, I normally never talk to people or deal with all the strange happenings. Maybe you're just a weirdo magnet? Oh, am I? Must be why you're my best friend then. We both laughed at her retorts, and I placed a hand over my heart. Wow, okay, fair, but wow. It's nice to see you having fun, Danielle. Oh, now you go all soppy on me? Shush you, I'm just saying. I'm glad I helped you get your mind off things, even for a bit. Morgan smiled at me with pure sincerity shining through her eyes. Not even a hint of playfulness in her voice. The sight made my heart squeeze. Made me heart squeeze. The sight made me heart squeeze. What would I do without her? And I reached across the table, taking her hand in mine with a gentle squeeze. Thanks for everything. I've actually been able to relax and enjoy today, even despite Grandpa's trip. It's been a much nicer day than I could have expected. Hey, that's what friends are for. Actually, speaking of... After talking for a while, a shadow cast upon us. A quick look out the window, and it was obvious we had been talking for much longer than we thought. I thought back to what the blonde man from the bookstore told us, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. We should probably head back to the car. I don't want to get caught walking through town when it's dark. Yeah, good idea. No, I've actually had something like this happen. Like, not exactly talking, but like getting busy, like hanging out, and then realize it's getting dark. Like, I went to a concert in LA with my friend, and while we were there, we visited Little Tokyo. You know, we parked somewhere. We went to a museum. Then we decided we wanted to go to Little Tokyo. So we went to the train station and grabbed a ticket to the train that connects to Little Tokyo or Little Japan, whatever it's called. And you know, we hung out there for a while. And next thing we know, it's like starting to get dark, and we realize the place we parked our car, we only had it, we only set the timer, the timer thing for like so many hours. So we were like running to get back in time. And you know, the sun was already going down. So in that sense, you know, be wary of the time when you're hanging out in the city. Yeah, good idea. Yeah. Luckily we didn't encounter anything like creepy. But you know, we were walking all the time, so it's not exactly safe to begin with, so yeah, we walked from the Little Tokyo to the train station, took the train, back to the place. It was pretty much night that point, and walked to where the car was parked. So yeah, that's why we were running, because we didn't want to be at walking through the city and like when it was complete nights, and also we didn't want the timer to go out on the car we left in the parking lot. So running with like all our bags and stuff. Me and my bag of anime figurines. We're running. Must almost be closing time. Excuse me. I turned to see the waiter who took our order standing behind us with a customer service smile. Hello, ladies. I can't help but overhear your conversation. Would you allow me to walk you to your car? This part of town isn't all that safe at nights. I eyed him suspiciously, suddenly reaching to my side to take Morgan's hand. Thank you, but we're alright. We didn't park far. I better. We're gonna meet up with some of our friends. They're waiting for us. The waiter's smile never faltered, and he simply nodded his head. Alright then. Stay safe and have a good night, girls. Everything about the situation burned my body in unease, all my nerves screaming at my brain to get out of here. You too. I pulled Morgan with me outside, walking briskly in the direction of where we parked. It's about a 15-minute walk or so. We're further than we thought we'd be. Hey, you gonna let me go now? Morgan laughed, causing me to slow down and pull myself from my thoughts. I quickly dropped her hand and shot her a sheepish smile. Sorry, that guy was just a bit weird. Didn't want him to follow us. It keeps getting darker and darker, too. Hey, I don't know if I'm imagining this, but wasn't there a scene? Like before this? In, like, the first demo or something? With the waiter, like, on the phone? Or did I make that up? Okay, so I guess I made it up. Because I could have sworn there was like a scene where the waiter was like mostly black, but like had text. It was like the waiter or the customer service guy being like, I have information about Scarletta, or like talking to his boss or something. Or like, I think I found something interesting. I guess I made it up. Alright, I guess I imagined it. It keeps getting darker and darker too. Maybe. Swear there was a part where he was he made a call. Whatever. I think I kept the first VOD of the demo. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'll look back. Who? I fucking knew it. We've been walking for like 5 minutes now. He definitely followed us. Dude, we don't want your number or anything. Leave us alone. Aw, I don't bite though. I slowly backed away with Morgan behind me, watching as he kept approaching us. I moved to turn around and ignore him, but then he caught my wrist with a tight squeeze, making it almost impossible for me to break away. Ow! Let go! You're hurting me! Leave us alone, asshole! He smirked as he watched me try to pry my hand away, only causing his grip to tighten even more. My wrist felt like it could break with one wrong move. He then reached to his side to grab something, and that was when I saw it. The knife. Try not to squirm, doll. I'd hate to cut you. Sorry for this, but your head is worth a pretty penny to the dawn. My throat went dry as dread filled my senses, causing me to freeze up. My gaze immediately shifted to Morgan, who looked as pale as I felt. Would I die here? Would they spare Morgan? And who the hell is Dawn? It's my uncle. My uncle's name is Dawn. In the next second, he let go, his face contorting in pain. Morgan had stomped on his foot as hard as she could, buying me a way to escape his grasp, but the shock hadn't fully worn off yet. Thankfully, his scream had brought me to my senses a bit. Ugh! You little fucking shit! I felt myself being grabbed again, this time with much less force, as I was dragged away into a sprint. The night only seemed to descend upon us quicker and quicker as we ran, desperate to escape. My heart was beating out of my chest, adrenaline pumping through my system. I didn't even need to look behind us to know he was following us, and fast. As we rounded a corner, I noticed an alley and pulled us into it without a second thought. Hopefully this would shake him off our tail. The loss of visual would only buy us a few seconds though. Fuck, what do we do now? Now, in my personal opinion, this is what they should have done. They should have gone into one of the stores, or like one of the. It's a city. There's nightlife, so one of the nightlife scenes to escape him. Or something like that. Somewhere populated. Like, from what I've heard, if someone's chasing you, or like stalking you, you don't want to go in an alleyway. You want to go somewhere populated with lots of people. So if that ever happens to you, go somewhere populated. Or head straight to the police station. Oh yeah, what do we do? It's 6, so find a weapon. Alright, actually not a bad idea. Although I would do both, actually. Find a weapon and hide. That would be how I did things if I was in this situation. I found myself instinctively looking for anything I could fashion into a weapon, remembering something my father had told me when I was still young. Use anything and everything at your disposal. I knew I had to think quick, as the footsteps were getting closer. There! I made a dive for a glass bottle, and hit the bottom of it off the wall to make the end of it nice and sharp. The angle left the neck of it a safe way to hold and maneuver it. Danielle! I grabbed Morgan as she whisper-yelled to me, and pulled her behind me, gently pushing her behind a dumpster. Hide here. No! What about you? I'm gonna try and surprise him. If it comes down to a fight, promise me you'll run. I won't be able to hold him off for long. I won't let you get hurt because of me. No, I won't leave you. Not ever. Both of our voices caught in our throats as the footsteps came closer than ever. I gave her a stern look as I hid behind the corners of the alleyway entrance, and she looked at me with eyes full of tears. My heart was beating so loud, I was afraid he might hear it. But I tried to make peace with what I had to do as his footsteps came closer and closer. And then, finally, they began walking away again, and I could hear him cursing under his breath as he retreated. Oh, thank God, we must have lost him. Let's get the fuck out of here. I turned to Morgan and whispered to her as we locked eyes, her horrified expression no doubt matching my own. We carefully made our way back to the car with our senses on high alerts. The second we get in, I locked the doors and sped off toward home, but not without making a few purposefully wrong turns to ensure we weren't being followed. I called Grandpa after locking all the windows and doors, and he seemed even more bothered than even I was. I sat away from Morgan, speaking in hushed voices to Grandpa, clutching my phone to my ears. And you're sure it has something to do with your name, and not a regular lunatic? Yes, I'm absolutely 100% sure. He was totally normal until I gave him my name for the order. Then he started spouting random shit about the family and the bistro. I heard him curse under his breath, sighing deeply before continuing. Okay, Daniel. You've really got to listen to me. This is of the utmost importance. I'm sending a few men over your way. Do not go outside. Do not talk to them. They're just there to protect you. Let them do that. Next, send Morgan home right away. It is safer for her not to be with you. It seems like they are targeting you specifically. I felt my stomach knot up as I cast an anxious glance toward Morgan. Men? What? I mean, should I call the police? No! He practically screamed his response, which caused me to close up with fear even more. At this point, I was shaking like a leaf. After a deep breath, he continued. It will only make things worse, and the police can't do anything. Just trust me, please. Now, as I was saying, pack everything you would need for an extended stay tonight. This is imperative. You will leave tomorrow morning before the sun rises. There will be a black SUV a few minutes down the street, at 7th Avenue, okay? The driver will have a dark red tie. But, Grandpa, I don't understand. And you don't need to right now. You just need to be safe, and leave the rest to me. Am I clear? His tone was more firm than usual, and I didn't dare to argue. It was uncomfortable to see him so aggressive, dark, even when I knew it wasn't directed toward me. I don't like seeing this side of him at all. After exchanging goodbyes and repeating back his instructions to make sure I was correct, as per his order, I deeply sighed. How did things ever get like this? We gave him our name. Imagine we went to a different restaurant, or we gave him just like the name Scarlett or Danny. It probably would have been totally different. Although, for all we know, all of whatever family he works for, or whoever he responds to, might work in that general area. So, because actually, why not? Why not have members of your mafia family, if they're working a day job, work in a specific area? That way, they can get together if the boss calls on their assistants. As I was lost in my thoughts, Morgan carefully approached. So, what's the verdict? I'm really sorry, but you gotta leave. Now. What? I already said I'm not gonna leave you. Grandpa said he's sending some people this way. Apparently, you're at great risk if you don't leave. The guy seems to be only targeting me. Are you sure? He was going to kill us. What if he comes here while you're alone? I can't! I hugged her as tightly as possible, starting to cry myself, but wanting to stay strong for my friend. After all, I couldn't possibly protect her unless I could convince her to leave. You can and you will. I'm leaving this house in the morning anyway. Please, let me try to protect you. I put away from the embrace, wiping my tears away. I'll keep you updated. I'll text you as much as possible, okay? With a reluctant nod, she went to gather her things, and I saw her out the door. Please be safe. I'm begging you. As I packed my things that night, I could hear the deep voices of the men talking outside the house. I can't tell if it makes me feel safer or more on edge. All I knew was that their movements and noise made it hard to fall asleep, and the whole experience was still heavy on my mind. I wonder what that psycho meant, though. Was my bad feeling right all along? Were my parents killed for being a Scarletta? That made no sense, though. Dad had taken over the family bistro and Mom joined along with him, as an accountant or something. They had regular jobs, nothing dangerous. But if someone's after me now, maybe it does have something to do with the bistro? Oh, game's going good. Hello again. Something isn't right. Nothing is adding up. I yawned as I felt my eyes get heavier and heavier. I somehow managed to fall asleep, despite the thoughts running rampant through my mind. No, I have to set like 15 alarms if I wanted to get up at this time. That or I'd just not sleep. I reached over and turned my phone alarm off, being greeted with blinding white light from the screen. Uh, 4 a.m. already? I can tell you what happened so far. So we play as a character named Danielle. Her parents passed away due to due to a theft that everything doesn't really connect together. So she lives with her grandpa now, but her grandpa went on a trip, and her friend came over to spend time with her on the trip, and they went out to the city to, just hang out. While ordering at the fictional Panera, she gave her name to the waiter. The waiter had a really weird response, a really sketchy response to the last name. And as they were leaving, the waiter was being sketchy and creepy, and the waiter ended up following them, trying to kill her and her friend. They managed to escape. They came home, called the grandpa, sent the friend home, and now we are. There are guards outside the house, and we are waking up like 4 a.m. to walk down the street to get inside a black van. Mm-hmm. They must be, yes. So yeah, that's the story so far. 4 a.m. already? All right. Well, thank you for coming on by, snackies. I'll have the VOD up, so, if you want to finish. All right. Have a good night. Normally I would complain, but I couldn't sleep much anyway. I kept waking up from the men's voices and movements throughout the night, and all it did was further my anxiety each time my slumber was interrupted. It felt like each time I woke up was a new chance the man had found me. 2 hours of consecutive sleep is better than none, though, I guess. Still on edge, I collected my suitcase and began to drag my things out with me, constantly watching my back. Huh? Am I going crazy? I looked around cautiously as I stepped outside the front door, locking it behind me. There was not a single soul present. Did they already leave? But I heard them not long ago. They're ninjas. No, it's like they're hiding in the bushes. One's on top of the roof. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna stand here like a sitting duck. I looked at my phone, following the GPS location to make sure I was going the right way. If Grandpa was that worried, it must be important. I have to make sure I don't make a mistake. I probably looked like a scared kitten, jumping at every slight sound, but I didn't care. At this point, I'd just much rather be in that car Grandpa mentioned, so I'd at least have the safety of another person instead of walking alone right now. Walking the eerily empty and quiet streets, I couldn't help but feel reminded of last night, and it sent a chill down my spine. Okay, Daniel, just focus. It'll be okay. I just have to trust Grandpa. He wouldn't send me out unless he knew I would be completely safe, right? I quickly glanced up at the moon, knowing I wouldn't get a response to my questions, but felt disappointed at the lack of one nonetheless. As I approached 7th Street, just like Grandpa said, there was a car waiting there. It looked a little scary. The car was completely black, with windows tinted far more than legally allowed. I could only see the driver, who is in fact wearing a dark red tie. Breathing a sigh of relief, I moved to sit in the back seat. Now, usually you shouldn't get in a black car with tinted windows. Although, I mean, Grandpa said it's okay, but I'd still be terrified. Good morning, Miss Scarletta. Hesitantly, I cleared my throat. Good morning to you too. Sensing my nerves, the driver continued speaking with a slightly softer tone. Today our destination is the Ventola Estate. Lovely place, I assure you. You will be safe there. We would drive around in an hour. We arrive there in an hour, not including traffic. Please make yourself comfortable. Slightly more at ease, I give a hum of acknowledgements. I begin to wonder why he was so formal with me, but decided to shrug it off. I'd rather have an overpolite chauffeur than a crazy murderous waiter. Same. Despite my efforts to stay awake and watch where we were going, the hum from the car slowly lulled me back to sleep. I'm trying to decide if I'd even be able to sleep in that situation. Probably not. Then again, I didn't completely fall asleep, but I did start to doze off once when I was in an Uber going home. But I never completely fell asleep. So yeah, anxiety. My eyes slowly fluttered awake as I heard the door open, followed by the driver. You know, we could do much worse than this. Black van takes you to a nice mansion. Excuse me for waking you, Miss Scarletta. We have arrived. Shit, guess I fell asleep. I took the man's offered hand as he helped me out of the back seats. It was only then that I noticed he wore dark sunglasses despite the sun barely in the sky. Put on gloves at some point and had no face. Why does he keep avoiding my gaze? I moved to grab my things, only noticing that the man already had them, sitting next to him on the ground. Guess he got them when I was sleeping? Not wanting to make him carry my bags, I reached out to pick them up. But slightly faster than me, the driver grabbed them in one of his now gloved hands. Allow me, Signora. My eyebrows furrowed together in confusion as I took in this odd behavior. Unlike most people, however, he didn't seem to elaborate on my silent questioning. He only lowered his gaze further, using his free hand to motion that I should follow his lead. When we moved around the car, that's when I finally saw and took it all in. Before me stood a huge estate, and I almost couldn't stop my jaw from dropping. Is staying here really okay? I mean, if they're allowing you to, why the heck not? It's almost assured you get a comfortable bed with in a nice room and delicious food in a place like this. Excuse me, Miss Scarletta? Right this way, if you would follow me. I nodded at him and an embarrassed flush crossed my cheeks. As an embarrassed flush crossed my cheeks. He escorted me to the door, allowing me to walk in first. We walked into the hall, and then a door to the left. There, 6 men stood, talking amongst themselves in hushed voices. Do we all really have to be here for this? Talk about a meeting turned into a drag. The one with red hair expressed his displeasure openly, causing the eldest-looking man to adopt a look of contempt on his face. Your lack of composure and work ethic continues to surprise me, especially considering your circumstances. Must I remind you? The red-haired one simply closed his mouth upon being scolded by the blonde-haired man, averting his gaze as he scowled at the floor. Someone's trouble. Our security had fewer flaws. Perhaps more patrols than this once. Sensing my discomfort, or simply doing his job, the driver announced my presence, effectively cutting off the heated discussion. Excuse me, Signores. May I present Miss Danielle Scarletta? Upon my entrance, some adopted looks of surprise on their face, almost as if they weren't expecting me. I will admit, though, some of them looked rather familiar, although I was too distressed and tired to really think about it. We saw them on the street earlier yesterday. The tallest one in the room, the blonde-haired man with the gold tie clip, cleared his throat before speaking. Good morning, Signora. Please excuse us. We were unaware you were present. Oh, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. I nervously eyed old men, shifting on my feet. I'd be a mixture of nervous. No, I'd be nervous, but for two different reasons. For a combination of two reasons. Because I'm in a room of handsome men, and also because, well, I'm in a house, surrounded. A big house I've never been to. And there's all these guys talking about something serious I have no idea what the heck is. Oh yeah, and we just almost died, the other day. Why are they all dressed in suits? Are they bigwigs of some sort? The man in the dark suit must have seen through my play it cool act because he gave me an opening to leave. You must be tired. Allow me to escort you to your room. There will be plenty of time for introductions later in the day. The tall blonde man took my bag from the driver, whom he dismissed with a nod. Thank you. That would be very kind of you. Swallowing my anxiety, I said goodbye to the rest of the men in the room, and received solemn nods from them all. The man led me up the stairs, taking me down a long corridor before we stopped at the door close to the end. He opened the door and motioned me inside with his hand, to which I obliged and entered first. Not a bad room. Here you are, miss. Please rest up and use the room as you desire. So I can customize it any way I want. I can tear down the wallpaper, paint it blue, a nice blue color. Change out the bedding. Not really a fan of the wire bed frame. Can I? But where would I get the money for that? He moved to set my bag by the door, then crossed his arms across his chest. Thank you for your kindness. It's nothing, I assure you. Feel free to join us for breakfast, or head to the common room once you're awake. I wanted to ask his name, but his cool, overly formal demeanor made me want to freeze up. At my silence, he turned to leave the room, but my voice finally broke through. Excuse me, before you go, what's your name? Antonio Ventola, though just Antonio is fine, in terms of formality. I'm the head of the house, so feel free to discuss anything you might need with me. I appreciate it. Everything. Thank you very much. Of course. You're safe here, so get as much rest as possible. Good night. Despite being the stoic, I never seem to smile type, he seems nice enough. I looked around the dark room cautiously, feeling a bit uneasy as I could overhear Antonio's footsteps move down the hall and eventually descend down the stairs. Beyond that, it became eerily quiet. With a sigh, I moved to place my bags in the corner, eager to finally slip into the soft-looking duvet. Almost instantly, despite my mental prowess, my exhaustion caused me to fall asleep. My head hurts. I slowly opened my eyes, prepared to be attacked by bright lights. Huh? While it was still a bit bright, and takes my eyes a moment to adjust, it was not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. Is the window tinted or something? I rolled out of bed to check the window, feeling a bit curious if it had some kind of fancy anti-UV tint. Upon inspection, though, there wasn't anything that stood out, but the windows were thick, like the glass from the car. Might be bulletproof? Guess it makes sense, though. In a ritzy mansion like this, I imagine they have money to pour into random safety features. Or it could be something else. I don't. Usually when you see bulletproof glass, it's there for a reason. Not a lot of people just decide, let's throw in some bulletproof glass, why not? I took the time to orient myself as I got ready for the day. While I was still a bit cautious about this whole arrangement, I found myself more at ease than I had been in the last 24 hours. At least I won't get murdered here or something. Probably. But I'm still here with at least one guy I don't really know. Do the other ones stay here too? I sighed and realized they probably planned on telling me when I woke up. I think he mentioned breakfast. Guess I'll try and find the kitchen. I walked downstairs and wandered through the house, realizing I forgot to ask where the kitchen was last night. Luckily, the growl in my stomach only made me more determined to find it. After a few minutes of searching, still not finding even a single person, I finally pushed through a door that led me into the kitchen. Jackpot! The younger blonde man from last night suddenly appeared from around the corner, a teasing look displayed on his face. Oh, our resident sleepyhead finally decided to grace us with her presence, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Me? Nah. I'm just surprised the duvet monster didn't devour you whole. With how long you've been sleeping. How long have I been asleep? What do you mean? Was I asleep for long? 48 hours? What? No way! You're right, it's only around noon. Though what is real is that your tufted hair is sticking out on the back of your... Another one of the men from last night rounded the corner. Hey, Ren? He seemed shocked upon noticing my presence. Oddly enough, his demeanor was suddenly more friendly and relaxed. Renzo, are you harassing our new guest here? Get the dice out. What do we answer? 2. He's just messing with me. He's just having fun, okay? It's fine. Everything's cool. No, he's fine. He's just joking around. The shorter blonde, who I assumed is Renzo, smiled happily at my defense. See, Alicio? Some people can actually take a joke. Take the stick out of your ass. Yeah, whatever. The one I now knew was named Alicio simply grabbed a drink from the fridge and walked back toward the door. Before he left, though, he turned to speak to me once again. Ren, make sure she eats something. Once she's finished, take her to the common room. The guys need to give her the rundown. Renzo scoffed, acting as if he had just been spoken down to. Yeah, keep your head on straight. I'm not stupid. Ignoring Renzo's comments, Alicia winked at me. If you ever need anything beautiful, my name is Alicio. Very much a flirt. Kinda figured that out already. Comes on a bit strong, huh? Thank God he's gone. He doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Are you brothers or something? He seemed to want to rile you up a bit. Renzo rolled his eyes. He wishes. It might actually give him a leg to stand on if he keeps talking to me like that. He'll learn his lesson soon enough, though. Anyway, my name is Renzo, like I'm sure you heard. Just Ren is fine, I don't care. And that sleazeball was Alicio. Unfortunately for you, I'm sure he'll make it his mission to become more intimately acquainted with you later. He leaned against the counter, rolling up his sleeves. So you're hungry, right? Oh, yeah, I was. I can always wait, though. If we should hurry and join the others, like you said. Nah, I'll make you something to eat. Sit tight. Least I can do for breaking your back earlier. I'd like that. Thank you. Just don't blame me if it tastes like shit. I mean, eggs should be simple enough, or even toast. Even toast is fine. Heck, cereal. I'll take cereal too. Now, my favorite cereal is the Special K, like, it's like berries, strawberries kind of thing. I like that, it's tasty. And on occasion, I get like Lucky Charms. Or Chex. I can't eat my cereal. I know some people like to eat cereal like dry. I'm not one of those people. I need to have it with milk. He made me sit and relax as he cooked, and in return, he spent the time poking fun at anything and everything. He reminds me of the people who can't sit still, or the people who enjoy getting a reaction out of others. Honestly, it felt good to be around someone who can make me laugh. It helped me feel more normal. Eventually, we found our way back to the living room, and all of the men filed in not long after. They all assumed a familiar lineup that I saw them in last night. The exact same one. It's like there's a little space on the ground where they, like one of those outlines where you're supposed to stand. Whenever they need to announce something, they get in position. Once the little bit of chatter died down, Antonio cleared his throat to gather the attention to him. Good morning to you all. As I'm sure most of you are aware, This is Miss Danielle Scarletta. The men all nodded, some sending friendly smiles my way. However, Miss Scarletta, you've not been properly acquainted with the others, I presume? That's right. I met Eliseo and Renzo in the kitchen a moment ago, though. Well, despite that, I'll still follow formality. The boys all straightened up, introducing themselves down the line. Antonio inclined his head toward me. It's so orderly. Antonio Ventola, underboss of the Ventola family, son of Roman Ventola. Underboss? What does that even mean? And why does he mention Roman as if I know him? There is something nudging me deep in my mind. Something I could almost remember on the tip of my tongue, but still out of reach. Renzo snickered slightly as he noticed my confused expression. Look, you would be confused too. Like, what if the what? The who? Renzo, would he straighten up and take this seriously? Whatever. Renzo Ventola, son of Roman Ventola, and... Renzo shot a glare toward Antonio. Is that not good enough for you? You can leave that part out, Renzo. The two glared at each other in heated silence. Renzo's hand twitched, curling into a fist, then releasing. Yeah, you can tell they don't have a great relationship. The shorter blonde faced the front once more without additional complaints, yet the scowl remained. Please ignore him. He's our house trickster and normally doesn't take things seriously. The man with the maroon undershirt and black hair nodded firmly. He cheats at cars too. Leo, please go ahead. Leonardo Morghese, son of Dacio Morghese, Roman Ventola's current #1 capo. The red-haired man at the end looked rather troubled by this. I feel sorta bad for him, but what the hell is a capo? As for me, gorgeous, my name is Eliseo Lucian, though you already know that. Son of Almiro Lucian, second capo to Roman Ventola. Eliseo stepped a bit closer to me, smirking a bit as he did. And if you ever want a good time, I'm the man to go to. Yep, seems like a massive flirt. Antonio's glare shot daggers toward Eliseo, causing him to back down. Eliseo hit the back of the man standing next to him, causing the brown-eyed man to stumble forward. Go ahead, Junior, you're with me. So you can go before Norielli over there. Angela won't mind. The man at the far right was seething, gritting his teeth to avoid speaking out. I wonder why. I don't think what he said was necessarily mean, but if you know, it kind of is disrespectful. But I know why they're like that. Whatever. I'm Luca Mazzella Jr. I'm a soldato, a soldier within the Lucian family. Nice to meet you. Soldato? Soldier? What the heck are these guys talking about? That's my boy. Perfect manners, and you're so soft and kind. Keep it up, and that double date isn't so far off. Please stop, sir. Eliseo just smirked and laughed at himself, as Luca deadpan's reaction. The man on the far right didn't waste another moment before pushing himself forward and proceeding with his introduction. Angelo Norielli, son of Gio Norielli, third capo de Roman Ventola. There's that word again. Seriously, what the fuck is going on? You guys are talking about a lot of things I have no idea about, as if I understand. I'm very confused. You really have no idea? Mr. Scarletta informed me you wouldn't know a lot of this, but you really don't know any of it? Antonio seemed extremely bothered by this, and so did Leonardo. Yeah, Grandpa left out a lot of things. If none of this happened, I wonder if there was any points where he would have, like, slowly, like, let us in on, you know, what our family is. They're the ones making this hard, though. Beating around the bush and talking about weird shit. Sir, what do we do? Mr. Scarletta told us not to mention too much, but... My father told me to speak only what is necessary. Considering this has turned into a life or death situation for her, I'm deeming all the information important. After all, it is rather ignorant of Miss Scarletta to continue keeping her in the dark. He's the last remaining, so if something happened to the old man, she might have to take his place. They all nodded in unison, apparently agreeing with that statement. How can they call Grandpa ignorant? What are they even talking about? I felt my annoyance slowly build with each passing moment. This back and forth made me feel stupid. Look, I don't mean to be rude, but you all keep speaking in tongues and I have no idea what the hell is going on. Everything has been confusing, weird, and scary lately. It would be nice to have at least a little peace of mind. Antonio redirected his attention to me. Of course. It's quite simple, really. Your father is a part of the Mafia, specifically the Ventola family Mafia. Mafia? Little blunt there, huh? Really gonna scare the little thing like that? I'm stating facts. Wason's a dangerous man. Just like she's the daughter of a scoundrel. It's life. That'll trap. Dad and Mom? Wait, even Grandpa? They all lied to me? Every single one of them? Is that why they... As I let this sink in, cold dread washed over me, in contrast to warm liquid now rolling down my face. I mean, learning you're part of a Mafia family, and that might be why your parents are dead. Not exactly the easiest information to consume. I felt a bit embarrassed at the sudden outburst, and began trying to wipe away my tears as fast as they came. She's crying. Perhaps it's best to avoid mentioning the recently deceased, sir? I hardly consider it recent, but very well. Oh, you alright? I apologize if I offended you. I wiped away the last of my tears, composing myself as quickly as possible. Yeah, I'm fine, sorry. Just a bit caught up in my own thoughts. Please continue. He simply nodded, though some of the others still had concerned looks on their faces. My father is the head of the family, Roman Ventola. If you remember, in short, he's the guy we all listen to and take orders from. He's not someone you want to anger. Then, after that, there's what's called a consigliere. That's pretty much the advisor to the boss. That's your family. Specifically, your grandfather, Mr. Scarletta. The more I think about this, the less things make sense. Come on, no way. Grandpa's the nicest man I've ever known. And you're saying your occupation defines if you're a good person? You can't possibly compare other jobs to the Mafia. You kill people and God knows what else. Everyone in the room went silent at my outburst. I'm sorry. I got carried away. At the very least, you guys aren't the ones trying to kill me. I should be thankful. You're right. His tone was cold, but he decided to continue. Next below the both of them is the underboss. This is the person who will take over for the boss one day. Generally, a family member. In this case, it's me. So technically our family is above him. Cool. At least our grandpa is. I don't know about us. And then you have your capos, which are families that are subsections of our own, working for you. Leonardo is my #1 moneymaker currently, which is why he said his family is #1, and so on and so forth. Under the capos, you have soldiers. That's what Junior is. He has also recently come into life, so maybe he can provide some consolation later, should he need it. Glad to know we already declared me emotionally invalid. Though I suppose it's true, I've been touch and go the past few days. Then finally our associates. People we work with, but aren't in the family. Got it? I mean, I guess? Good, because we're gonna need to teach you the ropes in terms of social interaction, since you'll be staying with us. Wouldn't want you to offend anyone and start a war within the family. You're rather important, so the boss will be on your side, but we'd rather avoid that in any case. Yeah, me too. Antonio sighed to himself upon seeing me fall silent, focusing on the info dump he just provided me. Alright, boys, let's give her some time to organize her thoughts before we go talk about security. We'll meet back here later in the evening, around 6. As for you, Miss Scarletta, feel free to wander the house or the grounds. Just remain cautious. While security is tight here with patrol, all of us in this room are your first points of contact. Don't trust anyone else, understand? I slowly nodded, not looking toward them as I continued thinking. I love the way they just kind of slide out of the frame. Something about it is just, I don't know, I just find it humorous. I don't know, for some reason about it, it reminds me of a, what's it called? You know that, whatever the card, you know the part in Mary Poppins with the guy and the penguins dancing and the like top hats and canes? Kinda reminds me of that. I'm probably just an annoyance to them. I know nothing about anything in their world. Is it really true though? Are all of them Mafia? Even my family? Not like they have any reason to lie to me though. It all makes sense, but it's still hard to believe. I said again, consumed in my thoughts. Everything is just peachy lately, isn't it? I noticed I had been sitting alone for a while, and decided to head back to my room for now. I'm sure they're busy doing whatever they do. Plus, I think it's better if I'm alone now anyway. I sat and ran a hand through my hair as I closed the door gently behind me, my thoughts running a mile a minute. The Mafia. The fucking Mafia! On one hand, I get it. You don't really talk about shit like that, but on the other, I could have been in danger this whole time. I made my way over to the bed, sitting on the edge with my head in my hands. If anyone saw me, I would probably look like I was trying to memorize the patterns on the carpet. It does. It reminds me of that, though. Something about the way they scrolled off the frame, the screen. Mom and Dad were killed for being Scarlettas. That much I can be sure of now. But why? Were they affiliated? Or was it due to... My phone rang loudly, effectively cutting off my thoughts. I looked down to check the caller ID, and I felt the earlier dread return. Grandpa. I sat there staring at the phone as it rang, trying to process my feelings. He lied to me. He said he would protect me, and yet it's his fault I was even targeted to begin with. And Mom and Dad? My voice came out as a crackled whisper, unwilling to finish my own sentence. Did he get them killed? Just by affiliation? I swallowed the lump in my throat and declined the call, tossing the phone aside. Completely understandable. I mean, like they said earlier. Like they said earlier. Here. Or was it there? Where was it? Anyway, he said earlier that, because she could have been in danger at any point. That is true. And by not knowing anything, I think I'd rather know and, be aware than to not know and potentially suddenly get attacked out of nowhere, maybe kidnapped, held at knife points, or something. I feel like he should have told her. He had spent the next 10 minutes calling me nonstop and leaving text messages. Kiddo, you okay? Danielle, I'm serious. Answer the phone. Kiddo, please, just let me know you're okay. I just called Antonio. He told me what happened. Can we talk? I can see you don't feel up to it. I promise, I was only trying to protect you. I watched the message previews solemnly as they popped up on the screen, feeling myself descend into numbness. The last 2 years a lie? A bit of playing house for some fucking mafia bigwig? Do I even really know him? The real him? Eventually, the phone screen dimmed, and I sighed deeply. Traitor. Liar. I turned my head as I heard a knock on the door. Miss Scarletta, it's Antonio. May I come in? Speak of the devil, and he shall arrive. Sure. Antonio let himself in, leaving the door open behind him. It almost felt like he didn't want to be alone with me. I wonder if he's doing that for me or his own reputation. Probably both. I understand that it may have been quite a shock for you to learn as much as you did. However, it was brought to my attention I had forgotten to discuss with you the ground rules, as well as exchange contact information to further our ability to protect you. Okay. I grabbed my phone from my bed, not bothering to look at all the missed texts and calls, and tossed it to him. To my surprise, he caught it without so much as a flinch. Fair enough, I guess they would need good reflexes. Feel free to put your number in and text yourself. I don't care. He raised an eyebrow inquisitively at me, as if questioning my attitude, but I didn't care to elaborate. No password, I see? Don't judge me! He quickly typed in his number and sent a text to himself, making his pocket buzz. He then made it a point to carefully walk over and hand my phone back to me. I'll make sure to give you the information to the others. He straightened out his sleeve, his suit squaring his shoulders as he moved away from me. On to the ground rules now, I suppose. Please pay attention, for your own sake. First things first, don't save their contacts under their name. For your safety and ours. Okay, makes sense, yeah, okay, cool. While we are easily capable of protecting you and ourselves, removing any outside variables for surprise or failure is necessary. Makes sense, I guess. After all, if someone wants to kill me for knowing Grandpa, I'm sure they'd want to kill me for knowing these guys. I was pulled from my better internal monologue as he cleared his throat and continued. Guess he noticed I zoned out. I should really stop trying to do that. You're not allowed to leave these grounds without my approval and an escort. However, feel free to walk the house and grounds as you please. As I mentioned, and as you may have noticed, the entire estate is fenced in and possesses advanced security features, not to mention foot patrol. Do not speak to them unless you have to. They're grunts, nothing more. They've also been instructed not to speak to you. So what? I'm stuck here and can't talk to anyone? Am I a toddler? He seemed annoyed at being questioned, and his gaze shifted a bit more stern. In our world, yes. Less than toddler. We don't need to have you bumbling around and making our jobs harder. Your world before this was a walk in the park that even children can navigate. Here, if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, you can lose a finger. Here, saying one wrong thing to the wrong person could end up with information being delivered to someone who wants you dead. I swallowed, recoiling at his words. My annoyance was quickly replaced by the heaviness and severity of the situation. He's right. I understand. I apologize. Good. Finally, I mentioned this before, but do not trust anyone. Your only allies are the people currently in this house, understand? Yes. I responded just as tersely as him, but eased up on my tone. There was no need to direct my attitude toward him right now. Very well. I'll pass your information along to the rest of them. Without another word, he excused himself and walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. Alone again, I began to ruminate over his words. Trust no one. Information given to the wrong person can lead to death. It kind of sucks we can't even talk to the grunts, because it leaves very few people to talk to. But I can't strike up a conversation about a TV show with Grunt A or whatever. Is that what happened to Mom and Dad? Then something clicked into place, and I realized if I could find any evidence of what happened to them, it would be here, even if it's not much. But I owe it to myself and to them to try to find out the truth. Maybe even get some closure, like my therapist talked about. I nodded to myself, deciding to try my best to learn as much as I could while I'm here. Any information is better than none, and I have nothing but time now. There we go. I whipped my hands together as I finally finished putting my things away. No idea how long I'm stuck here for, but might as well make life nice and more comfortable. But again, can we modify the room? Do I like it? No, really, I'm not a fan of the wire bed frame. It's so uncomfortable, even through pillows. Sometimes you can feel it in the back of your head. Like if the pillow's too soft. Taking a moment to appraise the room, I made sure everything had a place and I didn't leave anything strewn about or untidy. I gave a satisfied smile, feeling even slightly more comfortable in my room. I do have a nice sunbeam coming in. Or at least, as comfortable as one can be in a house full of dangerous strangers. Oh, the sun's kinda pretty. Seeing all the pretty colors of the sky outside filled me with a newfound desire to try to make the most of my time here. Antonio did say I was free to wander. No use staying in here bored. I could even try finding the backyard, or a relaxing walk could be nice. I felt my own eagerness to explore a build, in part due to my curiosity, but also, in parts, due to my earlier determination to discover what I could about this place, these people, and this mafia. As I began to meander down the stairs, however, I heard a muffled argument coming from the rooms downstairs, one of the rooms downstairs. That sounds like Antonio. I wonder what that's about. I debated eavesdropping for a moment, but decided to go against my better judgment and good manners. It could be about my situation, or it could give me a clue. It's really not very polite. I'm not really one to give into, curiosity of a conversation. I'm more one to kind of, mind my business mostly. I probably focus on my original goal. I snuck around the hall, trying to listen to where the noise was coming from. To my surprise, I found my way back to the common room, the low hum of arguments getting louder as I approached. I peeked around the corner as quietly as possible, trying to pick up on what they were arguing about. Look, all I'm saying is you can't just keep blaming my family screw-ups on me. I'm trying my best. And all I'm saying is that you are a representative of your family. And quite frankly, despite the fact we all grew up around each other, this is a job. Your family's fuck-up should have put you out of business. My father showed mercy. That's that, Angelo. Some drama happened there. I watched as Angelo grit his teeth and clenched his fist, seething with anger. You really trying to rile me up, huh? Is that how this is? Things are getting heated. Should I interrupt or stay hidden? What do we do? 4, so we're gonna interrupt. They were both in each other's faces now. Antonio wasn't backing down, his presence strong and dominant. Angelo wasn't backing down either, though. I could tell he's hesitating, but maybe his pride wouldn't let him back down. Hello? I quickly made my presence known, voice a bit louder than usual, hoping to diffuse the situation. The two tensed. Antonio cleared his throat and composed himself. Well, Angelo, I'm sorry to cut our talk short. I'd advise you to go take a breather. Yeah, I'll do that. Awkward. Angelo strode out of the room with haste, obviously not wanting to be there any longer. I'm sorry you had to witness this, Miss Scarletta. It's totally fine. I just thought maybe you both needed a second to cool off. You may be right about that. I like being right. Dinner might be a bit late tonight. Antonia reached over to a nearby counter and grabbed an apple from the fruit basket, handing it to me. Here, you can eat this to keep you full until dinner. I'll make sure they cook you a proper meal. But we don't have, like, chips or anything? No? Boo, lame. Oh, thank you. Also, you can call me Danielle. You don't have to be so formal all the time. Perhaps. Nonetheless, please eat. It would be unbecoming of the Ventola family to allow a guest to go hungry. Moving to sit on the couch, I munched on my apple in silence as I observed him from the side. He is handsome, but he can be a bit prickly. I wonder what they were fighting about, though. Hey, Antonio? I thought about how I could word my question without him getting suspicious. Why did Angelo seem so upset? Did something happen? At my question, he only steeled his poker face even more. Nothing for you to worry about. It's family business. Aren't I technically in a family now? I should know what's going on. The less you're involved, the better. I was about to protest, but his eyes narrowed, a silent threat. I didn't dare continue. I have work to attend to. He swiftly turned to the door and made his way out in long strides, leaving me alone again. Just more people hiding shit from me. Like normal, apparently. I scowled as I remembered Grandpa's message from earlier. Whatever. Guess I'll go take that walk now. After a few twists and turns down some corridors, I finally found the way out into the backyard. My jaw dropped at just how large it was. Like everything else here. The breeze has a slight chill, and it was comfortable. I allowed myself to venture further to the gardens, stopping by a particularly beautiful flower garden. I leaned against the guardrail, enjoying the moment of silence to myself as the wind comfortably blew through my hair. This is nice, compared to the whole house, which feels quiet and lifeless. When there aren't random arguments, that is. I wonder if it always feels like that. At least, this type of quiet is a peaceful one. The high walls make this feel so secluded, and kinda lonely, though. I sighed, turning my gaze away from the fence, and reached out to gently caress the leaves of the flower in front of me. This is a beautiful garden. Look at all the roses on the, terraces. It's kinda gorgeous. Wonder, is that part of the estate, or is that, part of, the town? They might be, oh, maybe that is the estate. That probably is. There's one in the garden. How many estates do they have? How many buildings? Maybe that's where the soldiers live. You know, the little foot soldiers. Maybe they live in these. I sighed, turning my gaze away from the fence, and reached out to gently caress the leaves of the flower in front of me. You look better than I do. I smiled as I looked it over, wondering who took such good care of the plants for them to be in full bloom without any issues or imperfections. You're lucky, I wonder who takes care of you. One of the Signoras or the boss, maybe? The sudden voice caused me to jump and turn around. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I was greeted by a smiling black-haired man who moved closer to join my flower viewing. I think I met him last night. Care if I join you? Sure. Be my guest. Things were silent for a moment, as we both enjoyed the sound of the wind whistling through the plants. I was the first to break the silence. So, you're one of the guys who live here? He laughed, nodding his head in a so-so way. I don't technically live here, but we're all holed up here for now. Yeah. I thought I remembered meeting you last night. Your name is... Junior Luca. Luca! Luca, right? His eyes lit up with a look of surprise. He looked like an excited puppy. Oh, that's kinda cute. Yeah, I can't believe you remembered. My eyebrows knitted together in a look of confusion. Do people not normally remember your name? Oh, well, everyone calls me Junior. And you don't like that. He shrugged slightly, and his eyes had a faraway look to them. As soldati, soldiers, we don't necessarily have preferences when it comes to those above us. So if they wanted to call me Bartholomew, or fuckface, or something crazy, it's my job to just nod along. That would suck. We just follow orders and keep our mouths shut. That's awful, though. There are things much worse in life. He turned back to me with a kind smile, his eyes boring into mine with a soft expression. For example, how are you holding up? A deep sigh heaved through my chest, and my shoulders dropped immediately. In truth, it's not easy. My entire life has been flipped upside down in less than 48 hours. I've been thrust into a world I have no idea how to navigate with 0 friends and no one to talk to. I don't know who to trust and who not to. And everyone keeps dodging my questions. I think you're the only normal person I've been able to talk to so far. He laughed. He laughed softly at my frustration. A hand quickly reached up to stifle the noise. I'm sorry, miss. I'm not laughing at you, I swear. You just reminded me of myself when I first came into the life. After he calmed down, I noticed my curious eyes burning a hole through him, eager to hear more, but worried to ask in fear of dismissal. Well, when I first joined, I had no idea about anything either. Soldiers, capo, blah blah. I had pretty much the same cluelessness as you have now, except I had some form of choice, whereas you didn't. If I overheard the Signora's rights, I gave him a small nod, which he returned with a sympathetic smile. You see, that is unfair. I'm glad you think so. Because everyone else is acting like it's the most normal thing on the planet, and I'm the fish out of water. Trust me, I understand. More than you know. For once, the silence was comfortable, unimposing, and I was grateful for my first conversation with a normal person in what felt like forever. Thanks, Luca. It means a lot to have someone to talk to me and treat me like a person. No worries, Signora. I'm happy to help. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I also hated having my questions dodged. Just know. There might be things I'm not at liberty to discuss. There's that word again. Actually, I do have a question. You keep saying Signore and Signora. What does that mean? I mean, I know it's Italian, but are there alternative meanings? I feel like every word here, no matter how normal, is a double-edged sword. You're very right. Luca laughed a bit before elaborating. Double-edged sword is a good way to put it. It literally just means Mr. and Miss, but we only use those terms specifically for higher-ranking members of the family. For example, I'm a soldato, and you are a member of the consigliere's family. So by formality, I'm bound to call you Signora. In truth, I still mix it up sometimes. I've only been here a few months longer than you have. So not very long. I nodded in understanding. taking in everything he said and slowly processing it. Well, since I call you Luca, you should call me Danielle. Huh? I couldn't possibly. Please? It's just frowned upon of soldati to encourage such familiarity with their charges. Then I won't be a charge. I'll be your friend. He seemed at a loss for words, bumbling over what to do. You don't want to? No, it's not that. Well... okay. Friends then. I beamed at him, obviously pleased by his response. Great. If anyone else gives you grief, just tell them I told you to call me by name. Yes, signal. I cut him off with a joking glare, which only made him look a bit shy as he noticed his mistake. Danielle. See, that wasn't so hard. I think I'd be fine with either name, Signora or my name. I probably won't mind too much. Junior! June! Junie! Alicia's voice echoed through the backyard as he called out to Luca. He still sounded a bit away, but he was coming our way. Luca stood up straight and brushed some fluff off his clothes. Over here, sir! Alicia finally rounded the corner, grinning as he saw the two of us. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for ya. See, you've been spending some alone time with the Signora, He finally made his way up to where we are, and threw an arm around Luca's shoulder as he teased him. Danielle and I were just... Luca's face fell, and his cheeks went bright red as he realized his mistake, saying this in front of Eliseo. Eliseo, on the other hand, didn't miss a beat. He smirked and a mischievous glimmer shone in his eyes. Oh, Danielle, is it? I didn't realize you two were so close. I told him to. Let him pick on him for a few minutes. No, that's like his pastime, isn't it? Picking on Luca. Teasing him. I met Luca's gaze before continuing, hoping to save him from the pestering even slightly. Too much formality can be uncomfortable. Alicia shot a wink my way. I agree, beautiful. How'd they get to know each other otherwise, Anyway, Junior, you're coming with me. I need to drink. To the bars! I turned to Luca once more, and I had an idea pop into my head. Oh, can I come? Some fresh air would be nice. Alicia and Luca exchanged a look to one another, in some form of silent communication I couldn't quite understand. Antonio said I could with approval and an escort? Sorry, doll. It's probably not safe for you just yet. But Antonio said you're all able to protect me. Oh, and we definitely can, it's just... Alicia likes to go places that might be a bit dangerous for you, Danielle. Yeah, what he said. I sighed and pouted a bit. So basically either a really sketchy bar or a strip club. I sighed and pouted a bit. Once again, getting my questions dodged and avoided. Great. Oh, gorgeous, don't be like that. I'd love to take you out for drinks, believe me. But this time, it's better if you sit out. I noticed Luca roll his eyes at Alicia's blatant flirting, and it eased my spirits a bit. Yeah, I get it. Have fun, guys. They both waved goodbye to me as they headed back inside, but Alicia quickly called over his shoulder before they moved out of earshot. Antonio told me to tell you dinner's ready. He could have told me that earlier. As if on cue, my stomach grumbled, and that was all the prodding I needed before I made my way back to the kitchen. Dinner came and passed smoothly, and I only ate with the others for a whopping 10 minutes. That is, before they all decided they had something else they need to do, which ended up with me alone and bored again. Like, they don't have any, like, DVDs or video games or, I don't know, like, cable TV even? This has gotta be the most boring place possible. No one tells me anything either. I'm gonna have to try harder. At least my stomach's full and I don't have a crazy murderer after me, though. Right now, that is. I dragged my feet up the stairs, trying to think of anything to do before bed. I could play phone games, but I didn't feel like even looking at my phone, lest I be forced to think of Grandpa and read his messages. I wasn't intending to be the first one to give in. If only I had my journal. I didn't think to take it. I noticed Antonio walking with Renzo down the hall, engrossed in their conversation. Maybe I could ask them for something? Antonio did say to talk to him if I needed anything. Shit, they're walking away. Hey, Antonio, Ren, wait up! The two men halted their steps and turned to face me. They patiently waited for me to catch up as I jogged over. What can we do for you, miss? Is there something wrong? No, I actually wanted to ask you a favor. They both exchanged a look, curious as to what I would ask for. Shoot. I've been feeling kinda bored and no one is ever around. I have nothing to do. I wanted to know if maybe you guys had a notebook and a pencil I could borrow? I really like journaling and... Absolutely not. Antonio's gaze turned icy and serious, his harsh tone giving me whiplash from his sudden mood change. It began to feel like I would never get on his good side, and his constant stick up the ass only served to piss me off more. I never asked to be here stuck bored out of my mind without a single soul to talk to. What harm would a notebook do? Which actually really, it won't. He squared his shoulders and towered over me, his glare beyond piercing. Would you prefer to be dead or worse? Because those are your options. Either be upset and grin and bear it, live it up doing whatever you want, and inevitably be found and unable to protect yourself. How dare you? You're just an ass because I politely asked you for a notebook? It's just some fucking paper. Ren simply watched as I didn't back down, getting into Antonio's face too. He made no move to step in or defuse, but he watched us with interest. And with a bag of popcorn in his hand. Yes, I am an ass. I am an ass because I am looking out for everything the Ventola family has built. I'm not gonna let you waltz in here, write down your little feelings, and have it get lost or stolen, and have everything you've written be exploited. Wars have been fought over less than paper. I'm not giving you a chance to squeal, accidental or otherwise. What's less than paper? Was a war ever fought over like a, I don't know, a hair tie? I kind of want to know the story. What's going on? What happened? I told you before, every little comment you think doesn't matter could be the precipice of change for us. You could get us killed. As his voice became louder and more harsh, I found myself recoiling back, but I wasn't ready to back down. What about my phone? You literally gave me your numbers. I could have taken video, photos, voice recordings. My voice caught in my throat as I noticed his eyes darken. He looked extremely pissed off. And if it wasn't a pleasant sight, if he thought he looked scary before, he definitely did now. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said anything. Give me your phone. What? No, I was just... Give me your phone. Asshole. So rude. He stepped a bit closer every time, and I felt like I was being descended upon by wolves. I'll get it either way. If you don't just hand it over, I'll break it. Your choice. I felt my eyes well with tears. Either from frustration, anger, or something else. I don't know. I just know I was fed up with everything right now. I fished my phone out of my pocket and shoved it into his chest. He grabbed it from me without even flinching, his eyes never leaving mine. I suppose even you can follow orders. Good night, miss. Rude. You're not even gonna call us by Scarletta? Just miss? Can't you just, like, I don't know, quickly put, like, parental locks on or something? Or even, like, with a notebook, just, like, give us, like, guidelines of what we can write and what we can't write. Or even, like, tell us we can write, but we have to burn the paper once we're done. I think that would be reasonable. Fucking asshole. I hate you. Without pausing or even turning to look over his shoulder, Antonio beckoned Ren to join. Come along, Ren. Despite Ren's neutral expression, in lack of any help whatsoever, he glanced back at me a few times before rejoining Antonio. They then left me there and continued their talk. Now I'm all alone. with nothing and no one. Even Ren didn't care to help me out. The second my body hit the bed, all of my emotions I tried to bury finally started to spill out. While it didn't help much, I finally let myself feel the weight of the situation and breathe in my own emotions. What even is the point? This is essentially just a prison. Prison with a bunch of assholes. But they're cute assholes, so. But they're still assholes. There was a knock on my door after a while. I laid there in my own pity for God knows how long, and I didn't bother answering. Leave me alone! The door then opened, despite my protest. I shot up out of bed. I said... Standing in my doorway was Renzo, with a mischievous smirk and a finger up to his lips and a shh gesture. He had one hand behind his back and closed the door behind him. Hush, it's just me. I wet my face and tried not to sniffle as I eyed him hesitantly, feeling more embarrassed than anything that I had been caught in such a pathetic state. Pathetic is all I feel lately. What do you want? Ouch, be nice, so I won't give you a present. He cooed teasingly at me, which earned him a glare. That is, until he pulled a notebook and a case of pencils and pens out from behind his back, holding them out for me to see. It's actually so sweet. It's kind of one of the reasons I love him. Ta-da! What? But I thought Antonio said... Fuck what Antonio said. My eyes glimmered with hope of a new ally as he passed me the items. I ran my hands across them as if they were the most valuable thing anyone had ever given me. Thank you. So much. But is this okay? I don't want you to get in trouble for me. I thought back to what Luca had told me earlier about rankings and etiquettes, and I didn't want someone showing me genuine kindness to get into issues on my behalf. Ren simply shrugged and shoved his hands into his pockets. I get bored easy too. He does. Plus, he pissed me off today. So this is my way to get back at him. I fought back a laugh at his petulant expression. Renzo finally cracked a smile himself. Just make sure to hide them. If you thought he was a psycho before, he would definitely be a psycho if he knew. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'll make sure to keep it hidden. He gave me a smirk, satisfied with my answer. Good. It'll be all secret then. Ren had then turned back to the door, moving to leave, but hesitated for a moment. By the way, try not to take it personally. I think he's an ass too, and while I don't condone his bullshit, I do understand it at least. Anyway, good night. Without another word, he walked out, closing the door behind him. I couldn't help the smile that crept onto my face as I hugged the notebook to my chest. I'll have to make sure to write down everything from today. I can't forget what little I learned about this place. So sweet of Ren. Yes, rebel against the bullshit. Sunlight cascaded through the window into the room, making everything annoyingly bright as it shined into my eyes. I buried my face into the pillow. 5 more minutes. I mumbled a go away at the knocking and nuzzled into my pillow, but the knocking only grew more persistent. Who could it be? Who could it even be? I crawled out of bed with a loud yawn and a stretch, not bothering to touch up my appearance at all. I shuffled over to the door, about to open it, when I stopped myself. Shit, did I hide a journal? I quickly checked to make sure it was hidden. I had stayed up much later than I should have, so my memory was still a bit fuzzy. Once I saw that everything was a-okay, I finally opened the door. Hello? Look. That... I rubbed my eyes as I let out a large yawn. When my vision cleared, I saw none other than Antonio, looking everywhere but my eyes. Gross. What does he want? Can I help you? Good morning, Miss Scarletta. To my surprise, his voice was a bit hesitant, and much kinder than it had been yesterday, as well as much nicer than it needed to be in comparison to my grumpy mumbling. I crossed my arms over my chest and eyed him skeptically, still not really in the mood to deal with him. Silence enveloped us as I offered no response, wanting for him to get on with what he came to do or say. I sighed deeply and looked a bit uneased. I would like to apologize for my behavior yesterday. It was unbecoming of me to lose my temper with a guest, especially one already distressed such as yourself. I understand it may be difficult to adjust during your stay here, and I confess I've not made things easier with my outburst as well as taking your phone. I've not come to offer an excuse or explanation, as I'm sure you're not of the mind to hear it, so instead I brought you a peace offering. He reached into his pocket and produced a cell phone wrapped in a light pink ribbon. I took the offering from his extended hand, with my eyes narrowing. Where is my phone? My voice came out a bit icier than intended, causing him to sigh again. I can't let you have it. What I said yesterday about precautions wasn't false. This is a burner phone. All of your needed contacts have been transferred over, such as Mr. Scarletta and the 6 of us. I thought that was too unfair of me to remove it from you entirely, so I got you one I knew would be safe. So, a new phone with ultimate parental lock. He took a deep breath to compose himself after his awkward apology. He seems like he means it, but... Fine. I get it. I accept your apology. In truth, I've not been amazing either. My emotions are all over the place, and I know that's not made things easy either. I extended my hand to him to shake, and he watched me intently. It didn't seem like he knew what to make of me. I'll try to understand your point of view if you try to understand mine, too. I think that's fair enough. Truce? He nodded, finally taking my hand in his. Truce. Out of nowhere, I let out another large yawn. Antonio chuckled at my tiredness. Wait, did he actually laugh? Didn't know he did that. I apologize for disturbing your rest. I'll leave you to it. Good day, Miss Carletta. He gave me a nod before walking away, and I waved goodbye in return. I passed a mirror on the way back to the bed and laughed at myself. I looked like a mess. Well, may as well get ready. I'm up now. After brushing my hair and donning a somewhat acceptable outfit, I made my way down the stairs. Knowing my absurd lack of options in terms of entertainment or a social companion, I decided not to get my hopes up too high. At least I have a phone again. I could text Luca, I guess? It would give me an excuse to check the new phone. And I wouldn't have read any of the messages or listened to the voicemail that Grandpa left. It keeps reminding me, I need to clear out my voicemails. Apparently my inbox is full. As my feet hit the bottom step, I began to make my way to the kitchen with my new phone in hand. I hadn't had a chance to look it over yet, but right off the bat, it looked a bit devoid of anything fun much. Not even Snake is on there, not even Minesweeper. No Tetris, none of that little starships shooting the thing, or the nothing. No solitaire, no nothing. That's a crappy ass phone. The phone was text and call only, and had no camera or web access. So in other words, extreme parental control. That is really sad. I don't think I could live without a phone. I would have a hard time. I don't know what I was expecting anyway. I guess I should be grateful for whatever I get in this rate, though. I sat and put the phone away. Pushing through the door I thought led into the kitchen, but apparently I had made a wrong turn when I was distracted. There was a man sitting on the couch, who I believe is Leonardo, reading a newspaper. I hadn't seen much of him since 2 nights ago. I felt a pang to the heart, as I remembered the peaceful days before all the craziness. Back when Grandpa would complain about his daily paper was delivered late. Back when I knew him. Back when I couldn't imagine him as a killer. Are you alright, Signora? I noticed I had been staring. The man's voice brought my focus back, and I gave him an apologetic smile. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. I mean, he's easy to stare at, so... No, actually, his character design, I don't know if this is just me, but maybe it's something about the hair and the face. It reminds me, and maybe even the outfits, he reminds me of, Mamoru. Or, oh, what's the other name? The guy from Sailor Moon. Tuxedo Mask. That's what he reminds me of. He reminds me of the Tuxedo Mask. The person that he is. Uh-huh. It's like, what are you doing here? When did you join the Mafia? I was just lost in thought for a moment. You've got his glasses on now in Mafia. Uh-huh. I felt my lip curl in a wry smile, as I couldn't stop the word vomit that kept coming out. Probably due to lack of anyone to talk to. My only friend even unavailable due to work. It's just... I have no idea how any of this turned out this way. We went to Panera, that's all. Each time I feel like I made progress getting used to things, I'm reminded that everything has been a lie. The paper rustled as he turned the pages, shifting his gaze from me and back to it momentarily as he nodded. I wonder if he's even, like, really listening. Or if he's just like, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Well, it's just the luck of the draw, unfortunately. In a way, you've won the lottery. You have high enough rank and warrants to warrant protection just by affiliation. So I've been told. Right, I guess I'm at another brick wall. Not wanting to miss out on a small bit of social activity, I decided to give up, knowing I wouldn't get any answers either way. Sorry if I interrupted you, Leonardo. DiCaprio! You didn't. I normally like to read the paper and review investments in the morning. Figured I'd keep up, despite prolonged business. Oh gosh, he looks at stocks. He looks at the stocks in the morning. You sure I'm not disturbing you? Not particularly. Nice, awkward silence now. Can we at least ask him to give us the page that has, like, the crossword puzzle? Leonardo looked up at me a few times before sighing and setting his paper aside. Listen, Signora. Things are the way they are. We can't change that. What we can do is work toward a better future. Even if you have to fold a few times, or change your strategy, it doesn't mean you can't end up a winner. It's all about what you do with the cards you're dealt with. I see he plays a lot of card games. I smiled gratefully at his impromptu speech, feeling slightly better. This guy talks a lot in game analogies. It's sort of endearing. Oh god, imagine if this was modern time, And those game analogies were video game analogies instead of card analogies. Now that would be interesting. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Leonardo. Just Leo is fine, Signora. With that, he continued reading his paper, and occasionally explained stocks to me whenever I asked. I tried having my dad explain stocks to me. I kind of get it, but not really. As far as I'm concerned, it's gambling, but you're gambling smartly for a long-term investment. I'm sure it's more than that, but no. It was a little boring, but I was grateful for his time and enjoyed the company. Even listening to investments and stock market jargon was much more exciting than Moke being in my room. After about an hour or so, we finally heard the front door close, and the familiar sound of bickering. I turned my attention to the walkway. Junior, please, I'm so hungry. Sir, you kept me out all night. I can't possibly stay awake long enough to cook for you. Okay, I want a turkey dinner. Mashed potatoes. Corn. The sound of footsteps trudged closer, and the smell of liquor, cigarettes, and perfume wafted in as they entered. My nose crinkled at the combination. They had a good time last night. As they rounded the corner and saw Leo and I sitting together, they both looked stunned. Leo, I'm shocked. You're doing something besides work for once? Leo shot Alizio a bored look. His paper made a sharp snapping sound as he closed it in one quick, careful motion. He's like, I'm done here. Not dealing with this. Have a nice day. If you want to be technical, this is work. Alizio simply nodded and smirked at us, not seeming entirely convinced. I see how it is. Both you and Junior change the second a woman comes around. Good to know you're not a robot, at least. Leo sighed and set his paper aside, getting up to leave. No, my talking buddy! What have you done, Alizio? I don't blame him. No, I don't either. Even Luca looks tired. Alizio shook his head disappointedly as Leo left before turning his attention back to Luca. You see what I deal with? Cold shoulder. Can't take a joke. Luca shook his head in understanding, going along with whatever whim Alizio went off on at the time. Alizio's gaze shifted to me for a moment and his eyes lit up, as if he had a grand idea. I know. Junior, how about you cook for me and the Signora, I'm sure she's as hungry as I am, and you wouldn't want her to go hungry, would you? Luca looked distraught as he looked between the two of us, wanting to deny Alizio, but also not wanting to slight me. Poor Luca. He needs a break. What if I cook? The words left my mouth before I even had a second to think about them. wanting to help my friend. The both of them seemed surprised at my suggestion. No, I couldn't ask you to. Gorgeous, you don't have to. Junior here is perfectly capable. He looks like he's gonna fall asleep on his feet. You don't want to eat my cooking? You don't want to eat my cooking? Yes, number one. I feigned a pout at Eliseo, really playing it up. What? You don't want to eat my cooking? I just wanted to do something nice for you both, since you've been out working all night. If drinking could be considered working. Eliseo looked a bit troubled at my accusation, and looked at Luca for some help. Luca shrugged back at him, a slight frown on his face. Well, are you sure? Of course, I'm a great cook. I only burned the eggs when my mind's preoccupied. I watched as he slipped back into his cool, flirtatious demeanor. Alright then. What kind of man would I be if I said no to a pretty lady? June, make sure to help her out, Eliseo gave me a wolfish smile as he moved past us, heading into the kitchen. I winked at Luca as we trailed behind Eliseo. He returned a grateful grin. Luca and I rolled up our sleeves and made ourselves comfortable in the kitchen, setting out some ingredients on the counter as Eliseo excused himself to take a phone call. So, what are we cooking today, Miss Danielle? I gave him the side-eye as I brought out some eggs and bacon from the fridge, causing him to laugh as he noticed his mistake. Sorry, Danielle. It's hard to break the habit. Much better. And I was thinking something simple. Probably some pancakes, eggs, and bacon? What do you think? Ooh, that sounds delicious. Especially the pancakes. I haven't had pancakes in forever. Ooh, that sounds really, really good. I want them. I wonder if we have the makings for pancakes. Ooh, chocolate chip pancakes. Mmm. I'm hungry. I'm hungry now. Good news to me. What would you like me to do? I don't really feel like getting dirty. Would you mind handling the pancakes? Sure thing. I turned on the heat and began cracking the eggs in one pan, placing the strips of bacon in the other. Not long after, the lovely smell of breakfast and the familiar sizzling filled the kitchen. You know, I like the sound of the sizzling. I do. I like the sound of this pan sizzling. It smells great already. We both became absorbed in our task, with him carefully adding the right amount of ingredients into the bowl. Before he began stirring the mixture, he took off his jackets. Probably a smart idea. Hey, Luca, do you know where... I turned around to ask him where to find the plates, and couldn't help but laugh as I noticed the mix he somehow managed to get on his face. Huh? Why are you laughing? Your face. He reached up and felt the mix on his cheek, and he burst into laughter with me. I tried so hard to be careful. Here, sit still. I walked over and leaned close as I took my thumb to brush away the pancake mix from his face, needing to rub it a bit harder than usual, as it didn't want to come off. There, all clean. Our gazes met, and I noticed his eyes were wide and his cheeks were red. Cutie. Why is he... It was that moment I noticed I had leaned in too much for comfort and jumped back slightly. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. No, it's fine. He laughed a bit awkwardly, and my own cheeks went red as well, and I quickly shuffled away. Anyway, where are the plates? Top left cabinet. I mumbled the thank you, and went to grab the plates. Both of us continued cooking while exchanging a few pleasantries. So how are you finding things so far? Any better than yesterday? I scowled a bit as I plated the first set of eggs and bacon. Not bad, huh? Antonio and I got into a little fight. We made up, but... I don't know. He gave us a crappy-ass phone. Literally, all I can do is make calls. This place feels more like a prison than anything else. I'm sorry to hear that. I would spend some time with you today, but... I know. You've got Alicia to deal with, and you haven't slept yet. Don't worry, I understand. I'll try to bring it up to him later. Maybe we can work something out. I don't know about that, but thank you anyway. Oh, it smells great in here. Alicia finally came back, making his presence known with a dramatic display. He rubbed his hands together excitedly as he came over, and noticed we were almost finished. Almost time to eat, I see. Yeah, go have a seat. It'll be ready in no time. Lucan and I finished setting the table, so we can all sit together and eat. He and Alicia sat on the same side across from me. We all began to dig in, and Alicia moaned at the taste. This tastes amazing! I didn't know you could cook like this. I actually prefer to bake than cook. Honestly, same, yeah. I'm more of a baker than a cooker. I felt a bit bashful at being so brazenly complimented, but that only seemed to make him continue. Beautiful and good at cooking? A woman after my own heart. June, she's giving you a run for your money. I didn't know someone could cook better than you. He shoved another bite into his mouth as Luca gave him a good-natured eye roll. By the way, were you guys out all night? Yeah? Why'd you ask? I was just curious. Were you just drinking or something? Oh? His eyes adopted a familiar mischievous twinkle as he smirked at me. You should know that a gentleman never tells. I sighed and rolled my eyes, beginning to push my food around with a fork. He spoke up again, this time with a more humorous tone. A bit early to be getting jealous, isn't it, doll? No, it's not that. It's just, I don't really have anything to talk about on my own. I was hoping maybe you'd at least tell me some stories if you can. Alicia observed me for a few moments deep in thoughts. His face now serious, a rare sight. He finally nodded slightly and clapped his hands together. Alright, I get it. You're breaking my heart with those sad eyes. I'll give in. There's nothing I can tell you about last night, though, honest. It's nothing for a lady to hear anyway. I'll mention it to Antonio today. See if we can get you out and about every now and then. I make no promises, though. He can be a tough man, but he's trying to do what's best for everyone, understand? I couldn't help but smile at him and nod excitedly. But what about the stories? Thank you, Eliseo. I already know I can't be involved in anything dangerous, which I don't want to be. But even being able to go to the store or something with someone would be more than enough. I'll do what I can, darling. But the stories... He smiled at me and continued eating, scarfing the food down with gusto. An unfamiliar sound ran out as we were all close to finishing our meal. After a few seconds, I realized it was my new phone. There was no caller ID, and it was a private number, but my curiosity got the better of me. Hello? Oh, Danielle, thank God you're okay. I immediately felt my appetite diminish and become replaced with nausea and unease. Yeah. Young lady, why have you not answered me? I've been worried sick. Oh, really? You wouldn't think so, given the fact I grew up with Target painted on my back and no warning at all. Kiddo, don't be like that, No. Don't start, because I don't want to hear it. When Mom and Dad died, you didn't have the decency to tell me the truth then. Oh no, God forbid. You just let me continue living in ignorance without a shred of concern for the wishes or what would be best for me. Danielle, I may not have told you the whole truth, sure, but I have never risked your life. Well, I guess we just have to agree to disagree. At some point, Eliseo must have gotten up and walked behind me because I suddenly felt his hand on my shoulder. I gave him a look of appreciation for his act of solidarity and got the courage to finish the call. Look, Grandpa, I need time to process things. You have no idea what I've been feeling or going through, and I doubt you'd even be able to. I'm sure someone will tell you how I am, regardless, Mr. Consigliere. I heard him sniffle on the other end of the phone, but he didn't say much else. As much as I may not like you right now, I hope you stay safe. Anyway, I have to go. I'll talk to you when I feel up to it. Goodbye, kiddo. I love you. I bit the bottom of my lip hard as I could to stop myself from giving in. This wasn't something to be taken lightly. It was a big secret, and one that could cost me my life. The call ended without me saying another word, and Eliseo patted my shoulder encouragingly. Fighting with the old man, eh? Chin up, doll. You're prettier when you smile. I'm sure things will get back to normal before you know it. I hope so. We're working as hard as we can to get you sorted. I know it might be tough to believe since you don't see it firsthand, but trust, it's getting done. I nodded, looking up at him with a smile as he removed his hand from my shoulder. Well, Junior, how about you and I clean up? I'm sure Miss Danielle would appreciate some time to relax after cooking. Sure thing. I quickly stood up, and began gathering plates, shooing them away with my hand. No, I insist. You two have been up all night. But we couldn't possibly ask you to do that after you cooked for us. You cook too. Listen, it'll be fine, I promise. You two, on the other hand, haven't slept all night. I gave them both a smile and shooed them out of the room. And they shouted their thanks, even as they were forced out of the hall. Out into the hall. It's water. Nope, finally poor Luca might be able to get some sleep. I need a refill. I gathered up all the plates and placed them into the sink with the rest of the dirty pans and bowls we had used earlier. I began to wash each until it was pristine, then set it on the drying rack. That sucks, we have no dishwasher. Oof. I hate cleaning by hand. It's so tedious. Especially when there's like a whole bunch, a lot. I feel kind of bad for how I ended things with Grandpa, though. Was that really the right decision? Yeah, the washing part is the, not the fun part. Especially if you're like scrubbing a baking sheet or something. Or a burnt pan. Or a mixer and attachments. The last time I ended things that way, I shook the thought from my head, feeling a slight headache coming on from the roller coaster of emotions I'd been feeling lately. I'd love one normal day. And that day is not today. I jumped slightly, startled from the large noise, and worried I had dropped a plate when I zoned out. What was that? If it wasn't me, then where did the noise come from? I heard some more rustling down the hall, as if there was a scrap of some kind happening, and I felt goosebumps rise in my arm. I crept down the hall to find the source of the noise, looking for any of the boys to help as I did. My heart dropped as I heard the muffled sounds of one or more of the boys fighting someone in the living room. I peeked into the room to assess the situation, for when I needed to get help. But when I got there... Get back here, you little shit! Oh, feisty today, are we? Don't hold back. Love this. Maybe this time we won't fuck up? Renzo is being chased by Eliseo? It seems they gotten into some kind of fight. I placed a hand over my heart as I relaxed it a bit, seeing it wasn't anything dangerous as I thought. The bastard! Renzo seemed to be having the time of his life, but Eliseo seemed legitimately mad. Maybe Ren's teasing got to him? Look at that smile! Each time Angelo turned a corner around the couch, Ren was just a second quicker, always managing to stay out of his grasp. I heard pleas from across the room, muffled by the sheer noise of the boys screaming. This is unusually wholesome in its own way. As wholesome as you're gonna get in a Mafia family. I mean... Signoris, please, can we just stop? You're gonna upset Antonio. Ignored. Poor Luca. He never seems to catch a break. And he still hasn't slept. He seemed to be the only one with a normal mindset, as he's the only one begging them to tone it down, while I saw Elysier snicker to Leo from across the room. I don't know why you're laughing. It's obvious if this goes on any longer, Ren will be winner. Yes, but Angelo's got a spitfire in him. When you mention his honor, I bet he'll keep going until Ren runs out of breath, and then get him good. I can assure you, this won't last much longer. That I can bet on. Elysia only seemed to take that as a challenge, as his eyes widened in surprise before morphing into a confident smile. Oh yeah? Tell you what, if I lose, I'll get both you and Junior over their dates with some of the finest and easiest women you've ever met. I'll have to pass. Please. Elysia ignored his insult and went back to happily watching the two boys chase each other. From across the room on the sofa, I saw Antonio silently reading a book. He was just tuning out everything going on. If this is normal, I guess that's all he can do. I'll have to ask him later how he does it. Funny to think how mere minutes ago I was hoping for people to be around more. And now I have a room full of everyone, except it's just utter chaos. I made my way around a horde of boys in trouble and sat next to Antonio. Doesn't this noise bother you? Not particularly. I've gotten used to it over the years. Oh, is it always like this? More often than I'd like to admit. Antonio pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head slightly as he looked at the rest of them. The only time they settle down and focus is when there's work to be done. I see. Why? Does it bother you? Well, no. I'm just worried they'll get hurt if this goes on any longer. Lucas seems to be the only one trying to put a stop to them. What if I don't want to put a stop to them? What if I want to watch? If this were me, I'd be watching. I'd watching them chase each other around the couch. Just enjoying the moment. He paused for a bit, then gently closed his book. Very well. I will remedy this. He takes a deep breath, and then... Both of you cut your shit now! Immediately, the room went silent. Bossman's mad. Everyone run. That is all. With that, he sat back down to read his book. It left all of us to exchange hurried glances and rush out the door. But as we all left and the doors closed, we couldn't hold back our laughter. We all poked fun at the situation for a while, until we all had to go our separate ways for the evening. But it was the most fun I've had since coming here. Wholesome moments in the Mafia. Maybe these guys aren't so bad after all. The rest of the day had come and gone, and it was without a doubt the best day here so far. I'm not sure if they were told to, or what had possessed them to want to, but the boys were around basically all evening, allowing us all to have some fun and talk with one another. As I had gone to bed that night, all I could think about and hope for was another day like today. A day of peace, of relative normalcy, of fun. A day less like a prison sentence. Though, for some reason, I found my throat unbearably dry in the middle of the night. Despite how many times I tossed and turned, I couldn't go back to sleep. What time is it anyway? I yawned and slid out of bed, rubbing my still groggy and bleary eyes as I checked my phone. It's 2 a.m., huh? I'll just have to be quiet. I began to creep out of the room, closing my door carefully and as silently as possible, tiptoeing past all the rooms and gently descending the staircase. Eventually, finding my way into the kitchen, I grabbed a glass and filled it with water, downing 2 glasses before feeling satisfied. Much better. I covered my mouth with my hand as I yawned again, and the urge to crawl back into my nice soft bed overcoming me. Creeping back down the hall, I began to hear the faint noise of someone arguing. I glanced toward where this noise was coming from, and then toward the stairs and engaged in a mental battle with my own curiosity and my sleepiness. After a few moments, my curiosity won, and I continued my silent shamble toward the noise, getting as close as I could to make out as many words as possible. I'm going back to bed. I'm going back into my comfortable sheets and sleep. Finally standing outside the door. You don't know what you do? You're the curious. I wouldn't exactly call myself curious. Occasionally. But mostly I'm just like, I guess, take care of my own thing. Finally standing outside the door, I peered in carefully with my ear against the wall. All of the boys? Why aren't they asleep? Do you know how important this meeting is? How many strings we had to pull? I understand what you're saying, boss, but it's not the best idea for her to be left alone no matter how safe she is. I agree, sir. We want her to cooperate for her own safety. We need to ensure she's happy enough here. No one's doubting that. But from the family perspective? When you care about the family's perspective? Actually, I do, you little... Hey! Knock it the fuck off. If you want to be children, I'll treat you like children. But for now, how about you show some fucking decorum and help me reach a solution instead of adding to my ever-growing list of problems? It sounds like a mom yelling at the 2 arguing siblings. I feel like I've heard that line before when me and my sister were fighting back when we were younger. The two men fell silent, hanging their heads in shame, yet their expressions still hurting fury toward one another. We wouldn't all need to go, would we, sir? I suppose not, but the more the better. The Montianos never play fair, but they might have some information for us. For her sake and for the sake of finding out who dares to fuck with the family, we need to take a risk in hopes of getting some information. And how about one of us stays with her? What, like a bodyguard? Does she even really need a bodyguard? It would have to be someone who we could make do without. If things get nasty, we can't let them catch us slipping. I found myself stiffen at their words, feeling the tension rising and the severity of it all dawning on me. They've not been around because they've been working hard to help me, just like Alicia had said. I was too focused on my own feelings to consider maybe they were actually trying to help. I'm such an idiot. I swallowed a lump that began to form in my throat, and I thought about my next course of action. I would be risking an even tighter leash if I stuck my neck out here and tried to join the conversation. But I can't just stand by and have them put themselves at risk on my behalf. They've all been good to me for the most part, and I'd be willing to risk losing more privileges if it means less secrecy and being able to help them, even just a bit. Having made my mind up, I slowly entered the room and made my presence known. If it's about me, I should be involved. All the attention suddenly fell to me, and I could hear my name being murmured in surprise by a few of them. Yeah, hi. It's like, you guys are being so loud I can hear you from all the way upstairs. At least outside the hallway. No, absolutely not. There's no need for you to be involved, miss. We're sorry if we woke you. Please head to bed. Antonio, I'm sorry, but no. My whole life, I'd have things kept from me. Things that wound up with me needing to be here. I understand I've been solely focused on my own feelings up until now, without even considering all of your work and sacrifices. I won't let you all sit here and worry about me anymore. Just let me know what I need to do to make your jobs easier. I refuse to make things more complicated than it needs to be, if it's as dangerous as you say. Please, if my cooperation is all I can offer, let me help. Antonio and I were locked in a silent battle, neither backing down and neither looking away. If he was looking for any trace of hesitation in me, he wouldn't find it. All I cared about was making sure everyone could walk out of this okay. Eventually, amidst the silence, he finally gave me a solemn nod and turned his attention back to the others. Fine. Miss Scarletta is welcome to stay for now. Circling back to our last point, a bodyguard might be the best. But now, since we have her word she will cooperate with us, we might be able to make a more educated decision. He turned to me once more, yet this time his gaze was almost softer. Forgive me for needing to bring this up, but I must ask. Do you have any idea who attacked you, or why? No. I was at a cafe on the opposite end of town. The room went silent as they all exchanged serious looks with one another. No one dared to smile. It's probably as we expected then, men. Our territory borders a rival family's territory, the Montianos, led by Edgar Montiano. We've had some issues with them recently, and it seems they dragged a civilian into it too. You. They all nodded in agreement, looking irritated at the mere mention of the other family. Miss, I will admit, when you first came here, I was hesitant to share everything with you, especially after seeing you struggle to deal with your emotions. But my word is my bond. So if you swear to me you'll cooperate with us and do as we say within reason, I'm willing to start from the beginning and tell you all I can. Yes. I met his eyes with a determined gaze and held out my right hand for him to shake. He gripped my hand firmly, his eyes never leaving mine. I swear it. If it will help to avoid losing lives, I'll do whatever you ask. For a split second, I noticed a smile, but he quickly covered it up and let go of my hand. Okay. When you were attacked, the consigliere, your grandfather, made a few calls, which is why we're here now. This is also why all of us are here. Why you're here now. Being the sons of important men, we can take care of ourselves. You, however, are not accustomed to the life, though we've already discussed as much. So the boss said to keep you here until we can get this all sorted out. And we are all going to be here until then as well. To be honest with you, we don't know how long it would take to sort things out, so we might all be in another's company for a while. So I'm gonna be living with these 6 dangerous men for an unknown amount of time? I mean, it could be worse. At least they're not all bad. It could be a lot worse, I suppose. Antonio cleared his throat, once more to recapture my attention. As I was saying, over the past 2 days, we've all been practically acting as your bodyguards. As long as you're with us, you're safe. Though no matter how safe a location is, there's always an underlying risk factor. We were hoping to work out a schedule of watching over you, but this meeting has made it glaringly obvious we can't function in the ways we have. Not only are you unhappy, but the method itself is flawed. Generally speaking, Leonardo was right in suggesting you have a bodyguard. It would allow us all more flexibility to work, while ensuring you have someone tending to you 24/7 and keeping you out of trouble. In other words, a designated point of contact in charge of your well-being. Someone who always will be there, even when the rest of us can't, to ensure there isn't even the slightest opportunity for failure. I nodded along as I followed what he was saying, feeling a bit anxious. I feel bad about troubling these guys, but I admit it does make me a lot safer, make me feel a lot safer. Now, all that's left is assigning someone to the task. He looked around the room, searching for volunteers. To my surprise, they all chipped in a bit. Why don't we have Junior do it? He's not nearly as important as our daily ops. Watch it run, Junior's with me. Don't go assigning him around. I doubt a regular soldato would be up to the task. Then why don't you do it? I don't mind, but I believe that I could do it. Yes, if that's a good idea after what happened last time. Oh yeah? I don't see you offering yourself up to do anything that actually involves work, Ren. No wonder your brother... Hey, cut it out, you numbnuts! We've got more pressing issues at hand. and I don't feel like listening to your catfights. Tensions and voices only rose more as they continued their futile arguments. To the point it was giving me a headache, and I was sure everyone else was too. Luca, who had been silently watching the whole time with his arms crossed in front of him, leaned in to whisper to Eliseo, who responded with a nod. Junior had a good idea, so listen up. There's no point sitting here and arguing in front of a pretty lady. All it does is make us look bad. Leonardo nodded and cut him off, with his usual almost monotone cadence. Let her choose. She would probably be more comfortable that way. Is that something she should even choose on her own? Does she even know us that well? I know I've mostly been unavailable due to work, but probably a good thing. The voices all began to mix together again, some fighting and some trying to stop the fighting, before Antonio finally got fed up and raised his voice again. Enough! I'm sick of this, and I'm not going to stay up all night just so you children can argue. Once it was silence, he turned to me, his voice much more level than it was a moment ago. Thank you. Miss, I believe you've interacted with all of us at least a tiny bit, so please pick who you feel is best or most competent. Please don't worry about us. Just choose someone you feel most comfortable or safe with, so we can ensure your cooperation. I let his words ring in my ears as I looked across each and every one of them in the room, and they all kept their attention on me in turn. I couldn't make out all of their expressions, but what I could see in each of their eyes was burning curiosity. Each man wondering who would be chosen, for better or worse. Well, Antonio seems fierce and able. An underboss would definitely be able to protect me. Despite our little tiffs, he seems to have a good head on his shoulders and generally wants to look out for mine and his men's safety. I just have to hope we don't butt heads. Renzo is apparently a bit of a trickster, but he seems capable. He's also probably easy to get along with, if he's willing to break the rules to make my life a bit easier. Though I wonder if that would ever go too far. Leonardo is calm and calculating, but seems to have a nice side somewhere. I don't think I get into much trouble with him around. While I didn't get to spend as much time with him and the others, he's always been respectful, even in this meeting. He seemed to be looking out for my best interests. He's a bit hard to read at times, though, so I wonder if that will work out? Eliseo is a bit of a flirt, never taking things too seriously, but is nice enough if you can tolerate him, I suppose. While beyond brazen and a bit immature at times, he does seem to have a good side. Is that enough to put up with his impulsive whims, though? Will I end up like Luca? Luca is a really friendly guy. He acts the most normal and kind out of all of them, and reminds me of life before everything happened. He's also the only one I'm close enough to consider a friend. I think I can trust him, but I wonder if he would even have time, let alone be allowed to, be my bodyguard since he seems to be stuck following Eliseo wherever he goes. Angelo is a guy who seems to be the butt of all jokes. He seems nice, and despite having a temper with the boys, and would probably be good company. He's the one I know least about, as he makes himself scarce. What I do know, though, is I might be able to learn a thing or two about him by sticking around. If I'm willing to risk his unknown chance factor, I might finally learn about what the boys hang over his head or more. I took a deep breath, carefully thinking as I looked each of them over, one last time. I had made my decision. I choose save. 9. Damn. Okay, pitch 12. Alright, so at the moment, only Luca and Elise are available, so let's see. Okay, so I'll roll until I get to either 4 or 5. I got 4. So Elise, I guess. All right, let's go. That was the prologue. And yeah. Let me go grab some water, okay? I'll be right back. Yep, gotta stay hydrated. I choose Eliseo. Huh? A few jaws dropped at my decision, yet each person looking more befuddled than the last. Yet Eliseo wasn't fazed in the slightest. He immediately came to my side, pulling me into a tight hug. I knew you had good taste. I awkwardly patted his back before he pulled away, grinning ear to ear while leaving an arm draped around my shoulder. You and I are gonna get along just fine, doll. Antonio cleared his throat, recapturing everyone's attention. Yet his eyes remained focused on Eliseo, giving him a pointed glare. What? Eliseo gave him an exasperated look of his own. But Antonio was unyielding. Eventually, he dropped his arm from my shoulder with a sigh. Yes, boss. I'll be on my best behavior. Scout's honor. He crossed his hand over his heart with a grin as Antonio rolled his eyes. Fine. As we were saying. Antonio refocused on the meeting. Eliseo's hand found its way back to me, this time settling on my lower back as he began to lead me out of the room. Hey, wait, he promised... Eliseo closed the door behind him before leaning close, speaking to me in hushed tones as we walked. Relax, it's fine. I know how these go. They're just moving on to some of the more gruesome details. Nothing a lady like you needs to hear. I blushed as I felt his warm breath ghost across my shell in my ear, hoping he wouldn't notice. I took a slight step to my left, allowing me some room to breathe. We stopped in front of the stairs, Alizio averting his gaze back toward the office door expectantly. Before I could question him, Luca popped his head out, scurrying to Alizio's side. Luca! Alizio stepped forward, clapping his hands together loudly, interrupting our cheerful hellos. Nice of you to join us, Junior. I figure you ran out here for a reason. They need me in there? Luca nodded quickly, reminding me of an excitable puppy as he glanced between Alizio and I. I can escort her. Alizio rolled his shoulders, stretching his neck from side to side. Sorry to cut this short, beautiful, but duty calls. No, but I wanted to hear the gruesome details. He gave me a devious wink and devious smirk and winked. He turned on his heels, waving a hand over his shoulder as he walked back toward the office. I had to tear my eyes away as I watched him strut through the door, catching a glance of a disgruntled Antonio on the other side. Wow. I shook my head in disbelief, scoffing at the whole ordeal. I don't know what I expected, but it was not getting sent to bed like a child. Lucas smiled, speaking with enthusiasm as he led me up the stairs. He's way too excited about this. Can't he see I didn't even want to be here? Maybe he's happy, but he isn't being treated like a fragile child. Hey, at least it's not all bad, right? I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of each other this way. I'm sure he'll be comfortable here. And if there's anything you need, please let me know. I shouldn't think like that. He's just trying to make me feel better. He's a sweetheart. I appreciate it, but I don't want to be a bother. You're already so busy. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Lucas shrugged, his smile faltering for a second. Like now. Alizio already sent you to do his bidding. We trailed down the hall, eventually stopping in front of my door. It's fine. It's not like I'm not used to it by now. Plus, you're never a bother. I really enjoyed getting to talk to you. Despite the dim halls, the blush on his cheeks was as bright as ever. Oh, right, here we are. I'll leave you to get some rest. Good night. Night. I waved goodbye as I watched him go downstairs. My stomach was already churning with anxiety. I wonder what things will be like. Did I even make the right choice? I fell back onto my bed with a huff, and as if on cue, my phone buzzed. Nighty night. Whatever. Rolling my eyes, I threw my phone to the side. Soon enough, exhaustion washed over my body, and I couldn't keep my eyes open for a moment longer. Good morning! 5 more minutes, please! A groan escaped my lips as an annoying sing-song lilt invaded my ears, pulling me from my peaceful slumber. Maybe if I just ignore him, he'll go away. Wishful thinking. I snuggled deeper into my covers and... Hello, rise and shine! got a big day ahead. You and me. You decent? My breath caught in my throat as I shot out of bed, looking myself over once before answering. Yeah? Without a second to spare, Alicia waltzed in with a wide smile, a wide grin, dress in hand. The dress soon made its way onto the foot of my bed, as I sat there in shock, my brain still too fuzzy to fully understand. We're being gifted clothes already. That should do it. I looked between the dress, beautiful and definitely more expensive than any of my other clothes, and Alicia rubbing his hands together in pleased excitement. To say I was confused would be an understatement. He chuckled, crossing his arms as he leaned against a nearby wall. What? His eyes flitted up to my hair, then back to my face, one of his hands covering his mouth as he let out a soft snort. Look, my bedhead isn't that bad, okay? Stop laughing. You doll may have the worst case of bedhead I've ever seen. Not everyone can wake up with perfect hair, okay? I'm jealous of anyone who actually does. I groaned, flopping back onto my pillows. My hands did their best to finger comb the rat's nest in my hair before I sat back up, grimacing at Eliseo. What did he even want? It's so early. I did my best to hide my small yawn, my words losing their venom. He chuckled to himself as he shrugged and adjusted his sleeve, checking his watch. You've been wearing the same 3 outfits since we got here. I guessed your size. Hope it fits. Now get dressed, or we'll miss brunch. Ooh, we going out to eat? My jaw dropped as he flitted off without another word. Just the same irritating smile, ever so pleased with himself. I threw one of the pillows at the spot where he was previously standing. Mouse. Stupid hope it fits, yeah, right. What sort of idiot savant do you have to be to get someone's clothes size? Grumbling petulantly from my lack of sleep, I threw the covers off and crawled out of bed to get dressed. There's no way this will fit, anyway. Then I can go back to... You've gotta be kidding me. The dress fully zipped, fitting me perfectly, neither too snug or too loose anywhere. Either he's got a good eye, or he's just really lucky. Though it is a pretty dress. My fingers traced the design in soft fabric, choosing to admire their quality instead of focusing on how exactly he managed to successfully guess my size. I wasn't sure if it impressed me, or if it irritated me even more. Yeah. I'm right there with her. Everything alright in there? Didn't go back to sleep on me, did ya? Coming. He was right outside the door, waiting for me. I'm leaning against the wall. As soon as he saw me, he let out an appreciative hum, straightening up as he extended his arm. Shall we? I hesitantly reached out to accept it, looking around for Luca as he led me down the stairs. The second I looked away, a hand reached behind my head and removed the elastic holding my hair back. What are you... Just as I thought. You look even cuter. huffed, opting to be the bigger person and ignore his antics. So, today I was thinking we could start with brunch at this new nice cafe. Is Luca not joining us? No, but as I was saying... He continued rambling happily about our plans for today. Yet I felt a bit disappointed my only friend wouldn't be joining us. No, I'm just kind of happy we're getting out of the house. Watch your head, doll. Ow, let go, you're hurting me! Leave us alone, asshole! He smirked as he watched me try to pry my hand away, only causing his grip to tighten even more. My wrist felt like it could break with one wrong move. He then reached to his side to grab something, and that was when I saw it, the knife. Flashback. Try not to squirm, doll. I'd hate to cut you. I grimaced, my stomach sinking to the floor. Danielle? Danielle? Uh-huh. Trauma. Alicia's voice brought me back to reality, but the uneasy feeling still crept back against my skin. I said we're here. Sure enough, somehow I had zoned out long enough for us to have already arrived. You alright? You were spaced out for a minute there. How long we been driving? I managed to choke out an awkward laugh, waving it off as he helped me out of the car. It's nothing. I guess I just got lost in thought. Sorry. He seemed skeptical, but accepted my answer nonetheless. If you say so. Say, is there anything you want to do today? I planned this whole little thing for you anyway, so make sure to speak up. I remember you saying how being cooped up was bothering you. You know, I'm just happy he remembered that. My chest felt warm and fuzzy, completely pulling me from my previous depressing stupor. Just using the same term doesn't incriminate him. So many people call others pet names. It was likely a coincidence. So, let me know if anything isn't up to par. Mary thought he was just making plans because he wanted to. Thank you. I can't believe you remembered that. He smiled, patting my hand, which was latched loosely onto his arm. Don't mention it. Alicia began leading us down the sidewalk, pointing ahead to one of the storefronts. Oh! There it is. You're gonna love their food. I noticed many eyes following us, or rather him, as we walked down the street. It was an uncanny feeling, yet when I looked up at Eliseo, he seemed entirely unfazed. He must be used to it. I would hate that. I would either hate it or I would just not notice because I'm so dense. It's kind of hard to miss him, with all the expensive clothes and the suave demeanor. As soon as we entered, all eyes were on him. Just like outside. Even the hostess seemed to puff out her chest a bit more, hoping to catch his eye with her cleavage. Jeez. Oh, good morning. How are you doing, handsome? She winked at him. leaning on the host stand as she played with her hair. Ugh, yeah. Okay, I thought we were at a cafe, not a Hooters. I looked at Eliseo, feeling sure he would be eating this attention up, but he wasn't. His smile was pleasant and friendly, his eyes never drifting to her chest once. Tip for two, please. The hostess didn't seem to get the hint, though, as she began to flirt a little more blatantly. Absolutely. Is there anything else I can do for you, sugar? Eliseo's gaze turned to me. He gave me a once-over before squeezing my hand. Anything you want? Just a table. And about, the chocolate cake, the pancakes, a burger, how about a BLT? A smoothie? My voice came out a bit harsher than intended, annoyed from the constant flirting, earning a chuckle from Eliseo. How hard is it to get food around here? Well, you heard the lady. We're all good. Just a table and menus, please. She huffed, her shoulders hanging dejectedly. She grabbed the menu and walked ahead. Follow me. We finally made it to our seats, settling in to look at the menu, but Eliseo's attention seemed to always make its way back to me. Now, where were we? Oh, was there anything else you wanted to do today? I took a second to ponder, looking over the menu, but nothing came to mind. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm just happy to finally do something, you know? Well, tell me what you would like to do then. He listened intently as I droned on, only occasionally throwing in hums or acknowledgments or praise, smiling the whole time. The air was comfortable and fun, something I hadn't felt much of since ending up at the Ventola estate. Yet my mind couldn't help but wonder exactly why he went out of his way to do all this. Sure, it was his job to look after me, but Antonio seemed happy enough to just keep me locked up. I'm sorry to ask. I know this is coming out of nowhere, especially when you've been nice enough to take me out, but why did you bring me out today? I already told you, didn't I? I bit my lower lip, eyes cast down on the table. I'm sure it would have been just as easy to leave me locked up in there. It would have been mean, though. I just don't see what you get out of this. He chuckled, leaning back in his seat. He shot me his signature smile as soon as our eyes met. Straight to the point, eh? I knew there was a reason I liked you. He shrugged, loosely crossing his legs. Well, I guess just to make you more comfortable with me. We're gonna be stuck with each other. And I know you trust Junior most out of anyone, which is fine, of course. But we need to be able to trust each other too. Is that why he isn't here today? You catch on quick? Yeah, he's doing some work for me, since I took the morning off. But I think that's about it. No ulterior motives here. I need to be able to protect you, so mutual trust is important. Plus, getting along never hurt anyone, did it? It's actually sweet. He winked at me as I struggled to not roll my eyes, causing him to let out a breathy laugh. Anywho, with that out of the way, is there anything else I can learn about the oh-so-mysterious Danielle? Me mysterious? And I just rambled on for what felt like forever about myself. That's the surface level shit. I mean the deep dark secrets. He gave me a wicked grin. Oh, he's teasing me. Actually, I have a few questions for you. Interesting. Shoot. Alicia leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest confidently. I thought for a moment, wondering what I should ask about now that I actually had a chance. Let's see. That's a 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me about the ventolas. Well, I'd love to know more about the The beignets are here? Yeah, they're really good. It doesn't even begin with a V. Oh, I guess beignet? I guess? Maybe. I cocked my head to the side, brows furrowed in confusion. You don't talk about the Mafia in public. No. His gaze was stern as it followed on me, and once he had my attention, he looked around the room. Oh. He nodded with a small smile. Guess we shouldn't talk about it so openly. Whoops. Anyway, there's not much to say. I run a few nightclubs. Leo's more of a casino guy. Angelo spends all his days training, and that's about it. The others are just desk jockeys, but you didn't hear that from me. He winked, but his attention soon turned to the clicking heels approaching. I felt a bit annoyed as our conversation was interrupted by a busty brunette. Her eyes locked onto Eliseo as she approached the table. I'm Kenzie, I'll be your server today. Her back remained turned toward me as she collected the menus, leaning against the table as she spoke to Eliseo. What can I get for ya? Coffee? Water? My number? Eliseo smirked, shaking his head. I'm flattered, but just water. Oh, don't be like that. Just women act professional, jeez. I rolled my eyes. Here we go again. What is with everyone trying to jump his bones today? Is this gonna happen every time? His eyes softened as he noticed my silence, not giving her more than an occasional glance. Just enough to be polite. Can I just get the quiche? She giggled, tracing her finger along the edge of the table. Of course, anything else? He turned his focus back to me, speaking with a slight edge to his tone. Maybe you should ask her. I bet she's hungry too. He didn't even flirt with her? I was shocked. He wasn't quite serious, but it was definitely more than I ever expected. He seemed like the type of guy to play the field. Is there anything you want, Danielle? It's on me, of course. Get what you want. I'll have whatever he's having. With juice instead of water, please. The waitress cocked her eyebrow before scribbling down the order, scurrying away when she noticed Eliseo wouldn't be giving her any more of his attention. Jeez. Just actually do your job, woman, maybe? I try to hold back a smile, thankful for his consideration. Maybe that's what it is? He's considerate, kind, easy to talk to? No wonder girls flock to him. I kinda get it now. He suddenly tapped the table, eyes wide. Like he just remembered something. Oh yeah, you got my text last night, right? You keep your phone on you? I grumbled, remembering how Antonio took my phone and replaced it with this piece of junk that only had the bare minimum. Yeah, I got it. Everything okay? I sighed, pinching my nose. I'm just annoyed. I can't believe Antonio took my phone. I swear nothing is going my way lately. Yeah, I heard about that. You really know how to push his buttons, eh? I guess so. He gave me a sympathetic look before checking his phone. Shoot. What? I don't have service in here. Do you mind if I borrow your phone for a minute? Be my guest. I fished it out of my pocket. Thankful he got me a dress that actually had pockets and passed it over. Okay, now that is thoughtfulness. That is like intense thoughtfulness. Buying us a dress that has pockets. Do you know how hard it is to find a cute dress that has pockets? It's nearly impossible. He tapped away furiously for a moment before passing it back. Thanks. I smiled at him, feeling confused as I noticed no messages had been sent. I decided to pay it no mind, before putting it back into my pocket. I don't get why I did that, but okay. You're right, this thing doesn't have an ounce of style. Not even any phone games. Tell me about it. Alicia laughed at my griping. The sound was enough to break my frown and laugh along with him. The familiar sound of clicking heels along the floor approached rapidly when... Whoops! My mouth dropped as sticky juice soaked into my dress. The waitress had a ghost of a smile on her face as everyone's attention turned to us. The other patrons began whispering about the spill. Like, what? It's like, is this some crappy, jealous girl from, like, one of those K-dramas? No, like, seriously, who does this? Who even does this? It's actually so pathetic. I'm so sorry, I'm just so clumsy. Alicia immediately stood up, glaring at her. Save it. Get me someone who can actually do their job. Her smirk dropped as his polite smile disappeared, voice sharp. But... I don't want to hear a bullshit apology. You may be pretty, but you're a terrible actress. Now go. I felt my eyes water as more and more people watched the scene play out, wanting to just curl up and die of embarrassment. The juice was sticking in places it shouldn't be. I was hungry, and I wanted to go home. The waitress stomped away. Alicia kneeled by my side. Yeah, there. Taking off his jacket before wrapping it around my shoulders. You know, he acts like a flirt sometimes, but he's actually not bad. I like the way he told her off. Like, that was so unnecessary. We are. We're discovering him. It smelled of expensive cologne, but nothing too overbearing. It was a bit too large on me, but it was warm like him. Yeah, there's a lot of good visual novels out there. Yes, I'm converting another one. It was comforting. Wait! Your jackets! His Gucci jackets are covered in a sticky juice. It's fine. But I'm sure it's expensive. And the dress is probably ruins and nothing. When he noticed the tears threatening to fall, he squeezed my arm softly, his voice much gentler than it had been before. You need to stop worrying so much, doll. I'll handle it. It's no big deal. I heard there was an issue. Oh, Mr. Lucian, what a pleasure. Her voice carried a seductive undertone, and for once, Elysier seemed just as annoyed as me at the constant flirtation. I'm sure. You want to explain why your staff is harassing customers? Oh, Kenzie? She's just clumsy. I'm sure she didn't mean to. Bullshit. She smiled when she looked at me. Moreover, have you thought about that little favor I asked of you? Working at Eden would be a dream. Eden? Is that the club he owns? His eyes drifted down her eyes drifted down his body, her tone as submissive and soft as possible to earn his favor. And I, of course, would be happy to do whatever it takes to make it up to you. Elysier responded in kind. Words polite and honeyed, yet his eyes displayed a fierceness I hadn't seen in him before. I guess today was a day of firsts. You're ever too kind. What I would have liked is a pleasant meal, but the staff here seems far more below par than I remember. What a shame. We'll take our meals to go. We've seen far too much of how skilled and charismatic your serving staff is. How could he even ever possibly take you away? The woman seemed taken back at the harsh edge of his voice, venom laced in every word. Her face quickly contorted into an annoyance as his gaze shifted to me. As if wanting her to say any more, he pulled me closer, a protective arm around my shoulder. Yeah, shoot. With a final huff, she turned on her heel, clearly aware she wouldn't be able to save the mood. I guess he didn't act like this when he was here last time. I won't lie though. It felt a bit cathartic to see them get what was coming to them. Here, come on. Let's go pay and get out of here. He extended his arm to me again, and I took it, wrapping his jacket further around me to hide the juice stains and stop the spill. This time I paid no mind to the woman glaring daggers at me. I kept my gaze on the floor as he guided us to the front. I'm so sorry about all this. I'll keep it quick. At the host stand, they hurried to help check him out, passing him the receipts in a few minutes before running to grab our to-go meal. He sighed as he noticed the phone number scribbled on the back, looking up to see the girl, waiting to see his reaction. Eliseo smiled, holding up his phone so she could see it, before he began typing in the number. I glared at him, feeling anger bubble up inside me. You switch up fast, don't you? You'll give the poor girl whiplash, you know? Eliseo brushed it off with a shrug, chuckling under his breath. No, don't get mad, doll. I was just sending a number to Junior to mess with him. Poor Luca. He showed me his phone. He showed his phone to me. He wasn't lying. I wonder how often he does that. Sends a girl's phone number over to Luca so he doesn't have to deal with it. Get them off his back. Eliseo leaned down, whispering into my ear, his hot breath fanning my cheek as the minty scent filled my senses. I know the game they're playing. They're jealous of you because you're pretty and I wasn't paying attention to them. If I act the parts, they'll leave you alone. I felt my cheeks burn from the closeness, causing him to chuckle and back away, squeezing my shoulder as brief form of comfort. Soon enough, the girl returned and they exchanged pleasantries, though I mostly tuned them out. Maybe I'm the one who'll get whiplash. He's just so carefree. One moment he's flirting, the next he's considerate. I just don't get him. Oh, that was quick. Eliseo had pulled out his phone, thumbs tapping away at the speed of light before shooting me an apologetic smile. Looks like June finished up early. Sorry to cut this short, but that's our cue. I'm sure we'll have plenty more time to chat soon, though. My heart clenched painfully. I thought we were wanting to get to know each other, be friends. We are. But so soon? I'm a busy man, sweethearts, but we'll have more time. I do get that. He has a job to do, honey. I get it, I understand. But let the man do his work. A car pulled up in front of us, the same as the one we took to get here. Ah, speak of the timing. Here they are. With a bright smile, he helped me into the car, paying no mind as I stuttered. Trying to find something to say. I'll see you later. Make sure to take a warm shower and get the juice out, you hear? I stared at him, mouth agape, as he closed the door, waving us off with the same kind smile he'd given me all day. What about my quiche? What about my to-go quiche? Eliseo, you forgot to give me my damn quiche. I'm hungry. First we got juice spilled on us, then we get evil stares from a whole bunch of bitches, and now we don't even get to eat our lunch. This day sucks. As the car began to move, I was still zoned out, looking out the window. Wishy-washy asshole. I scoffed, slouching back into the seats, feeling almost irritated by how good the jacket smelled, and how it was keeping me warm against the unrelenting AC. Poor Luca. If this is what he has to deal with all the time. One second he seems friendly and genuine, then the next he just does whatever his heart desires, not a care in the world. I'm so stupid. I expected this from him, but he seemed like he was gonna take this seriously. All that talk about mutual trust, yet here I am being sent home alone with someone I don't know, covered in juice, and he doesn't even have a single care in the world. And without a freaking quiche! With the heavy hearts, I watched as the scenery began to blur together. I don't care that he left me to do his job. I just care that he forgot to give me my damn to-go meal. That's what I'm angry with. I know my priorities are so in order. I made my way across the landing with long strides, not paying much attention to Luca, who had been standing to the side. Hey, Danielle. Not right now, Luca. We're sticky and hangry. Or not? The light thud of Luca's footsteps followed behind, beginning his spew of incessant questions. Is there anything you want to do? Or if you're still a bit hungry, I could make us a snack, or... Luca. I gritted my teeth, turning on my heel as I tried not to snap. It wasn't his fault. I'm sorry. I'm not hungry. I just really want to be left alone for a while. I need to get my thoughts in order. He hesitated, rocking on his heels, but spoke up before I could turn away. If there's something you need to talk about, you can always talk to me. He's a sweetheart. I'm a good listener, and it's healthier than bottling it all up. Plus, you said we're friends, right? I sighed, rolling my head back across my shoulders. Fine. His eyes lit up for a moment before he rushed to join me in my room. The door shut behind us with a resounding thud. I threw Alicia's jacket on the back of my desk chair, not paying any mind to the disgusting juice splotches on the dress sticking to my skin. I was so mad I barely even noticed my room had been tidied while I was gone. We have maid service? Awesome. He's just so... Ugh. Lucas sat at the end of the bed, listening intently, as his eyes followed my pacing. I don't know why I chose him. I knew he was carefree, flirtatious, fence-sitting. Ugh. I flung myself next to Luca, laying on my stomach, not caring if my sheets get dirty. I don't know how you do it. Sure, he seems nice. He really had me going there for a minute with the whole serious act, but... I sighed, burying my face into my hands. I don't know. He's just so confusing. Luca hummed in acknowledgement, eyes flitting over to the discarded jackets. Do you want inputs, or were you just trying to let it out? Inputs, please. Am I crazy? He chuckled, gently shoving my shoulder. No way. Even if you were, he does have a tendency to drive people crazy. Even Antonio. Seriously? Oh, lots of times. Not as much as Ren or Angelo, though, I think. We were having a nice time. Even if all the women were flirting with him non-stop. I still think that lady spilled that juice on me on purpose. Oh, yeah, definitely. Probably. I'm sorry you had a rough time. It makes sense you feel the way you do. You had a bad day, and from your perspective, after all that, he sent you home without care in the world, with a stranger after saying he'll look after you. And obviously, that didn't start off on a good foot, since that woman was so awful to you guys. You were already in a bad mood because of it. He shrugged, readjusting himself to be more comfortable. It might be hard to trust him, but I can tell you right now that he wouldn't have sent you home with anyone he didn't trust. He's hard to read, but after working for him for a while, what I do know is that he's got a good heart, even if he struggles to show it. He's helped more people than I can count, even if he has fun on the side. I groaned at the mention of him having fun. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Hey, all I'm saying is, give him a chance. He cares about things more than he lets on, and he's always seen his promises through. Sure, he can be annoying as hell, but we all have our faults. As much as I hated to admit it, he was right. Today sucked in general, and it wouldn't be fair to judge him solely based on one experience. Luca clicked his tongue, making a tisk sound as he pushed himself off the bed. I also can't speak on behalf of the Signoras, but if I know them well enough, they wouldn't leave you to Eliseo if they didn't trust him. Yeah. You're right. Thanks, Luca. And sorry I was being an ass. You didn't deserve that. He laughed, flashing me a bright smile. Don't mention it. I wouldn't have been in a good mood either with the day you had. Anyway, I should get going. Good night. Good night. I should probably shower soon to get this junk off me. I'm pretty sure this dress is ruined. I think Luca is the one you go to when you need to talk things out. When you're having problems, go to Luca. He's good at the resolution. I finally got to relax, rinsing myself of the grime and emotional toils of the day. A plate of food was left on my bedside, still hot. I was thankful that someone remembered that I hadn't eaten. My appetite finally caught up with me, and I dug into the warm meal. The next few hours passed by in a blur as I tried to occupy myself with meaningless tasks around the room. I organized what little belongings I had, straightened up my bed, and doodled in my notebook. The sounds of the boys coming and going could be heard through the door, but I wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone, especially Eliseo. He was probably out gallivanting and drinking, or whatever. I sighed, flopping myself back into my sheets. There was no point in wasting my thoughts on him. Drowsiness took over, and I finally decided to tuck myself in for the night, despite it being earlier than usual. As I laid in the bed, I couldn't help but stare at the jacket at the back of my chair, as if it were taunting me at my own indecision. as I stared up at the skylight, taking in the beautiful sights and various smells. I've only been here a few times. I guess I never really noticed. It's a nice mall. As I strolled through the first floor, I smelled a cologne almost too familiar for my liking. Guess I know where he buys it now. I should have been happy to continue on and enjoy my day out, but a tuft of blonde hair accompanied by someone's signature suit color caught my eye. There's no way he's here, right? Who? Oh! Luca followed my line of sight, confirming what I saw. That's weird. I didn't think he'd be here. Maybe he's stalking us? You never know. We should probably go say hi. I shrugged, happy to go along with whatever. I was determined to actually have a good day out. Sure. As we got closer, two familiar voices became easier to pick out amongst the louder chatter. And you're sure? Have you ever known me to be wrong? Alicio grumbled, rubbing his face with his hands. Huh? He looks stressed, like pull your hair out stressed. Wonder what's got his panties in a twist. I strained my heart, desperately trying to hear more before they noticed us, but to no avail. If you're right about that, though, that means she's... Oh, hey! The previously stressed-looking man resumed his relaxed, suave demeanor, effectively cutting off my eavesdropping. What are you guys doing here? His voice was cheerful, yet there was an edge, as if he were speaking through his teeth, directed specifically at Luca. Good question. Ren's eyes were cold, a stark contrast to all the times I had seen him before. Does everyone have personality issues? Probably. Luca's confused expression quickly turned to one of shocked horror. I didn't check my phone. I'm so sorry. Alicia patted Luca's cheek, a little harder than it needed to be, with a tight-lipped smile. That's alright. Ren was just leaving. Yep, see ya. Two blondes nodded at one another in some kind of understanding. We had obviously interrupted something important. Do you want to explain what that was about? Not really. Alicia slung an arm around my shoulder, keeping me close to his side. The scent of his cologne enveloped me, quelling any protests I may have had. He may be a lot of things, but damn did he smell good. So good, in fact, I scarcely noticed Luca's dejected puppy look expression as he tried to keep up with Alicia's brisk pace. Signora, should I... Unnecessary. I was just wrapping up anyway. The infuriatingly good-smelling man waved his free hand around, nonplussed. Thanks for your work today. I can take it from here. Ain't that right, doll? He smiled down at me, hugging my shoulder, bringing me back to reality. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, I guess. In all honesty, I hadn't been paying enough attention to fully register his question. A downside to the close proximity. There you have it. We'll see you later, kid. Enjoy the rest of the day off. I watched as Elysier led me away from a stammering Luca, too gobsmacked to know what to do or how to respond. Eventually, as he walked into distance, I saw his shoulders drop while he slinked back to the entrance. Aw, poor baby. Is Luca going home all sad? You alright? Yeah, I guess I just feel bad. He was so excited to hang out today. seeing my stare. He nudged the flask toward me, an offering. Oh, no thank you. Suit yourself. His words echoed in my mind. I never considered him much of a family man, but surely he had someone he cared about. A mother, father, anyone? Can I ask you something? You just did? You know what I mean. The man plushed the blonde locks out of his face, taking another sip of his now alcoholic drink. Shoot. What's your family like? Surely you have someone you're close to? We got the sad music, we got family issues coming up. Family drama in the air. Alicia grimaced, trying to play it off with a cough. Phew, that's strong. I reached out to grab his hand, hoping to provide him some comfort, but he immediately pulled it away with a forced smile. How about we talk about something fun, doll? You sure seem to love to dredge up the past. Ouch. Ooh. He wasn't wrong. He lived in the moments, and all that I am is connected to the past. Even now. All I can think of is things going back to how they used to be. You're right. But it's not always a bad thing. A lot can be learned from it. Or relived. I stared into his blue-gray eyes, trying to find the courage to break through. I promised myself I would give him a chance, and this would be the first step. You said we needed to trust each other, right? This has nothing to do with that. It does. If we can't share our feelings, how can we trust each other when shit really hits the fan? It won't. I've got it under control. That's what they all say. But what if? Alicia rolled his neck along his shoulders as he sighed, trying to relax and loosen himself up. His usual demeanor and cheerful air were replaced by something cold and distant. Lonely, even. Okay, I'll bite, but you first. Why do you want to know so bad? What was your childhood like? I'll tell you, but you have to swear you'll go after me. I held my pinky up to him, which he shot me an incredulous look. Really? Just do it. It's just a kitty promise. They don't mean anything. What, do you want us to, make a blood pact or something? I don't think that's an appropriate thing to do in a mall. Then we'll only use them for important things. Driving me to drink. I smirked as he murmured under his breath. He had abided by my wishes anyway. No, lay it on me. What's your deal? There's no deal, really. I wasn't always a good daughter. A regular case of you don't know what you have until you lost it. He nodded along, leaning in on his elbows. I had his full attention, and for some reason, it felt good. Taking a deep breath in and out, I continued. This was always hard for me to talk about. The last time I ever saw them, I basically told them I hated them. Even the day I found out they had died. I cursed their names, thinking, poor me. They broke their promise to me on my birthday. Once they were gone, though, I found myself choking up, but resolved to make it through. I would have given up anything to keep them. I always knew something was strange about what happened. No one was ever caught. Now I'm here. I know more, but I still know nothing. It's frustrating. A hot tear finally broke through as I shut my eyes. But it didn't make it far before a large, warm hand cut my cheeks. Thumb softly wiping it away. My eyes shot open, seeing a familiar smile, followed by a pang of guilt for ever being irritated by it. Hey, it's okay. He hesitantly moved closer, close enough for our shoulders to touch, but I didn't lean away, not even as his arm wrapped around my shoulder to pull me into his chest. Elysier remained silent as I gained my bearings. His hands soothingly stroked up and down my arm the whole time, and he covered my face each time someone got close. My heart warmed. He didn't want me to be embarrassed. It's kind of sweet. He's blocking us from anyone seeing us cry. Just as I was about to pull away and apologize for being such a crybaby, he spoke up, voice barely above a whisper. It doesn't mean they didn't hurt you. You can love and miss them, but it won't change that. I went to look up at him, but he placed his chin on my head. He didn't want me to look at him? I care about my mother and father, but I don't know if I could say I love them. He let out a bit of laugh, and I noticed how he seemed to grip me slightly tighter. It's not like they loved me either, though. My mother and father spent more time in others' beds than their own, and they admitted on more than one occasion I was only born to take over in their stead. Sad. Most of the time, I was entirely alone, and my father was too focused on drinking and sex to teach me anything, so I had to learn on my own, hands-on. Eliseo. My heart ached for him. That's a heavy burden to bear, and I suddenly felt silly about crying over my own. You really didn't have anyone? He shook his head, swallowing hard. No. I begged for a sibling, and when I gave up on asking, I tried to make friends. I remember making a stupid charm bracelet out of plastic and beads after watching a movie when I was about 10, thinking that surely must be a way to make a friend. No one wanted to be friends with someone like me, though. It was too dangerous. Yeah, that's sad, but I do get it. He's from a Mafia family. I remember the person I gave it to threw it as far as they could, as if just having it put a target on their back. So I stopped trying and decided to suck it up, work hard, and make my own fun. I think I took over around 17. I can't remember. It was hard,
At first, I blamed my parents for everything I endured. But I realized they're not perfect, and neither am I. Your parents, though, they loved you. I overheard them on rare times we were all in the same location. Junior's family, too. You two have something worth fighting for. Not many people do. His breathing became slightly ragged, yet his voice remained smooth. Knowing he must be hurting only made me want to comfort him more, as he had done for me. I slowly reached my arm across his torso, in case he might pull away, but he didn't. Instead, he pulled me into a tight embrace. We stayed like that for a while, silent but unrelenting. Eventually, we pulled away, exchanging embarrassed smiles. Sorry, doll. Didn't mean to ruin the mood, but I promised. Forcing a laugh, he stood up, straightening himself out. My street cred with ladies is gonna be out the door now, though. He bowed forward as he tried to play off things. I like this version of him. The real him. Vulnerable and caring. And lonely. It suddenly all made sense. That is what he was compensating for. That does make sense. His character makes sense now. When it comes to connections, he doesn't have parents, he doesn't have friends. When it comes to work, he has to be professional all the time because, you know, he's the boss of his family. He's a leader, so he can't show weakness there. So it doesn't leave much. I guess it's really not surprising why he's has the type of personality he does. You know, drinking, playing around. It's probably not what he wants to do, not his... He's living life the best he can. As far as he's aware that he's capable of doing. Or something. But, yeah. That's sad. I grabbed his hand, causing him to jump as if I had burned him. But he didn't pull away. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, you too. His eyes widened, cheeks slightly pink as he fumbled over his words. For what it's worth, I like this version of you more. Okay. 3, so 1, 2, 3. Be sincere. I feel like I understand you better. Who knew you were such a softie? Alizio began to protest, but his cheeks only burnt brighter. A first for him. I couldn't help but smile as I stood to join him. Come on, let's go walk around. You wanted to have fun, right? Things felt better. Much better. It was like we finally had equal footing and saw each other for the first time. Him especially. The more we spoke, the more I understood him. Enjoyed being with him, even. I should thank Luca. He was right. I just needed to take the first step. Alizio pointed to a couple as we moved through the mall, Look, they're matching head to toe. Oh, that's so cute. I agree, actually. I kinda like cheesy things like that. He grins, but then looked at me with a serious expression. If you tell anyone I said that, especially Junior, I'll never forgive you. I couldn't help but bark out a laugh. It was cute how he cared so much about his little bravado, and his smiles felt so much sweeter and more genuine. I'm kinda glad I chose him. It's nice to have someone else I can call a friend. We wandered around, window shopping for a bit as we people watched, making up scenarios about what their life stories were. That actually is kind of fun. I've done it a couple times. The conversation was easy as we eyed the storefronts, stopping occasionally to see items posted in the windows. Alicia seemed to grow impatient as we hovered outside another shop. Peering in the window, opting to pull me along and tell me a story about a time where Luca was locked in a mall overnight. As we were talking, we passed a store with a beautiful blue top in the window, similar in design to the dress that had been groomed that day by the waitress a few days ago. Oh, wait! Can we go in here? I want to get the shirt in the window. His previous laughter and smiles were cut short, his expression suddenly darkening. Is everything okay? As if a light switch flipped, he was back to all smiles, yet his eyes remained dull. Oh, yeah, sure. I gave him a soft smile and rubbed his arm as he had done mine earlier, thinking he might have just thought about something from earlier. Cute clothing store. Entering the shop, I noticed it was split into two sections, male and female, and silently rejoiced. Now we can shop together instead of me just dragging him along. They should shop for matching outfits. They did just mention that. Those look nice. See anything you want? I call behind me, pointing to a few shirts on the wall. Silence. Alizio? Turning to face him, I notice his smile is gone again, face tucked away in his phone as he types a mile a minute. Do you like those? He looks up for half a second and makes another non-committal grunt. I won't lie, it was annoying, but I shrugged it off. He's on his phone. It's probably business. If he's stressed, I should just let him deal with what it is, so we can keep enjoying our day. Nodding to myself, I focused on finding the shirts. Alizio trailing behind me as I looked through the aisles and racks. Every now and again, I would look back and notice his eyebrow twitching. But one thing remained. His smile was long gone. I felt bad, wanting to do something to help. But the best thing I can do was give him some space. Oh, these are cute. I sorted through the racks, finally deciding on two shirts I wanted. I remember Alizio mentioning I mainly wore the same things, and he was right. It was time for a change. What do you think of Alizio? He wasn't behind me anymore. Panicked, I looked around the aisle, eventually finding him at the checkout desk. He threw his card at the clerk, pointing back to me. Did he change his mind and buy something? As soon as I approached, the clerk took the shirt from my hands, removed the tags, and placed them in a bag, all without ringing me up. You forgot to charge me. I paid already. His voice was dull and matter-of-fact. It only made me worry for him more. You know, I'd be like, well, make it not happen. It's like, I'd like to make a refund on his purchase. Not every place has a refund thing, so. You didn't have to do that. Didn't I? Eliseo forced a smile again, but I had seen him smile enough by now to know he was hiding something. Does he not want to talk about it? The thought gave me a lonely feeling. I had assumed we'd be past this after all that happened earlier. Sure, Rome wasn't built in a day, but we were really connecting for a minute. You ready now? Without waiting for my response, he began briskly walking toward the door, so I grabbed the bags from the clerk and raced to catch up. Eliseo! He didn't slow down. Wait! Finally catching up, I locked my arm around his, mainly to keep him from walking so fast. Is everything okay? My brows knitted together as my chest thumped with worry. He was never like this. It must be bad. Yet all he did was smile. Don't worry your precious head about that doll. The memories forced their way into my head again, at the worst possible time, making me cringe. He laughed breathedly, keeping the same lifeless smile. What, can't give you a nickname anymore? It's not that. It just reminds me of the man, you know? It's not your fault. Most of the time I'm fine. The man? The reason I'm here? His features softened, but only briefly, before he returned to his usual grumpy self. Won't happen again. Did I do something? Just talk! Just talk, you two! I stared up at him, feeling the weight of this sudden invisible wall, and wanting nothing more than to force him to break it down and tell me plainly what the problem was. As much as I wanted to, though, we were in public. It probably wasn't the best place to talk about this, especially if it might involve the Ventolas. He sighed, readjusting my hold on his arm, before we continued walking wordlessly through the mall. What can I do to cheer him up if he doesn't even want to talk about it? He can't be hangry, can he? He would have just brought something to eat when he went to the juice stand. If he were hungry? So it's either me or work. But we were fine earlier. It was my turn to sigh now. I had no idea what to do. He was kind enough to buy my shirts, even though he was in a bad mood, and I couldn't even think of a way to cheer him up. Useless friend I am. We turned past a jewelry shop, 2 twinkling bracelets catching my gaze. 2 charm bracelets. That's it. A silent way to offer my friendship and show him he can talk to me, and a way to repay his kindness. Bingo. I tugged on his arm, unable to hold back my grin, causing him to stop in his tracks. Wait, I want to check some of this out. If he was grumpy before, he was a thundering rain cloud now. Elysius scrunched up his nose, clicking his tongue with a huff, before reaching into his wallet and producing a few $100 bills, shoving them into my hand. I don't want your money. Not when you're moody like this. I looked between him and the cash, and the longer I waited, the more irritated I grew. What? You wanted to buy some jewelry, right? Go get it. What is this deal? Elisio, No, it's fine, I get it. A wardrobe isn't enough without a set of diamonds to match. My mistake. He ran a hand through his hair as he laughed dryly, venom laced in every word. My heart broke with each syllable. What could I have done to make him act like that? What is your problem? Diamonds? Wardrobe? You bought me 2 shorts. That's hardly a wardrobe. And I didn't even ask you to. Did I do something or... As soon as I reached out to touch him, he jerked away with a glare. My problem? I'm sorry, sweetheart, but I don't have one. It's fine if you want it, but don't try to act like you're any different than the others. Ooh. Not cool, not cool. That's not cool. Others? I didn't do anything to you. What are you even talking about? My blood boiled as I shoved the wad of cash into the bag, shoving it into his arms. Here. I thought we were friends, but I see now how low you think of me. Go fuck yourself, Elisio. That was completely unnecessary of him. Yeah, I do not blame Danielle for being angry. I would be equally as angry. I think any woman would. The familiar burning of tears blurred my vision as I ran off. Anywhere would be better than here. Maybe you don't have friends because you're an asshole. A stupid carefree playboy who toys with people's emotions, getting close to them just to push them away. After I made it a decent ways away, I wiped my eyes. My body betrayed me, though, and kept crying regardless. So I shoved my way into a nearby bathroom. Stupid body crying as if I'm sad. Crying as if I'm mad. Ugh. Fucking asshole. I watched her bolt away from me. Not even quick enough to catch the bag she shoved at me, all of which were now strewn over the floor. Fuck. I wasn't quite sure how to feel about her running off. Was I an asshole? Maybe. But how did she expect me to react? Everything was just fine. I got my hopes up thinking maybe someone finally, I don't know, cares? And then once again, like all the others, she begins asking for all the finer things in life. Just like everyone else, she sees money and power, the protection I can provide. Never enough. I hissed under my breath as my chest tightened uncomfortably. Somehow, thinking those things about her hurt more than actually doing them. My blood only continued to boil as I remembered the day she chose me. While we were out, I had sent Junior to buy her a wardrobe full of new clothes, worried she'd be uncomfortable, always washing and wearing the same few outfits. She pretended not to notice right to my face. I mean, how could he miss a wardrobe? Not even a thank you. If she uses the drawers, pull-out drawers on the dresser, it would be easy to miss a wardrobe. Groaning, I tucked a few strands of my hair behind my ears as I yanked my phone from my pockets. Junior on speed dial. No matter how mad I was, I had a job to do, and that was to protect her. There's no way I could ever find her on my own in this big-ass mall. Hello? You busy? You fucking lost her? Angelo screaming in my face was the last thing I had expected, and I was taking every ounce of my self-control to stop myself from tearing him a new one. I didn't lose her. She's here somewhere. You poach one of my best security members. Okay, fine. Annoying, but I can deal with it. But you fucking lose a civ and people call me unreliable? Huh, absolutely rich. That's it. I grabbed him by the collar, practically snarling in his face. Jeez, he is pissed off. Cat fights! You watch your fucking tone, Norielli. We don't need to draw more attention. We don't need to draw more attention. As he holds him by the scruff of his neck, tie, or whatever. We don't need to draw more attention. Okay, that's right. Take it out on me, you fucking. Stop! Junior stepped between us, managing to pry us off one another. It's getting dark, and if she ran off, she might be in real danger. We're not gonna find her any quicker with you two going at it. And, Signora Norielli, I appreciate you helping, but we should focus on the task at hand. He smirked, basking in Angelo's annoyance. He didn't know what he had, back when Junior was working for him, and I sure as hell wasn't gonna let him get him killed. Kid's got too much to live for. Fuck Angelo, and fuck initiating him. Angelo thrashed away from Junior's grasp, glaring at me all the while. I'll start here. You better hope she's okay. If not, I'm going straight to the top. My knuckles cracked from how hard I was squeezing them, wanting nothing more than to beat the ever-loving shit out of him. Has anyone ever done that? I never have. I feel like it hurts. But he was right. She needed to be found. That took priority. She'll be fine. I began walking the other direction with Luca, trying to cover as much area as possible. But I couldn't shrug off the cloud of dread hovering over me. She will be fine. Or else someone will have hell to pay. Danielle! I sniffed one last time, wiping my nose with a tissue. Stupid angry tears. Danielle! That time, I was sure I heard my name. Angelo? Why would he be here? I tidied myself up best I can, though it was hard to hide the red puffy eyes. Immediately upon walking out, I saw his red hair, guiding me like a beacon. Angelo? He turned on his heels, staring at me with wide eyes before jogging over. Angelo breathed a sigh of relief as he looked me over, seeing as I was mostly okay. That, however, only irritated him. You had us all worried sick. Who in their right mind would run off and... Why are your eyes so red? Are you okay? His irritation switched to concern, voice taking on a kinder tune. Did someone do something to you? Just say the word and I'll... It's fine, it's nothing like that. The tall redhead's shoulders visibly relaxed, but it was obvious he wasn't done being a worrywart. Then what happened? Lizio being an asshole is what happened. Angelo barked at a laugh, pretending to wipe a tear from his eye. Fucking tell me about it. He always acts like the biggest cock in the roost, but here he is, needing my help to track no offense. None taken. So you've experienced it too? If by it you mean him poaching one of my best men, crippling my income and pushing me even further to the bottom, then yes. He really did that? I was shocked. Sure, he was being an asshole today, but he didn't seem like the type to go out of his way to ruin lives or anything. Angelo nodded and sighed, shoving his hands into his pockets. Long story short, but whatever. Let's just tell them we found you. I dragged my feet behind him, not wanting to see everyone else just yet. I was still angry with Eliseo, but I also feel embarrassed for causing such a fuss and making people worry. As we continued on, we passed the store that started the whole argument, and I couldn't take another step. I stared into the glass and I smiled. I should buy it just to throw it at his stupid face. Was it petty? Yes. Any amusing thoughts? Also yes. Do I blame her? No. Is there a slight possibility I might also do the same? Yes. Although it only depends on how much the bracelets cost. Danielle, why did you stop? A light bulb went off in my head, remembering something Eliseo had told me. You work security, right? Yeah? Good. I don't want to talk to Eliseo right now, and it would help if you back me up. He eyed me apprehensively, before giving a small grunt of acknowledgement. If you're sure. Danielle? Danielle! I jumped at hearing my name, seeing none other than Luca running up, alone. What happened? As soon as he approached, Angelo sidestepped him, standing in front of me. Signora? The Signora wants to be left alone. No, Angelo. It's fine. Luca is fine. I like the way the characters move. Luca's eyes narrowed at Angelo, who returned the same look. They were in a non-verbal standoff. but Angelo eventually conceded and stepped aside. Yet he remained an arm's length away. I gave Luca a light rundown as the three of us made our way to the car, and he confirmed that Eliseo had apparently left once Luca texted he had found us. The ride home was mostly silence, as I was still festering. Luca, bless him, had no idea what to do to help. I headed straight to my room after saying goodbye to the others, ready to shower and be done with the day. And I would have been able to do so if not for the mountain of bags on my bed. What the fuck? There was a note on my nightstand that said, "Sorry," scrawled onto it, no name. Though I definitely didn't need a name to get an inkling of who this was all from. This is actually insulting after, like, the whole thing being, like, instigated by, you know, buying things. From just buy a whole bunch of stuff and leave it in our room. That's not a sorry. That's an insult. Never do that. One quick look in the bag showed us shirts, bracelets, and a few other random expensive-looking items. To say I was livid would be an understatement. Slamming the door open, I rushed out of my room, almost toppling over poor Luca, who was coming up the stairs. Whoa, where's the fire? Where is he? Where is who? Slow down and tell me what's going on. Is everything okay? He reached out to comfort me, but I jerked away. I am not in the mood. Tell me or I'll find him myself. You don't touch a girl when she's in this state of anger. Just let her be. Just let her be. That is the best thing you can do. Gulping, he motioned toward the end of the hall. His room, getting ready to go out. Third to the right. Not if I have anything to say about it. I grumbled, pushing him aside as I barreled into Eliseo's room, ready to give him a piece of my mind when I... Oops! There he was, just beginning to button up his shirt, leaving nothing of his toned chest to imagination. I felt my mouth go dry. I forced my eyes up, eventually meeting his own. We were locked in a shocked stalemate. Focus! We're angry! Shaking my head, I forced myself to focus on the task at hand, fanning the flames of my anger. How dare you? How dare I? He scoffed, continuing to button up his shirts. How do I what? How do I get changed in my own room? Treat you like a perfect gentleman and buy you whatever you want? No, I have no idea why you decided to get all pissy. And I brought you those little doodads. Couldn't remember which, so I bought both. What more could he possibly want from me? My fist tightened at my sides. If he thinks this will win me over, he is dead wrong. Do you always throw money and gifts at your problems? You think that will make people like you? Oh, it has, sweethearts. His voice raised several decibels as he stalked over. I had obviously hit a nerve. You think I don't know why a pretty little thing like you hangs off my arm? I highly doubt it's for conversation. You're such a hypocrite. You claim to know and understand everyone's motivations, when you have no idea why I'm upset. You never even asked. You just shoved me into a perfect little cookie cutter box and went with it. And everyone else does the same. It's life, sweetheart. And I've witnessed this shit firsthand. I know how the story ends. It's better to keep everyone happy with false promises. You know what you're here for, and so do I. Sure. Maybe I judged you all at first. But I was scared, Eliso. I didn't know what to expect. We weren't connecting. I was annoyed, but then today I don't know. You showed me you. The real you. At least, who I think you are? I thought we were getting along. I thought you were... You know what? Never mind. Obviously, I was wrong about you. He extended his arms out with a smirk. You and everyone else, sweetheart. I clenched my jaw as tightly as I could, determined not to let any angry tears fall. At this point, I'd be punching him in the face. I'd punch him in the face and slam the door behind me. Stupid angry crier. Digging into my pockets, I pulled out the bracelet I had pocketed from my room, throwing it as hard as I could at him. To my chagrin, he caught it. But at least I felt a little better for fulfilling my earlier petty desires. What, you're just gonna keep throwing shit? I don't know what sort of company you keep that makes you feel this way, but I never asked you to buy me things or shower me in gifts. Coincidentally, it was the furthest thing from my mind. Now though, you couldn't pay me to keep you around. I felt angry tears beginning to well up, and internally cursed myself. Elysia stared at me as if I had grown 3 heads, and I was satisfied I was able to say my piece. So I turned on my heels and left. I didn't want him to see me cry. He didn't deserve the tears to begin with. I barreled into the garden past Luca, almost trampling him for the 2nd time tonight. I need to apologize to him later. My heart was heavy as I stared up into the skies, the bitter taste of indecision on my tongue. Nice going, Danielle. What do I do now? Facing him is obviously not an option. Not after that fight. But I don't want to be cooped up again, nor do I want to be tied to that self-entitled prick. Maybe Luca could take over? No. Then I might still see him. Angelo, maybe? He did agree to help me on the way here. Fuck, I don't know. Luca, coming at the speed of light. I sent someone in need. Danielle, that you? I thought I heard you crying. He trailed after me, doing his best to rush over. I almost stumbled, startled by the sudden company, but straightened myself out to greet him with some semblance of positivity. As much as I could muster, anyhow. Yeah, it's me. Sorry about earlier. He shook his head with a sad smile, moving to sit beside me on the ground, then gesturing for me to join him. Do you want to tell me what all that was about? I groaned, running a hand down my face. Do I have to? It would be appreciated. He's an asshole. There's not much more to it. Luca looked at me from the corner of his eye, as if urging me to continue. With a deep breath, I steeled myself, and I obliged. We had a great time today, actually. We talked for a while, and I thought we really came to understand each other. Then I wanted to buy myself a shirt, and he was annoyed. Fine, I let it go. Then I went to buy him stupid presents. I thought since he bought those shirts, it seemed like something he'd appreciate. I don't know. The tears returned, despite feeling all teared out. So I desperately channeled my anger. I refused to allow myself to cry over him anymore today. Point is, he blew up on me for no reason. I gave him a chance, like you said, and I was proven wrong. There's not much else to say. I thought we could be friends, but he threw money at me as if I was some hooker. Someone not good enough to be given the benefit of the doubt. To be friends. No matter what circumstances he had no right to treat me like that. Luca nodded along the whole time, rubbing my back to soothe me. Once I finished my spiel, he paused for a moment before letting out a soft laugh. You too. I think you both just keep misunderstanding each other. I scowled at him, which felt wrong, but I wouldn't allow anyone to make any more excuses for him. Alizio was a big boy, and was perfectly capable of making his own decisions and speaking for himself. I don't care anymore. I was right to begin with. I should just pick another guard and be done with it. His jaw immediately dropped. What? No, that... I held my hand up to stop him, too tired to fight anymore. Luca, you're my friend. I respect your opinion, but if you try to change my mind right now, I'm going straight to Angelo, so I never have to go near him again. Unease flashed in Luca's eyes at the mention of Angelo's name, but he nodded. I don't think that's a good idea, but fine. Just at least think about it for a day or two, okay? It's never good to make hasty decisions. If you still feel this way when you're not swept up in the moment, I understand. I gnawed on my bottom lip, annoyed that he was right. Fine. Good, and... oh. Sorry, that's my phone. I'm gonna need to take this. Okay. Good night, Luca. Night, Danielle. Promise you'll think about it? Yeah. He shot me a thumbs up, walking back inside to take the phone call. As soon as he was out of sight, the devil on my shoulder came into play. I could just call Angelo right now. I'm sure he would do it, and then I won't have to worry about waiting. It's not like I'm gonna change my mind. I pulled out my phone, thumb hovering over Angelo's initials. But if I do, I'm a liar, and no better than Alizio. I groaned loudly, shoving the stupid phone back into my pockets. I didn't want to lie to Luca. I guess I'll just go to sleep. And so I dragged myself back to my room, praying to all the stars in the sky that I might dream up a solution. Chapter 3. There's 4 chapters. 2 weeks later, we're still pissed. I headed into the dining room with a yawn, slinking past Elizio to my seat at the table. As always, he shot me a polite smile. I turned my head away. Thankfully, our contact had diminished by only seeing each other as needed, especially after I had shut that whole thing down a few mornings ago. I thought that was a few weeks ago. Now I finally had peace and quiet. Oh, this is a few mornings ago. Never mind. It's black and white, so it's a flashback. Luke and Elizio sat across from me as we dug into feast we had prepared. Likely Elizio's doing. But if I pretend otherwise, I could enjoy every bite. Even thinking about him put a bitter taste in my mouth. So, how's your morning, Danielle? Oh, Luca. Always stuck playing the middleman. Not so bad. I think I'll read after breakfast. You? Not so bad either. But not sure what the plans are for today. He shot a questioning look to Elizio, who remained silent. I tried to enjoy my conversation with Luca, enjoying my eggs and juice. Each time I looked up at Elizio, he continued to stare. Luca? I asked sweetly, refusing to look at Elizio again. Could you please tell Elizio to refrain from staring? It's impolite. Awkward. Luca's face paled as he looked between me and Elizio, unsure of what to do. The man in question, however, narrowed his eyes in annoyance. You know you can just talk to me. Directly? I can hear you, I'm not deaf. I struggled not to roll my eyes. I know I should be the bigger person, but definitely not today. I was still mad. Luca. He jumped in the seat, leaning in toward me as I motioned him over. I lowered my voice, whispering into his ear. All the while, Elizio looked like he was gonna blow a gasket. She says, For fuck's sake, Junior, just spit it out. Finally, I felt a smile come on, returning to my food. Luca, however, was practically writhing in his seat. She said she doesn't want to speak to someone who can never admit he's wrong. At that, Elizio slammed his hands on the table, pushing himself back so he could stand up. I can admit when I'm wrong, but I can see you just don't want to speak to me. A mix of hurt and anger flashed across his face as he locked eyes with mine, but I didn't budge. Only when he stormed out did I feel a pang of guilt, but I quickly suppressed it. I'm not the one who needs to apologize. We need to both apologize. Therapist Luca, we need you. We need couples counseling center. Couples counseling session. Oddly enough, he had remained as quiet as a church mouse since. He had really respected my space too. Each time I came in for breakfast, he left. I might have even felt a bit grateful, except I suspected his reasoning was not to cause rifts, rather than actually understanding why I was upset. It was to not cause rifts rather than actually understanding why I was upset. Even more odd, though, was that a strange duo had formed since then. Ren and Luca, becoming fast friends. I never thought I would see the day. They were so different. Nevertheless, I was suspicious. That is a unexpected duo. We got the good boy and then we got the bad boy. The good cop and the bad cop. Pretty much. Sure, they were playing it casual, but you can never be too sure when Ren's involved, so I had given them a wide berth. What's up, Junior? Danielle? Speak of the devil. Morning. Good morning. You hear about the meeting later? Luca nodded, cutting through his bagel. Imagine cutting your bagel. Imagine being that fancy. That mind blows me. Just grab that thing and eat it like that. You probably have to use a steak knife to cut into a bagel. Cut a bagel. Because you ain't cutting one, at least not like easily, with a regular butter knife. Yeah, seems like a big one. A meeting? They both nodded, refusing to elaborate, shooting each other a look. A faint smirk on Ren's face gave way that he knew more, yet purposefully remained silent. Fine, keep your secrets. Grabbing my plates, I scraped scraps into the trash before washing it and setting it aside. Whatever it was those two were getting into, I didn't want to be involved. Now, where did I leave that book? A man descends from darkness and stands atop a broken statue and confronts two brothers and their dog in a dark, rainy night. The cash stolen, missing. As the brothers approached, I slammed my book closed, groaning in frustration. It was just picking up. What do you want? Who is it? It's me. I shot up from my bed. Antonio never came to my room. Hell, I hardly saw him around the States. He was always locked away or working on something. Anxiety began to gnaw at me from the pit of my stomach. Did I do something wrong? Do you have a moment? Yeah, just a minute. Scrambling to my feet, I quickly smoothed out my shirt before opening the door, revealing Antonio, looking as surly as ever. Good evening, Miss Scarletta. I apologize for interrupting. Not at all. Is there, something wrong? Is there something wrong, officer? No, this is like the opposite. He shook his head, instead gesturing behind him toward the stairs. No. We're having a meeting tonight. I think it best if you attend. Me? But... He cocked an eyebrow, as if I was about to give him a reason to not invite me to future meetings. I suppose he did promise he would involve me when necessary. But that thought only put me more on edge. If I was needed, it must be serious. Okay. Excellent. Please follow me. The others are waiting for us to start. The halls felt like they were shrinking as we walked down the stairs, eventually making our way into his office. As I looked around, everyone in attendance had the same serious down-to-business look on their face, all but Renzo and Luca. That is, who were grinning at me. They're up to something. Okay, something is definitely wrong. Thank you all for coming by. Antonio began, leaving my side to stand at the front of the room. Despite feeling eyes watching my every move, I placed all my attention onto the meeting. As some of you may know, the Ventola family has added a new acquisition to our legal business repertoire, an amusement park. An amusement park? I was called out here for a fucking amusement park? How is that even important? Look, amusement parks are fun, they're very important. I hope there's a point coming. I could still be snuggled in bed reading right now. True, yeah. As such, we'll need to visit the property and make sure everything is in working order. I awkwardly raised my hand, causing Antonia to pause and look at me in question. Sorry, but an amusement park? What use is that to the Mafia? It's like, we all need a way to distress. Renzo stickered, putting a hand up to Antonio. I got it. It's simple. Money laundering. And money equipment. He says it like it's the most natural thing in the world. Money laundering, duh. Okay, I guess that sort of makes sense. I imagine amusement parks make a lot of money anyway. We're all going for different tasks, though. Though some of us will only be staying for today, like Antonio and Leonardo, some of us will need to stay longer than others for our work. So we'll also make arrangements for accommodations. Well, maybe a business trip. We also thought you could use some relaxation time. It's no surprise that tensions have been unusually high. I bit my lip. Was it that obvious? Anyway, we've split those staying overnight into pairs. Antonio nodded, producing a handful of tickets and papers from his coat pocket. I'll apologize for such short notice, but we're all leaving in the morning. Please arrange your schedules as such. Arrange your schedules by morning. Okay, easy. No. Don't let me know this, like, 15 hours before we leave. Not cool. I haven't even packed. I take like 6 hours to pack because I can't decide what to wear. No, I'm actually not joking. I actually take like 6 to 8 hours to pack because I can't decide what to bring. Stepping to the side, he began to count the papers in twos, separating them into groups with his fingers. Please come collect your tickets and pairings. We'll need to be on alert, so sticking with your partner is a must. That especially goes for you, Miss Scarletta. I closed the door behind me, a dread taking over. Stuck with Eliseo. Part of me felt bad. But the other part of me knew I didn't owe anyone anything. If he felt bad too, he could apologize. If I don't respect myself enough to hold out for an apology, he won't either. So I need to keep it up, even if I feel a tiny bit guilty. I sighed, running a hand through my bangs. Here's hoping he has something to do or he stays quiet. Either will do. Resisting the urge to crawl into my bed and sleep the annoyance off, I instead decided to hurry and pack to get it over with. My bag should be under my bed. Nope. I bent down, peering under the bed. My bag was nowhere to be found. Huh? Maybe I put it in the closet? Flinging the doors to the wardrobe open, my mouth dropped in awe. Is that a piano there? That is a piano. Was a piano always in our room? Interesting. Why do we have a piano in a room? Can you play piano? Flinging the door to the wardrobe open, my mouth dropped in awe. That is a lot of clothes. My fingers ran along the fabric of one of the shirts. It was smooth and well stitched, likely expensive. No, these definitely aren't mine. I wonder whose these are. Maybe someone who stayed here in the past? I shrugged. I was only looking for my bag, not trying to pry into the lives of others. After a bit of digging to the bottom shelf, I found it tucked away. Bingo! I grabbed my usuals and toiletries. Thankful I didn't have to worry about packing much. Great, all done. Now back to my book. And no more thinking about Eliseo. Rise and shine! Ugh. Too happy, too early in the morning. What is with these people waking up so early? Flinging myself out of the bed, I opened the door, greeted by an overenthusiastic Luca. Morning, sleepyhead. Amusement park time. You excited? You certainly are, Miss Sir. I mumbled a sure before brushing out my hair and grabbing my suitcase. Let's get this over with. Luca only laughed, taking a bag from my hands. All right, Sleeping Beauty. Let's get you in the car. You can nap on the way there, all right? Okay, so far so good. It sounds like Luca and I are riding together at least. All right, hop in. I'll load this up. I yawned, nodding along, and slid into the back seat of the car. The interior was comfy, and I was pleasantly surprised with heated seats. That's the best, heated seats. Especially in winter. Like, I don't know how anyone lives without heated seats in winter. I could get used to this. Just as I closed my eyes and snuggled into the corner of the back seat, there was a light rap on the window. You alright? I was until you interrupted my nap. He laughed, shaking his head. Sorry, I just forgot to tell you, we're not all riding together. Huh? Why not? Security issues. If we're all in the same car and it goes kaboom or something, it's bad news. Separate cars mean if something goes wrong, not everyone is lost. Is it gonna be that dangerous? Maybe I could have left the whole kaboom part out, but yeah. He shot me an easygoing smile, heading the door. No, anyway, get some rest. We'll be there soon. I guess this means I'm riding alone? Not that I'm complaining. Not quite. Once again, I snuggled into the plush leather seats. But then the door opened, and the irritatingly good cologne that I couldn't seem to escape walked into the car. Eliseo. I immediately flipped toward the window, craning my neck away from him, showing I wanted nothing to do with him. He put his hands up in surrender, taking the seat farthest from me. I know you don't want to talk to me, don't worry. The ride ended up being a long stretch of silence, but it was all the better for my nap. At least I would be well rested. Wakey wakey, we're here! The sunlight seeped through, even with my eyes closed. Groaning, I rubbed my eyes. All the boys were gathered round, debating on what to do first. The games, the games! Leonardo and I won't handle work right away. I think I'll check out a few of the arcade games before I get to it. We'll need to check in our bags though. Angelo? He's overseeing security. He needs to stay on site, especially with the signal right here. Why not have Luca do it? No wonder they're not always together. I think everyone would get a headache. Actually, wow, I kind of understand Antonio now. Poor dude. It's like he's the father, he has to control all the children who argue. It kind of is, he's kind of like the father. And then when all of them are bitching at each other, he has to, you know... set everyone in their place. Lucas stepped forward, drawing their attention. Eliseo has to stay with Danielle, so I'll take the bags back and get our rooms checked out. To my chagrin, that answer seemed to please everyone. Everyone but me, anyway. But I wasn't going to dwell on it. I mean, we could have probably asked to go back to the hotel immediately. But it wouldn't be as fun. We are into the park. The mouth-watering smell of confectionery surrounded us, as well as the screams of both fear and joy. I could already feel the adrenaline pump through my body. Antonio and Leonardo were the first to break off from our little group, leaving Renzo, Eliseo, and I. At some points, when we weren't looking, Renzo snuck off. Go figure. He got distracted. He saw a fun game. He can't help himself. Eliseo stole glances my way as we continued to walk. I looked around at a few different games and rides, but nothing really stole my interest. In truth, it was hard to focus with him staring at me and everyone else staring at him. You could try and have some fun, you know. Loosen up. Excuse me? I glared at him from the corner of my eye, irritation building more and more as women around us started whispering about his handsome smile. Well, if you're so interested in playing around with everything and everyone, go ahead. Don't let me stop you. Despite the harsh edge to my tone, he forced a tight-lipped smile, refusing to drop his gentlemanly persona. Fine, if that's what he wants. Once again, we walked alone in silence. That was perfectly fine with me, though. His attention shifted from trying to make me talk to playing a few games, though that didn't stop him from talking in general. Perhaps too much. This one looks cool. Looks like you catch a fish or something? Mm-hmm. I'm not good at catching things, as you've seen so far. Mm-hmm. Elysia sighed, barking out a dry laugh, but persisted regardless. I think I'm about gamed out. Might be time to go to the hotel. So he started to go to me. Mm-hmm. It's a shame though, because it's still so early in the day. Mm-hmm. Ow! Elisio had abruptly stopped in front of me, causing me to face plant into his back. His stupidly broad, wonderful smelling. I shook off the thoughts. What is wrong with me? It's okay, Daniel. It's okay. What is your deal? Sorry, I just saw something. He didn't even bat an eye when this had been the first time I've spoken to him in a few weeks. That stung a bit, but not as much as my now aching forehead. Danger? Is there danger in the park? Elisio weaved through the crowd, stepping up to another one of the silly little games. It looked like some sort of ring toss. It's been a hot minute since I went to an amusement park last. I thought you said we were going back to the hotel. I grumbled, but he paid me no mind. He paid the man, collected the rings, and stepped up with an unusually serious look on his face. All the other games he half-asked, focusing more on talking to me than anything else. Not this one. Intrigued, I stepped in closer, watching as he lined up his shots. Miss. I grumbled under my breath, brow creased in annoyance. Miss. Fucking A. He was slow this time, aiming for the very back row. I knew there was no way he'd manage that, if he couldn't even ring the first row. Come on, give it a rest. There's no... Winner! I'm horrible at the ring toss game. I've tried it a few times. Nah. My aim with those is not great. My jaw dropped. What the fuck? The ring had definitely missed the back row, but it bounced off and landed right in the middle. That's impressive. He adjusted his shot because he knew he would miss? Okay, even I have to admit, that was pretty smart. Elisio was grinning from ear to ear as he picked out his prize. But the prize wasn't what caught my attention. It was him. The way he tousled back his hair, how he smiled like he accomplished something grand, his ability to always seem so fun and carefree. My heart began to beat painfully in my chest, and I realized I was frowning. Why can't he just apologize? I couldn't deny it any longer. I missed him. The real him. I had only seen that version of him briefly, but I cherished every second of the encounter. The one who tried to make me laugh and held me when I cried. I wanted my friend back. I just wanted him to care enough to apologize. I didn't know what to do. Hey, you good? His voice pulled me from my stupor. I nodded along fiercely, trying to shove away the painful thoughts. Yeah. Good. Hold still. A faint smile played on his lips as he gently held my hand, clasping a small charm bracelet onto it. It was cute, but as cheap as you'd expect from a place like this. It made my heart beat faster, but that only hurt more, especially when it reminded me of how he blew up on me before. I yanked my arm away, his touch practically burning my skin. Alicio stared at me with a mix of hurt and surprise. What's wrong? Are you just trying to piss me off? He frantically looked around, my voice gathering the attention of the crowd, and he cursed under his breath. His hand found mine, and he pulled me away to a quieter area of the park. Why would you think that? Because you're an asshole. Alicio groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose, obviously fed up. No, what I'm trying to do is let you loosen up and have some fucking fun. I know you like these little things, and I'm trying my best to smooth shit over with you, but you just won't let me. I stepped closer to him, his annoyance only fanning the flames of my own. You don't even know why I'm mad, and you never bothered to ask. How can I ask when you've been shooing me away at every chance and avoiding me like the plague? Yeah. My jaw dropped. I didn't know what to say to that. He has a point. Shit. Touche. Noticing my silence, he realized he finally had an edge, so he continued before I could open my mouth again. Junior won't tell me anything beyond the fact that I need to try to talk to you. He keeps saying we're misunderstanding each other, and I don't know what to believe. All I know is that I hate seeing you look at me like you despise me. I just want you to smile again, even if it's not because of me. Every time I try, you shoot me down. He sighed, expression softening as he pleaded. Trying is as much as I can do for anyone else. So please, Danielle, just tell me what I did wrong. No one else has ever had this issue. I just don't get it. I bit my lower lip, gnawing on it, as I thought about what to say. He was right. Luca told me the same thing, and maybe he was right too. I had shoved him off, hoping for an apology, but I had never really given him a way to do it. I was trying to do something nice for you. That's why I'm so upset. You were so nice to me. For a second, I really thought we were friends. I assumed you were stressed out about work and knew you couldn't talk about it in public, so I just carried on. I was gonna buy the shirts. I was gonna pay for the jewelry. Alicio held my gaze with intensity, the cogs finally turning in his head. I was gonna buy the matching set for us because you said you liked that sort of cheesy thing. All I ever wanted was to be your friend. I couldn't care less about your money. I like seeing you be yourself. I guess I must not have made you feel the same way, since you came to such an awful opinion of me. He stared at me, shame coloring his face, as he reached out. But before he could touch me, he clenched his fist, dropping his hand. It had nothing to do with you. It's just all I know. Anytime I took a woman out, she'd want something from me to keep her happy. Jewels, coats, clothes, fancy dinners, you name it. I was happy to do it too, because then we're on equal footing. I owe her nothing and she owes me nothing. We both get what we want. I thought that was the way it had to be. After seeing how my mother and father turned out, it worked too, up until I met you. Alicio. I stood back at him with worry, taking a hesitant step closer, just wanting to comfort him in some way, but not knowing how. You were scared, but fierce and kind through and through. You didn't have to be, but you were. I knew you were different, but I misread your intentions, and that scared me. It scared me to think that even someone as pure-hearted as you could be like that, and I lashed out. You of all people didn't deserve that. Danielle, I'm so sorry. That's all we needed to do. I felt my eyes water, arms itching to reach out and hug him and tell him everything would be okay. That he has a real friend in me. I am too. Truce? No. Friends? I nodded, giving into my urge as I threw my arms around his neck. Friends! He didn't hesitate a single second before wrapping his arms around my waist, lifting me up and holding me close. I laughed as he even added a little twirl before putting me down. That sounds more like a romantic thing to do than a friend thing to do, but sure. Looks like we've both been assholes. Perfect friendship, huh? We exchanged playful smiles as I linked our arms. But you're really gonna stop all this posturing. You're cuter when you're not a phony. I put emphasis on the last sentence, deepening my voice to mimic his wannabe suave flirting. He gasped, placing a hand dramatically over his heart, before we both busted into laughter. I do not sound like that. Keep telling yourself that. He squeezed my hand, ignoring my jab, and led me back out to the attractions. Now, Grumpy, what do you want to do? We stopped inside one of the complimentary changing areas. A brief respite from the amusement park. I can't believe you got me wet. Sorry. I giggled, wringing out my old shirts. First time for everything. Can't believe Mr. Suave is scared of heights either. Shut it. You had fun, so that's all that matters. Rolling my eyes, I grabbed the nearby bag of goodies I purchased while he went to the bathroom. I couldn't wipe the smile from my face as I reached in, grabbed my own new shirt, and the one I had bought him, tossing it at his face. Hey, watch it! Friendly fire! Sheesh! I dipped into one of the changing rooms, taking off my wet shirt and replacing it with the gift store t-shirt. Matching clothes! It might not be a charm bracelet, but we're matching. Still fulfill the dream? After donning my now dried clothes, I stepped back out, catching Alicio halfway stripping off his drenched top. His eyes sparkled with delight as he replaced his wet clothes with the matching shirts. It wasn't a flattering yellow for either of us, but he didn't seem to mind the slightest. It's perfect. Thanks, Danielle. Throwing the old wet clothes into the bag, I linked our arms once more. Yeah. After all those rides, I'm starved. I can't believe the sun's already setting. It's a pretty view, though. He chuckled, dropping my arm, instead opting to hold my hand, interlacing our fingers. The setting sun cascaded over his shoulders, his eyes kind as they bore into mine, thumb trailing over my knuckles. It is. My cheeks burned as my heart thumped loudly in my chest. Thanks for spending the evening with me. I wanted to joke that I didn't have much of a choice, but I couldn't. He looked too sincere, and I didn't want the moment to end just yet. Though I wouldn't have such luck. His eyes turned cloudy and dark, and he dropped his gaze. What's wrong? Just thinking about how I'll miss this once you leave. Alicia's lips formed a tight-lipped smile, and his hand squeezed mine a little tighter. I had never thought about leaving, strangely enough. In this moment, together in the sunsets, I'm not sure I even want to. Yeah. I choked out some semblance of response, and he pulled me a bit closer. Guess we'll just have to make the most of it now, right? Come on, let's go get something to eat. We walked around a bit longer, neither wanting the night to end, though the clock would soon catch up with us. Food in hand, we made our way back to the front gates. The others were waiting for us to meet up with them. Hey! I nudged Alicia over my shoulder as he laughed, with a mouthful of my food. Thank you. Narrowing my eyes at him, I grabbed his hand, bending to steal a bite of his too. Stealing might be a bit of an overstatement, though, because he leaned closer to offer it to me. I think yours might be better than mine. We followed the crowd out of the front gates, keeping an eye out for the others, despite being trapped in our own little world. Just a little bit longer, I hoped. Oh, you got some sauce. He pointed to his cheeks, so I scrubbed my own. You missed it, hold on. I watched as his hand reached up and cupped my cheek, thumb gently swiping away the sauce. We stared at one another, his gaze briefly flickering between my eyes and mouth. A sight that made my own mouth go dry. He leaned in a bit closer, then stopped. I couldn't help but feel disappointed, until he took his thumb and sucked the sauce off with a wink. Yo, Alicia! I jumped, face slightly red as a tomato, causing Alicia to let out a soft chuckle. What timing? And in front of them all! As we walked over to join them, Ren and Luca were exchanging pleased glances with one another as they saw us. Leonardo, Angelo, and Antonio were digging in their pockets with scowls, each producing a wad of cash and passing some to both Luca and Ren. It was a bet! It took a minute to process. Alicia and I both looked at each other incredulously. Don't tell me this was part of a bet! Luca gave Alizio a devilish grin, pocketing his winnings alongside Renzo. Learn from the best, sir. Alizio simply shook his head, laughing alongside me as he moved to open the door for me, clambering in close after. It seemed we shared the same opinion. It didn't matter why they forced us to make up. We were just happy they did. Last chapter, chapter 4. Pretty sure this final chapter. Man, I'm beats. Lucky for you, they already checked us in. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Maybe there's 5 chapters. I forgot. I groaned at the thoughts. I rushed into the hotel room the second he swept the card, throwing myself into one of the hotel beds. I could probably check if I wanted to, but... Alizio shook his head, chuckling at my dramatics. That I had no doubt to begin to pick up from him. He turned on the TV, turning it down to a low hum. You going to sleep already? I wish. Reluctantly, I slinked out of the bed, grabbing my bag from the corner. I should set out my clothes for tomorrow. Can you take the gift shop bag and hang our wet clothes up in the bathroom? Now, if that's a window, it's a pretty decent ocean view. At least I assume that's an ocean there. He hummed in acknowledgement, grabbing the bag and heading to the ensuite as I got to work. Eventually, I settled onto one of my nicer shirts when I heard a rumble of laughter over my shoulder. Jeez, don't scare me like that. Sorry, but... He doubled over, clenching his stomach, as he laughed harder, speaking in between gasps of air. Did you really want to spite me that much? I mean, I buy you new clothes and you insist on wearing your old ones? What do you mean? What do you mean? He straightened himself up, wiping an invisible tear from the corner of his eye as he calmed his laughter. Remember when we first got brunch? The girl spilled juice on you, and how Luca wasn't there? Yes? I'd sent him to buy you some clothes. I could have sworn I told you this. No! No, he didn't! With a shrug, he plopped down on the edge of the bed. We never wore them, and then we went out and had that little tiff. I remember thinking, damn, this squirrel really is trying to train me to try. My cheek burned at the unintended euphemism. Instead, focusing on repacking my bag and laying my clothes out for tomorrow to decide. I always just assumed you did it to annoy me. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh of my own. Everything began to make sense. Well, it's a good thing they at least managed to get over that misunderstanding. 2 weeks later. That definitely wasn't what I was doing. But I can see why you felt that way. I'm sorry. He shot me a boyish grin, patting my hand. I'm just happy we got that straightened out. Seeing you upset all the time wasn't fun. Me too. We stared at each other for a long time, longer than necessary. Neither knowing what to say, smiles abound. Soon enough, I began to feel awkward, plenty aware his hand was still placed on top of mine. Well, friends or not, get out of here while I change. Just count your lucky stars, there's 2 beds, so you'd be sleeping on the floor. I slipped my hands out from under him, letting out a nervous giggle. His eyes shot wide open as if he suddenly realized where he was. Oh, well, yeah, sure. I'll, go cancel the extra room then. I booked another one on the ride here when you fell asleep, so you won't have to stay in the same room. Alicio chuckled softly, waving away my strange mix of worry and gratitude. It's fine. It wasn't all for you. I thought you might kill me in my sleep. My mouth dropped open, immediately reaching for the nearest weapon, a pillow, to throw at his stupid face. I would never. He jumped to his feet, deftly smacking the pillow aside as he retreated to the door, shoulders shaking with renewed laughter. So you say. I'll be back in a little while with food. Hurry and get changed. Alicia soon came back, bearing gifts in the form of jewel-worthy food. We ate and watched TV, talking about anything and everything under the sun, before the drowsiness began to take over again. I noticed as he discarded his shirt before settling into his bed. Not fully dressed for the night like I was. But I couldn't find it in me to care. I was fed, warm, and content. My feet trudged along behind him, through the park, already sick of the hot sun beating down on my shoulders. Who decided to crank up the heat? Alicia snored beside me, not at all looking burdened by the heat, even in that suit. Now, how did they do it? In the heat, in a suit. How do they do it? How are they not like sweating like buckets? How are their underarms not like just totally soaked? I don't know, big man in the sky. The fact it's not winter? Fuck if I know. Very helpful. You know you love. He stopped dead in his tracks, staring ahead in horror as his arms sprayed out before me. Get behind me. What's wrong? Fear and anxiety bubbled up in my stomach. Alicia was never scared. Fuck! He hissed right as two men turned around, immediately striding our way. Run, Danielle! Alicia turned around to push me forward, away from the men, not even having time to pull out his gun before a shot rang out, causing people to scatter in panic. I watched in horror as his shirt stained red. He reached out toward me, begging me to run with his breathless lips. A shrill and human sob racked my body as the men circled me, prying me from Alicio. Alicio! Alici! Oh. A perfectly healthy Alicio hovered on top of me. All the color drained from his face. His hair was messy and tousled in different directions, as if he hadn't brushed it yet. My scream died in my throat as I looked around, realizing it had just been a dream. His grip on me relaxed, yet his gaze remained full of worry. Not a hint of his usual fun-loving self in sight. I stared up at him. Everything seemed to crash down on me as once. Grandpa, the attempted kidnapping, my parents, everything. Hot tears welled up in my eyes until I could no longer hold them back. Alicio quickly swept away my tears with his thumb. then moved to press the back of his hand to my forehead. What happened? You just randomly started screaming bloody murder. You're not sick, are you? My whole body convulsed as sobs racked their way through me. I latched onto Elysio's neck, likely making his chest wet with tears. Yet he paid no mind. Instead, he lay on his side next to me, holding me close while rubbing my back. It's alright, Danielle. Sorry, let it out. I sighed, rubbing my eyes. It's fine if you call me doll. I'm okay with it now. He nodded and reached out to pet the top of my head soothingly. Just a habit of mine. Can't help but give you a cute nickname. His kindness made my heart squeeze in my chest, only furthering the emotional stress I felt. The tears began brimming again as I hiccuped. I'm sorry. Shh, it's okay. Do you want to talk about it? Background sounds really set the mood. I nodded, trying to focus on the soothing circles he drew on my back. You died, and I was taken away, and... He squeezed me tighter, resting his chin on top of my head. That will never happen, doll. I won't let it. That's why I'm here. We sat in silence for a moment, accompanied only by the sound of my quiet sobs. I was slowly feeling better, but not by much. Would it make you feel better to know? Know what? The progress we've been making. Normally I wouldn't be allowed to say anything, but... It kills me to see you so torn up. What do we choose? Catch it again. 2. No thank you, I guess? I sniffled, shaking my head. No, I think that may be worse. That's fine. I'll be here as long as you need. Personally, I think this is the right choice. I don't know if it actually was. But we already had a nightmare about him dying. I don't know if getting all the Mafia info would be the best, if this is the best moment for that now. But it could make her feel better. Could go either way. My heart pounded in my chest, thankful for his compassion. Can you maybe tell me his story instead? He felt a soft laughter rumble through his chest. Yeah, we asked for a story earlier. You never gave us one. Sure thing. Let's see. He began to ramble on about anything that came to mind, from his childhood until now. I hung on to every word as they slowly lulled me back to sleep. And that was around the time I met Luca, who was working security under Angelo. He was similar to how he is now, timid but friendly, and surprisingly strong. I knew he was a good kid, though. One who didn't need to get caught up in this life. Just like you, really. Both too pure for your own good. So I took him to work under me. It was a win-win, really. He's so easy to rile up, so he makes things fun. And he's a hard worker. As my eyes fluttered shut, he lowered his voice, continuing till I couldn't stay awake any longer. It was nice. He feels like a little brother to me at times. I hate to say it, but the kid has grown on me. Now if you're here too, things are just... Just what? Just confusing? Just perfect? Just crazy? Justin Timberlake? Just what? I groaned at the light piercing through the blinds, disturbing my ever so peaceful slumber. Rolling over to my side to avoid the lights, I nestled further into the covers, reaching around looking for something. I can't remember what it was exactly, but last night... Wrapping the blankets around my torso, I shot up out of bed, looking around for the familiar blonde. It was just a friendly cuddle, Danielle. Calm down. Or so I told myself. But a shirtless figure wrapped around mine made my stomach do flips, and my face so red that in other circumstances, I'd be certain I was running a fever. I didn't know whether to be more or less disappointed he wasn't there when I woke up. There was a light snore coming from the floor. Hesitantly, I peeked over the edge, seeing his disheveled, bulky form. He was leaning against the side of the bed, against the edge of the mattress as a pillow still fast asleep. My heart let out a resounding thud at the sight. He kept his promise, even if he didn't have to. I guess he was too tired to make it back to his own bed, and just slipped out of mine so I wouldn't be uncomfortable when I woke up. Tucking a lock out of his face, I realized I had a perfect opportunity to play a prank on him, to break up the awkwardness of last night. But he looked so tired. Maybe I should let him sleep. Let him sleep. I say let him sleep, but that's not our choice. It's the dice's choice. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh man. That's so mean. But it's what the dice says to do, so... Biting my lip, I decided on the former. I wasn't ready to address last night, and this should hopefully at least distract him enough to forget about it for now. I crept up slowly and carefully, putting my mouth next to his ear and... Boo! Jesus fuck! Elysia immediately hit the floor, looking around for any danger, only to find me grinning from ear to ear. Where's the fire? He groaned, shooting me a glare as he rubbed his head. Very mature. Nice way to thank me for taking care of ya. I winced at the hard edge of his voice, and noticed he looked exhausted. He's got circles under his eyes for days, and I knew that was my fault. Sorry, I was just trying to have some fun with you. I read the word and I yawned already. Alizio only rubbed his face with yawn, moving back to his side of the room for his bag. As he started moving around, the color returned to his face, and he started to slowly adjust to the land of the living. I smiled at the thoughts. Who would have known Alizio was not only a messy sleeper, but also snored? What, you want a peep show? Alizio was smirking at me, holding his shirt in his hands. His cheeks flared red again, realizing I had been staring without noticing. No, Don't get me wrong, I'm honored, but asking goes a long way. It's not like that! I swear! I lobbed the nearest pillow at his head, only making him laugh even harder. No peeking, okay? Peep or not peep? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wasn't. Whatever helps you sleep at night's all. Crossing my arms, I faced a wall, flanking down the edge of the bed until my butt hit the ground. The sound of shuffling and zippers eventually came to a halt. Okay, you're safe to come out. I gotta make a call, so just find me when you're done getting ready. As soon as he left the room to give me privacy, I exited my hiding space, getting myself ready. Unlike the other days, I was excited to see what we would do today, especially after yesterday. After putting myself together in record time, double-checking I looked decent, I headed out into the hall to find him. You worry too much. His voice was soft but echoed down the empty hall regardless. I followed it, eventually finding him tucked away in a corner, covering the end of the phone with his mouth. Most of what he said was muffled, but became clearer as I approached. When he saw me, though, his eyes lit up in recognition. Oh, I've gotta go. I'll see you when I get back. Bye. Shoving the phone back into his pockets, he moved to meet me halfway with his usual smile. I wonder who that was. Ready to go? Yep. It's okay if you need to make a few calls, though. I know you still have business to attend to outside of me. Psh, that wasn't a business call, so don't worry. I cleared my schedule out. Oh, then who was... He nudged my shoulder with his own, motioning ahead of him. Come on, we're wasting daylight. I couldn't help but laugh as he gently pushed me along. Are you that excited? Maybe. After yesterday, I think you and I can make our own fun out of anything. Shaking my head, I linked arms with him, as we now often did. Fine. Lead the way. After much debates, we had decided against going back to the park. Apparently, there was a local art gallery showing off pieces of up-and-coming artists in the area. Ooh, fun. Luckily, it was near a good restaurant, so it was a 2-for-1 plan. I like art galleries. Like little convention-type things. It's fun to go around looking at shops, the vendors. After you. He held the door open for me, allowing me to walk in first. I was greeted by rows and rows of canvases, some tables of handmade goods, and crowds of people who seemed to have had the same idea. I didn't expect it to be so busy. Guess that just means it's good. Alizio hovered closer to me than usual, subtly glancing anyone who got too close. Just stay close, okay? Don't want to get separated. I nodded, making sure we remained close as we went up and down the first few rows. A few children scurried about, excitedly going from booth to booth with their parents, almost running into a few people. I jumped, feeling a hand on my waist, pulling me to the side, right as the stampede of kids started past. Could have been run over by kids. Sorry, didn't want you to get trampled. Wasn't trying to make a pass at ya. He immediately removed his hand, offering a soft smile, which I returned, ignoring my blushing cheeks and a warm, fuzzy feeling in my stomach. I tried to shake off the feeling, not even sure what it was, and focused on the art instead. Calm down, you're just excited because you're having a good time together. A small tinge of disappointment in my stomach didn't seem to agree, but what did it know? Outside of the distant noise, a child's wailing for their mother, and the child wailing for its mother. It was a rather relaxing time. See any you like? Just to look at. I wouldn't have any idea what to do with pieces these beautiful. My fingers trailed over an ornate piece of glass blown art. Ooh, pretty. I like blown glass. Maybe if I had my own place one day. As we moved into the next section, the wailing got louder. Even Alizio winced at the noise. But he tried to keep up the conversation. What type of place would he want? Oh, time for the dice. 2. Spacious and cozy. That actually sounds nice. I'm not sure, but I'd love it to be cozy and spacious enough to decorate how I'd like. A hint of a smile played on his lips as he nodded in agreement. That sounds nice, actually. Just as we were about to pass into the next section, a woman bumped shoulders with him, immediately blushing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Alizio gave a polite smile before trying to move past her. No worries. Oh, gosh, here we go again. Nevertheless, she persisted, and lightly grabbed onto his suit jacket. Have you no shame, woman? Like, literally, have you no shame? I don't think I've seen you here before. Are you from around here? He shrugged her off as gently as possible, shooting me an apologetic eyes. No, I'm actually here with... Oh, would you like someone to show you around? As he and the woman went back and forth, a small sniffling brown fluff passed along my feet. So quick I almost didn't notice. I stepped aside, following where it went with my eyes, and saw it was a child. Is she alone? Immediately, I realized the wailing from earlier had stopped, and this must be the same child. Running full speed around the exhibit, looking for her mother with tears streaming down her cheeks. He told me not to leave his side, but... No one helped the child as she ran around. No, nor spared her a glance. They were all content on letting her be scared, crying. God knows what could happen to a child that small on their own. Sorry, Alizio. While the two continued to bicker, I bobbed through the crowd after the girl, even calling out, but she didn't stop. I watched in fear as a man stumbled into the little girl, sending her right into a glass sculpture. Ooh. Watch out! The girl looked up, stunned, as the hulking piece of glass almost fell right on top of her. Just a second before I could collide with her, I pulled her out of the way, holding her close. Are you okay?
Hey, Mama, where?
Her poor little cheeks were red and stained with tears. She tried to wiggle free, barely able to speak without choking on her own sobs. An older man rushed over, looking distraught. Maybe he's family? No one else looks so distressed. Hey, look, is that your dad? As soon as the words left my mouth, the man's face turned red with rage. His fists clenched to his sides. Ugh. Which one of you fuckers did this? The girl wriggled free of my arms, trying to run away, but the man snatched her out by the back of her shirt. Unnecessary. Of course it was someone's fucking kid. Oughta teach you some manners, you little brats. He raised his hand high, winding up to backhand the child, and released all his frustrations. Bruh! What the hell? Don't you fucking touch her! It was an accident. Was gonna sell the damn thing. Now it's ruined thanks to some snot-nosed brat. She shouldn't even be here. I wrenched the girl from his grasp, tucking her behind my body. She held onto my shirt as tight as her little hands could. Oh, you the shithead's mother? No, but that doesn't give you the right to hit a child. He took a step forward, getting in my face. The alcohol scent on his breath was almost overbearing. And I guess I'll settle for you, mouthy bitch. Someone kick him out? I flinched as he reached out to help. I flinched as he reached out for me. The nosy crowd surrounded us, doing nothing to step in and help. Yeah. If you think she's mouthy, you've never met me. My head shook back, thinking my lucky stars Eliseo showed up when he did. He had the man's hand twisted in an uncomfortable angle, causing him to squeal in pain. Eliseo then drove his shoulder into the man's torso, pushing the lanky older man away. The man stumbled a few steps back, nursing his wrist with a snarl. What, do you think you're some fucking tough guy? You're a real man. Let's take this outside, pussy. Is that okay to say? Potty mouth. Eliseo's eyes were devoid of any light as he rolled out his shoulders, loosening his body. His whole aura was changed, and I had been the only one who had noticed. The crowd gave him a wider berth as he continued on the warpath, shooting death glares at the man. But I'm gonna check tomorrow and I'm gonna see I have like a strike. Shit. I got too into it. I wasn't aware of the words. A real man doesn't hit a woman and children, you son of a bitch. I'd have fucking put you out the pasture for even looking at her the wrong way, you old fucking... My mind raced 1,000 miles a minute. If they fought, they might have the police called. And then what would we do? I grabbed at Eliseo's jacket, and he turned to look at me, very blazing in his eyes, but not directed at me. You know, this is a good time to learn how to change ratings on stream. Because I actually don't know how to do that. Edit stream info? Yeah, edit stream info. Language? Is there a language thing? Profanity or vulgarity? significant profanity or vulgarity, prolonged and repeated uses of obscenities, profanities, and vulgarities, especially as a regular part of speech. I mean, I guess. Sure, that should be good, right? There, that should be good. Yeah. There, I think we're good. It's tagged. Or labeled, whatever. Just in case. I grabbed Alisio's jacket, and he turned to look at me, fury blazing in his eyes, but not directed at me. I'm okay, Alisio. Let's not do this here. I don't want you getting into trouble. If the police are called, that's really bad. He grit his teeth, looking back at the goading older man. I want him to kick his ass. Punch him in the face. Fine. The older man let out a bellowing laugh, leering at Alisio. Really gonna let some bitch speak for ya? Should've known you didn't have a pair. Well, this guy's an asshole. Hey, that line says everything you need to know about him. He's 100% the type to punch his wife and children. Fortunately for you, you're not getting off that easy. Someone needs to pay up for ruining my sculpture. It probably was a crappy sculpture to begin with. Alisio, to his credit, did his best to ignore the man's taunting as he approached me, looking me over for injuries. He didn't touch you, right? You okay? No glass katcha? We're okay. Did you hear me? I said! Alisio turned back to the man, standing in front of me. How much? Huh? How much? The man obviously hadn't expected that answer. Oh, $10,000? Fine. Alisio, no, that's way more than... Alisio dug into his wallet, haphazardly counting out a thick stack of bills. Here, come get it. He held the money out like bait on a hook in front of him, and the man toddled over with glee. Disgusting. Pathetic! I guess I could forgive you. As soon as he was close enough, Alisio took the opportunity to shove the wad of money into the man's throat, causing him to choke on the bills. Yes! Let's go! My jaw dropped, the crowd going silent as my hands instinctively covered the child's eyes. The man's hands went to his throat, trying to cough up some of the bills. Alisio smirked as he watched his fruitless efforts, grabbing him by the hair as he wound up a punch of his own, hitting him square in the face. The man fell backward with a resounding thump, blood on his nose and coating Alisio's knuckles. Crouching next to the groaning man, he roughly patted his face. You'd better be grateful she's here, otherwise we'd be having a much more personal chat. Consider it your lucky day, pal. You'd be losing a finger or a hand. He stood, digging his heel into the man's side, causing him to cough up a few extra bills. The crowd soon descended, some trying to grab the money and some trying to help the man. What would you do? Which would you be? Would you be the one grabbing the bills or trying to help him? Or both? Or would you just stand there watching all this all go down? They should probably get out of here, but before the cops are called. Elysier simply wiped his bloody knuckle on his pants, coming over to drape an arm around my shoulder. See, that's why he wears a red suit. So the blood mixes in. The blood blends in. Sorry I had to see that all. Let's drop the kid off with the event organizers. I reckon we should get out of here before they call the cops. His eyes were full of silent apologies, looking like a kicked puppy. I know you were having fun. I stared at him unblinking. I didn't know what to say. I was in shock, so I did the only thing I could think of. I wrapped my arms around him, burying my face into his chest. Thank you. His arm immediately found their way around me in return, giving me a small squeeze. Anytime, doll. I'm just sorry I wasn't there sooner. I nestled further into his warmth, feeling safe enveloped in his arms, and the smell of his cologne. A strange thought, but a girl has to take comfort as they come. And right now, it's in my friend's arms. No, you were right on time. We dropped the girl off with the event organizers at the front. They reunited her with her frantic mother, who thanked us profusely. After Elysier was certain I wasn't injured anywhere, we took our leave too. Eventually, we wound up at a restaurant, had our fill, and found a few different things to keep us busy now that the art gallery was out of the picture. Elysier had been quiet since the whole fiasco, but never unpleasant, just deep in thoughts. Every time I would begin to ask, he would distract me with something or another. As we were getting ready to head back, though, I was determined to find out. Wait here, I'll call a ride. Actually, I'd really like some fresh air. Are we far from the hotel? Is it safe to walk out at nights? Is this safe? Is this okay? His eyes bored into mine, concern openly displayed on his features. Not too far. Why, you feeling ill, doll? Yeah, I think it'd be nice. He looked me over skeptically, slowly putting his phone back into his pockets. Okay, sure. Any reason? Not really. I could tell he wasn't fully satisfied with my answer, but he didn't force it, instead allowing me to take the lead down the winding sidewalk. We wandered aimlessly under the stars, silently enjoying the brisk cold air. It was nice to be with him like this, but my mind was elsewhere. I was focused on how to broach what happened today without him changing the subject. Perhaps I should have been more focused on directions, though. Before walking 20 minutes in the wrong direction. Oopsie. It's like, why aren't we there yet? I don't remember it being this far. Danielle? Alicia? We both stared at one another in shock before we burst out laughing. Copying me now, huh? No way. I don't know where we're going. Alicia smirked, shaking his head at me. I should have known. And here I thought you found a fun shortcut. Sorry. Don't worry about it. I just figured you were busy thinking. You squint your nose up when you do. Before I could protest, his hand was on the small of my back, pointing to a park on the other side of the street. Come on. Let's enjoy some more of the night before we head back. The sky's clear and the stars are out. Better not waste it. There's nothing like going out on a clear night and looking at the stars. It's so pretty. I nodded, letting him lead us into the park. We soon found a quiet little bench overlooking the park and settled down. How do we know there's not like a murderer around here? Or like a dead body in the bushes? Parks at night aren't safe. After being in the cold for so long already, though, I couldn't help but shiver, mentally cursing myself. Now would be the perfect time to ask, if my teeth weren't chattering. Cold? Here. He removed his jacket, tucking it around my shoulders. But you'll be cold. Me? Nah. The breeze is nice. As he shivers. I hugged the jacket around me, comforted by the scent and heat of him. My cheeks flushed red. Whether from the cold or not, who knew? I glanced away, butterflies in my stomach, from the way he was smiling at me. As if I were the most important thing to him at the moment. Thank you. I shouldn't have been feeling so shy. He had done this once before, what feels like so long ago now. This time felt different though. Warmer, more intimate. Focus, Danielle. He's been good to you. You'd be a terrible friend if you didn't try to see what's bothering him. It's now or never. The way he looked at me didn't make it any easier, though. Alizio? Can I ask you something? Anything. I took a deep breath, choosing to look at the stars to make it easier. His smile was so distracting. You've seemed off today, not in a bad way, but each time I asked, you sort of pushed it to the side. Is everything okay? I hope it's not about the fight today. I'm really sorry I left your side. But I can't just stand by and let the girl get hurt. The only sound that could be heard was our breathing. And I was tempted to hold mine after such profound silence. Eventually, he spoke up, putting my nerves out of their misery. It is about that, but probably not what you think it is. My head jerked toward him, eyes locking onto his with worry, only to be met with the kind smile I've gotten used to. You're not upset with me or anything? Nope. Then what? Alizio let out a breathy laugh, crossing one leg over the other as he readjusted in the seat. Is it bothering you that bad? Yes. I don't want you dealing with anything alone. I want to be there for you too. His dun darted out across his bottom lip as he looked up at the sky, fidgeting more than usual. Well, I guess I was just thinking about how I never met anyone like you before. Is that good or bad? He barked at a laugh, shaking his head. Good. Very good. You're just good. Pure. You always surprise me. You're strong, good-hearted, witty, The list could go on and on. I'm not used to people like you. Good people? Guess so. Sure, I met decent folk, but not any woman like you, really. But not like the other girls. I meet a lot of people, especially women in my line of work. Comes with the territory, you know. They're not bad girls or anything, but, well, I'm not sure. With you, everything is natural, relaxing. Except when you're mad at me, of course. I smile, nudging my shoulder against his playfully. What I'm trying to say is, I appreciate your company. That's all I was really thinking about. I'm glad you chose me. I found my lips curl into a smile. I couldn't ignore how his words caused my heart to pound painfully hard in my chest. A chilly gust of wind barreled over us, and another shiver racked my body. Without thinking, I moved in even closer, until we were pressed against one another, side by side. Sorry, I moved away quickly, trying to spare myself the embarrassments. Alicia shrugged, draping an arm over my shoulder to pull me back just as quick. I get it, you're cold. Don't worry, I won't get the wrong idea. His free arm soon found its way around me as I settled against his chest, cursing my heart for beating so loud. What is up with me? We're friends. I shouldn't be acting all weird over nothing. I think it'd make any girl's heart beat. But the way he held me against his chest as we stared up at the moon, neither wanted to break the comfortable silence, had me wondering. The sound of his heartbeats, the smell of his cologne, the way I felt when we hugged. Everything made me second-guess myself. Things were changing too quickly, but that would be a problem for tomorrow. I decided I'd enjoy watching the moon with him in his arms tonight. Tomorrow I can worry. But at what point does friendship turn into something more? Now we're on chapter 5. Weeks had passed since returning to the estate, and I found that I had more questions than answers. Each time I knew I would see Eliseo, I felt excited. My heart would skip a beat each time he greeted me with his bright smile, as if he were sunshine to my cloudy day. He was really, if I had chosen anyone else, would they have cared for me as much? Though not everything was perfect, Eliseo was also thrown back into work, making up for lost time, often gone throughout the evenings until dawn. I knew it was just work, but the thought of him at those establishments twisted my stomach into knots. Of course, he made time for me as well, but my days were often spent without him, only Luca to watch over me. I was grateful for the company, of course, but without Eliseo, it all just felt so lonely. So are you excited? Of course I am. I've already got my outfit laid out for tonight. We smiled and nodded to the two men, patrolling the garden, passing us by. Ever since Eliseo became busy, the garden became my favorite place to wander. It was quiet and a nice place to be alone to gather my thoughts. After Angelo had caught me out here alone one night, he increased the amount of patrol. I can't blame him, and I was thankful for him keeping me safe, but I missed the solitude. especially on nights when I thought about my family, and how I was too busy frolicking around with my new friends to find any useful information. Where are you guys going anyway? I did my best to shake off the looming dread. I needed to focus on the here and now. Tonight would be a good night if I had anything to say about it. Especially since I had been the one to bring it up going out. The movies. We're gonna see the new horror one. Well, it was new when I came here. It's been out for a few months now, but this is the last time I can see it before they pull the showing. I had planned to see it with Morgan, but then... yeah. Here I am. I mentioned it to Eliseo, and he promised he'd move some things around. My cheeks began to hurt from rambling on and on. I couldn't help but smile. Just thinking about it filled me with warm, fuzzy feelings I had become used to. Luca narrowed his eyes at me with a knowing smirk. Luca knows her feelings better than we do. Got this up earlier and I'm almost done. What? Oh, nothing. Just thinking about how it seems you've really taken liking to him. A horror movie too? Classic. Rolling my eyes, I decided to be the bigger person and ignore his little comments. But try as I might to shove it away, his words kept ringing in my head. Do I like him? I mean, sure, we're friends, but... we were just on bad terms for a while. When we made up, it was like night and day. Maybe that's why it feels so strong? I'm not sure if I could even tell if it was. I've never been good with relationship stuff. Honey, I'm home! Honey who, me or him? Who's the honey? Luca and I jumped as we both turned into corner, eyes going toward the door to the estate as Eliseo's voice bellowed across the yard. Even from here, his smile was as bright as ever, causing my stomach to do flips. He's back early. Eliseo briskly strode across the garden to meet us. Obviously proud of his joke, his good mood was contagious. Honey, I didn't know you felt so strongly about me. I choked back in our usual back and forth we had grown accustomed to. He simply smirked to me in return, pulling Luca's head into a noogie. So quick, Luca barely registered he had been pounced on. Who said it was about you, huh? Obviously, I was talking to my little schnoogums here. Luca deals with so much. Luca groaned, shoving Eliseo off as he fixed his hair. Eliseo remained unfazed by the glare, making kissing noises at the younger man just to annoy him. This is just how they were, like cat and dog. Or maybe even brothers. Jeez, do you always have to go for the hair? Eliseo's laughter fueled my own amusements, and soon we were all giggling as Lucas fixed his hair back into place. It's like, great, now I have to put more gel in my hair. Yeah, no, that hair does not naturally fall that way. There is definitely some gel going on there. Luca gave his superior one punch to the shoulder before Eliseo raised his hand in mock surrender. Alright, truce. We've got a movie to catch, if I remember correctly. With a wink, Alizio extended his arm to me, and I accepted without missing a beat. That smug look of Lucas had returned, but I didn't care. After saying our goodbyes and getting ready, we made our way to the theater. We had arrived early, but decided to buy our snacks in advance to pass the time. And at this rate, Alizio won't have any candy left for the actual movie. And that's why I don't arrive too early, because all your candy or popcorn is gonna be almost gone by the time the movie starts. By the time the, what's it called, like, the 8s or something, or the 10. I know, there's some kind of number name to it. Just thinking about how it seems you've really taken a liking to him. Horror movie 2? Classic. As we searched for our seats, I couldn't help but think of what Luca had said. Did I like him? Is that what this meant? I mean, I do look forward to each time I see him. A hand slid around my waist, settling on the small of my back. I was met with a worried smile. You okay, doll? What you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Just how I wish Morgan could have been here. I quickly turned my head away so you wouldn't see how red my face was from such a small act of kindness. I must be overthinking things. Horror movie 2? Classic. One thing's for sure, that boy is not as innocent as he lets on. You can probably thank Alizio for that. Eventually, we settled down right in time for the advertisements. Perfect snack time. The thundering music echoed throughout the room, making our seats vibrate. The masked killer slowly approached the room, brandishing his knife while the woman did her best not to make a sound. I thought this movie would be scarier. I turned to look at Alizio, and judging by the look on his face, he had the same idea. The killer threw the door open, digging his blade into the woman's shoulder blade as he clawed into her stomach with his other hand. Instinctively, I held onto Alizio for dear life, tucking my head into his shoulder. I did not expect that jump scare to get me. What were we saying about not being scary? Shit, I'm sorry. I began to pull away, whispering an apology, when he caught my hand and pulled me back toward him. Don't worry, I'm not thinking too much into it. Maybe you should. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder, giving me his free hand to squeeze. It's my job to protect you, ain't it? Even from spooky bad guys. His warm breath tickled against my ear as he leaned in, and the proximity allowed me to feel a chuckle rumble through his chest. I swallowed, hard. No doubt my face was as red as could be, with my heart going a mile a minute. I'm gonna guess by the Claws comment on the movie that they're watching the Freddy Krueger movie? Maybe? Thank God the theater was dark. Oh, what do we do now? A 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, lean into his touch. Against my better judgments, I leaned into him, resting my head on his chest. He smiled down at me, and while I felt safe and comfortable, it didn't settle my inner turmoil. What is wrong with me? Cut it out! I should have been annoyed by his teasing. Instead, I could barely even focus on the movie. Every small move was setting me off, and the pounding of my own heart drowned out most of the noise. His thumb rubbed circles along my knuckles, making my breath catch in my throat. Lucas' words came back to haunt me once more. Just thinking about how it seems you've really taken a liking to him. Okay, fine, what if I did? Maybe I do. I don't know. I stole a glance at Eliseo, as he was staring at the screen with mild intrigue. How couldn't I? He's kind, thoughtful, protective, handsome to boot. But that's his job. Being handsome? A voice in my head began to nag. It's not the same. My stomach nodded at the thoughts. Eliseo quickly took his hand from mine, reaching to silence his phone. Without thinking, I looked toward the screen. The bright letters Catherine shone on the screen. Oh shit, I need to take this. Duty calls. He patted my shoulder, untangling us as he stood to exit the showing room and take the call. My stomach felt like it wanted to jump out of my throat. Work. Yeah, makes sense. A lot of women in the nightclub industry. But watching you is his job too, the voice says. Does he touch the other woman the way he does you? I cringed at the thoughts. How much do you really know about him? You've seen how he flips on a dime. Stop! He won't do that. Wouldn't he? Bile began to rise in my stomach, accompanied by a nauseous feeling, when a familiar pale figure plopped down next to me. I'm back. Did I miss anything? He smiled down at me cheerfully, but I was anything but happy. Even though I should have been. I did my best to feign a smile as I refocused on the movie. Nope. Catherine. By the time we returned to the estate, it was well into the evening. I heaved out a sigh, crossing my arms over my chest to give some more semblance of protection from the cold. Is she really just from work? Was that who I was talking to on the phone at the amusement park too? And he's been going out a lot lately all night. Yeah. I shook the thought away as he approached the front doors. It doesn't matter. It's not my place. I shouldn't even be feeling this way. We're friends. A warm hand sat atop my head, ruffling my hair. Startled, I turned my head back to Eliseo. It had been stuck in my own thoughts to notice he got so close. You look down today. I won't pry, but you're beautiful when you smile. You should do it more often. I felt the urge to lean into his touch as he stared down at me with such kind eyes. Despite my efforts, my gaze trailed lower to his lips. I couldn't help but wonder what they felt like. I wanted to find out. We jumped away from each other as his phone rang once again. Eliseo sighed as he checked the caller ID. I'm gonna go, duty calls. I'll see you later, Daniel. He began jogging back to the car, waving at me over his shoulder. My bye came out meager than intended, and I waited until he got into the car before heading inside myself. As the door closed behind me, my heart pounded uncomfortably in my chest. What if I do like him more than I should? Like the music. I darted up the stairs to my room and dug into my things from my woefully abandoned journal, ripping out a page as I sat on my bed. I feel upset at the thought that he's with another woman. I like when he touches me. I miss him when he's gone. I scribbled out my feelings onto the sheets, trying to make sense of them. In my guts, I think I already knew, but wasn't quite ready to accept it. The ward stared back at me now, and it was hard to deny. I think I like Eliseo. I bit my lip. The knot in my stomach disagreed. My feelings were stronger than that. You're just his job, you don't matter. No, that's not true. I shut my eyes as tightly as I could, brandishing the thought from my mind. We bonded. He's more than just the carefree playboy everyone writes off. He's been nothing but respectful and kind, and he's done his best to make me happy. Sure, he can be annoying, but he's just trying to have fun. And I quite like the annoying parts of him, too. I love Eliseo. I had written that too, without thinking. But I knew it was true. A surge of courage rushed through me. I need to talk to him. If there's even a chance he feels the same, I want to tell him. Clutching the paper to my chest, I hurried into the corridor, looking around for Luca. He had to be somewhere. Eliseo never left me completely alone and unprotected. Eventually, I stumbled into the dining room, finding Luca scrolling mindlessly on his phone. Oh, hey. What if you were right? Excuse me? What if you were right? What should I do? Luca's brow furrowed in confusion, mouth slightly agape, looking me over as if I had grown a second head. Slowly, his eyes settled on my flushed cheeks, and his lips curled into a smirk. Oh. Luca! He threw his head back, laughing, choking out a response between breaths. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I was just wondering how long it would take you to notice. I glared at him as he settled down, but his grin was still as large as ever. He leaned back in his seat, his arms crossed lazily over his chest. His behavior reminded me of Eliseo. Maybe the older man was starting to rub off on him. Probably, yeah. If I were you, I would tell him. The worst he can do is say no. It might hurt if he does, but nowhere near as much as always wondering what if. If I loved someone, I would take that chance and never let them go. His words only solidified my own thoughts. I needed to take action before I lost my chance, before I lost my resolve. We all need a Luca in our life, don't we? I need to talk to him. But not on the phone. I need to talk to him now, or I might chicken out. Luca hummed in acknowledgement. Taking a sip of his water, he seemed apprehensive, before finally voicing his thoughts. Well, I mean, I could take you down to the club. Technically, he gave me the night off, but I don't mind going if this is what he really wants. I flung my arms around his shoulders, pulling him in for a quick hug. Thank you. Luca laughed and patted my back. Hurry up and get your coats! The music pumped loudly in my ears as the rhythm reverberated through the walls and floor. It was so loud that we even heard it outside as we passed the large line of patrons waiting to be allowed in by the bouncer. Many of the people glared at us with envy as the man at the front let us in without a word. But a good half the people were too busy sucking the faces of their chosen partner for the night. It was pitch black as we walked inside, only guided by the small illuminated lights on the floor. Lucas seemed unbothered and navigated the area like the back of his hand. Watch your step. He helped me up a small set of stairs, and then it was all laid out before us. The swaying bodies and pulsating lights made it hard to orient yourself the further you walked in. The music got louder, if even possible, and the neon lights bounced over every inch of the club, thumbing in time with the beats. If I imagined the circle of hell for debauchery, this would be it. I guess Elysia likes to keep a theme. Makes sense for a place called Eden. Luca kept tucked up by... Luca kept... Why? Who's Lupa? Luca kept tucked to my side, pushing people away with his shoulder as they moved too close to us. Though it looked like the regulars knew to give him a wide berth. We're almost there. Sorry about the crowd. As we delved further into the belly of the club, there was another closed-off section guarded by a well-built man. It's up to Elo. She's with me. She's gonna see A. She goes where she pleases. No one touches her. Boss's orders. Got it? Yes, sir. The hulking figure nodded at both of us as Luca leaned in, allowing me to better hear him over the loud ambience. I'm gonna go let the boys know we're running a tight ship while you're here. Elysia should just be in there, the VIP lounge. He's not coming with us? At least wait for me out here, maybe? I don't know how I feel about that. Are you gonna be okay? No. This was a mistake. You're just another job. Yeah, go ahead. Elysia won't let anything happen to me. Luca departed with a nod, and the bouncer, Tuilo, moved the rope to let me in. I felt a few predatory glances follow me, and I wanted to shrink away and hide. I knew I couldn't though. I had come this far, and I wasn't about to give up. I clutched sheet of paper tightly, allowing it to anchor me. You can do this. It's now or never. Although I will say, this is a really classy place. Very fancy. Moving further inside, I watched a couple making out against the wall, trying to ignore how his hand went under her dress. Gross. Get a room. Come on, don't be like that. Cats. My head jerked toward the sound, the faint sound of his voice. Sure enough, I could see the familiar blonde, relaxed in booth seats, toward the back corner, with a scantily clad woman in front of him. Cats. That's the name of the girl on the phone, wasn't it? I could barely see him with her blocking my view, leaning in with her hand on his knee. Everything felt quieter, slower as I watched him. He didn't remove her hand. You were never special. You're just another plaything. Just another job. The voices returned. battering me as tears welled up in my eyes. I was overcome by a sudden wave of nausea. The room felt like it was closing in on me. I need to get out of here. I pushed past the crowd, running toward where I came. I needed to find Luca. I had seen enough, and I wanted to go home. Hey, watch it! One of the patrons bumped into me so hard I dropped my paper. I looked around for a minute, but the longer I was inside, the harder it felt to breathe. I traded to come in. I like the purple theme. My vision blurred. I didn't remember the layout without Luca guiding me, and I desperately needed fresh air. I saw a door with a flashing exit sign above it and bolted. As I exited into the alley, I was greeted by the cold, crisp air of the night, and it suddenly felt much easier to breathe. I paid no mind to the woman who approached, lighting her cigarettes. Let me guess, a boy? Been there a few times myself. My advice? They aren't worth the hassle. If I wasn't already choking on my tears, I likely would have when her smoke wafted into my face. I hate that. I stole a glance at her as I wiped my tears with my hand. She was beautiful. Far too elegant for a place like this. Want one? She waved the box of cigarettes in my face. No, thank you. Suit yourself. She shrugged, putting them back into her clutch, producing a handkerchief instead. Here, you can keep it. You seem like you need it more than I do. That's nice. The woman smiled down at me, though her eyes remained distant. She likely just offered it to me to quiet my crying. No doubt I looked like a hot mess. Still, I appreciated the show of companionship, no matter how small. Thank you. I held the cloth up to my nose, wiping away renegade tears and blowing my nose. This smells kind of sweet. I wonder if it's her perfume? The nauseous feeling in my stomach reared its ugly head once more, followed by a splitting headache. Uh-oh. What? My vision slowly began to blur, despite wiping fervently at my eyes. Panicked, I looked back at the woman for help, who had the same smile as before. Sorry, it's nothing personal. Remind me to thank him for making this so easy, though. A broken heart works wonders. That bitch. And I was just thinking she was cool. Oh, come on, don't be like that. She emphasized her breast with a small jiggle as she leaned in, putting her hand on my knee. Cats. I heaved out a sigh, catching her wrist as she attempted to drag it up my thigh. How many times do I have to tell you? I didn't buy you off your pimp for you to fuck me. Hell, it would have been cheaper if I didn't, if that's what I wanted. Catherine giggled, leaning her face into mine. Can a girl show some appreciation? I fought back a shiver of disgust, though of course she misunderstood and attempted to slide her way into my lap. Catherine, no. My voice was stern, and I shoved her off me. Hers wasn't the touch I wanted. You should have shoved her away for earlier. The touch I wanted was a forbidden fruit. Too good for me. One that would never be mine. Look how the name Eden has come to bite me in the fucking ass. I bought your freedom, and now you work for me for a while. You don't have to fuck anyone you don't want to anymore. She stared up at me with wide, hurt eyes. I know, but I thought... You thought wrong. I don't sleep with any of the girls who work for me. And even if that wasn't the case, I'm not looking for anything casual right now. How could I be? The way she smiles up at me so sweetly each time she sees me, she's ruined me. I know one day she'll leave me. She'll be safe and won't need me. And I refuse to ruin her. She's too good, too pure, to survive in this world. I never asked that of her. Not that I ever get a chance. I know that to her, we're just good friends. So friends we shall be. Anything to keep her smiling. Hey, there you are. Where'd she go? Luca's voice just about caused me to piss myself. June? What the fuck are you doing here? Where's Danielle? His face immediately paled. I jumped to my feet, yelling at Kat to leave. If you're here, who's watching her? What do you mean? That's what I was asking you. I brought her here to talk to you. She came in the VIP section not even 10 minutes ago. My blood ran cold. I hadn't even seen her. You better hope she's alright, or I'm going to kick your fucking ass. I put my fingers between my lips and whistled loudly, waving above my head. Torilo, clear it out. Look for the girl that came in with June. Heard. People quickly began crowding out of the VIP section. I sent Luca to check the security cameras before weaving through the crowds myself to search for any sign of her. She's too nice. She'll trust anyone. Especially if they ask her for help. I swear if one of these old bastards grabbed her up, I'll fucking kill them. My hand rested on the gun underneath my coat. Already thinking of alibis in different ways I'd make them scream if they so much as touched a hair on her head. Normally I'd leave it to Ren, but I let Ren have all the fun. I bent down, seeing a piece of paper that had crunched under my foot. It was too big to be random trash. As I flattened it out to read it, my heart stopped beating. It was her writing. You'll see reared its bitter head until I saw the very last line. I love Eliseo. My throat went dry, and every inch of my being vibrated with rage. Whoever did this would die. That I knew. I carefully tucked her writing into my breast pocket for safekeeping as one of the men approached. I could never let myself hope for anything close to this. Always trying to keep distance and failing. I never wanted to make her uncomfortable. But I know she wanted me as much as I did her. But to know she wanted me as much as I did her. My knuckles went white, nails digging into my palms. Now that I have a chance, it's slowly slipping away from me. Just my fucking luck. The thought of her being sad, alone, and scared flashed through my mind as my fist collided with the wall. The throbbing pain only served to motivate me. No, it won't slip away from me. She won't slip away from me. I will find her. My knuckles may have been torn up and bleeding, but nothing hurt as bad as knowing she had been taken right under my nose, and I wasn't there to save her. The sound of footsteps scurried closer to my side, and when I turned to look at them, the soldati shrunk away in fear. Boss! What? We found this outside. Juna's on the cameras trying to find out where they went as we speak. I ripped the letter from his hands, eyes devouring every word. Anything could be a clue. Lucian, thanks for your little girlfriend. She's so sweet, even when she cries. She'll be a lovely prize for me and my men. That is, unless you're willing to detach the Lucian name from the Ventolas. You have 24 hours. Make a call to the boys. We're heading out. Yes, boss! I watched the soldati blend through the crowd before making my way to the employee back room to see what June had found, praying for good news with every step. And once I find out who did this, they're fucking dead. My eyes lulled in the back of my head as I tried to stay awake. I wasn't sure where I was, nor how long I had been there. But one thing always stayed the same. She haunted me. Her voice played on repeat each time I held any form of consciousness, taunting me, as if she had read me to filth to prey on my worst fears. Always the same voice, always the same words. The Ventola family killed your parents. It's all their fault. They're using you. You're nothing more than a pawn in their game. Always, I refuse to believe it. Grandpa would never do that to me. Alicia would never do that to me. Would they? I almost want to say this is an actual torture method. For, like, mind manipulation. All my strength had left my body by now, and my eyes closed once more. I awoke with a splitting headache, my voice telling me the same thing it always did. How long had it been? Hours? Days? I had closed and opened my eyes about 10 times now, though that didn't provide much clarity. This time, however, the voice was louder, and each word sent a shot of pain up my spine, agitating my headache. The Ventola family killed your parents. It's all their fault. They're using you. You're nothing more than a pawn in their game. Did they? I cringed as they kept repeating themselves, ready to agree if it would stop the pain. My mouth was dry and my stomach was queasy. When did I last eat or drink? It was too much to think about. I closed my eyes, hoping for the sweet temporary release it provided. Not even your little Romeo can protect you from the rats on the inside. That was new. The hairs rose on the back of my neck, and for the first time I had truly felt awake, if even for a moment. It stimulated my tired, starved brain just enough to think, I'm in danger. They finally caught me. If I stay here, I'll die. I've already been here for who knows how long. My breathing slowed, as if there was a weight on my chest. What if they're right? Surely they would have saved me by now. The voice began to parrot the same phrases, and my head felt like it would explode. I was sick of being a pawn, someone others can manipulate. First, my parents always lying to me, grabbing me with gifts to make up for it. Then Grandpa, who had a chance to right their wrongs, and instead continued to lie. As if he was noble for doing so, as if he were protecting me. Now Eliseo, who always says one thing and does another. That almost hurt more than the rest. I envisioned the woman's hand trailing up his thigh, but I shook that thought off too. He promised he would protect me. My heart wanted to believe in him, but my head still doubted. I would have to wait, though. I need to get out of here. No one is coming for me. I have to save myself. My need to survive outweighed my pain, both physical and emotional. If I would go down, I wouldn't go down without a fight. Come on, Danielle. You can do this. Stay awake, see what you can find. I tried to force my eyes open, to try to actually see my surroundings, but no dice. It was all pitch black. Okay, what about these bindings? Suddenly, the darkness got a bit brighter, but it darkened again as soon as I tilted my head in a different direction. A blindfold! Okay, nice. One step at a time, Danielle. Once our hands are freed, we can actually be able to see. Unless someone is guarding you, the voice in my head said. But I paid it no mind. I would cross that bridge when I came to it. Shit. No matter what I did, the binds were too tight to wiggle out of it. I needed a plan B. Desperately, I began to feel around, looking for everything and anything that might help. Fuck! My voice came out hoarse and soft as I hissed in pain. I had cut myself on what felt like broken glass. Oh, that's it. Glass. That might be it. Ignoring the piercing pain as the shard cut deeper into my hand, I grasped it firmly, beginning to work on cutting away my binds, even as blood trickled down my fingers and onto the floor. I couldn't give up. I wouldn't give up. It was just me. It was now or never. Yes. As soon as the binds broke, I hesitantly pulled the blindfold away from my eyes, and had never been so happy to see a dingy warehouse in my life. There were no guards and no visible cameras, only an overhead intercoms repeating those same wretched words to me over and over again. The words that tormented me for who knows how long. I shut up before trying to find the strength to stand. It wasn't easy, and I had to crawl around like a baby until I found purchase on the wall. So far, so good, Danielle. My excitement was short-lived, just as I heard footsteps trail down what sounded like a hall, just outside the door. Immediately, I dove for the shattered glass to protect myself. It might not do much, but at least I'm taking one asshole down with me. I quietly approached the door, pressing my back to the wall as it creaked open. A tall man creaked in, hand on his hip. He surveyed the room, stopping as he saw my previous spot on the floor, empty and stained with fresh blood. Arrgh! I threw myself onto his back, latching one arm around his neck to apply pressure. He immediately attempted to throw me off, but I dug my nails into his skin, trying to find a grip on a shard of glass. Stop! Friend! That voice sounded harsh, but not hostile. As much as one can sound when grasping for air. I had no margin of error to hesitate, though. It was now or never. Oh, okay. Alright. What do we choose? Kill them or release them? We got a 2. We're gonna release them. Against my better judgments, my gut instinct was to let them go and hear them out. If they were even slightly innocent, I don't think I could ever live for myself if I killed them. Still, I kept my shard tight in my hand, in case they decided to make any rash decisions. Jesus H, man, you pack a punch. I'm not even religious enough to be saying that. The man turned around, gripping his throat as I eyed him skeptically. Hey doll, miss me? I immediately wanted to throw up, tossing the shard aside. I could have... We almost killed him. You could have killed him. You didn't. His arms wrapped around my waist, drawing me closer to his chest. I'm sorry it took me so long. I'm here now. We're gonna get you out of here. I nodded, fighting back tears as he struck my arms. You good to walk? Yes. I took a few deep breaths as he stood back from me, an apologetic smile on his face. I wanted nothing more than to cling to him, knowing it would all be okay. But the more I stared at him, the more I knew it wasn't true. This story wouldn't have a happy ending. He'll do his job. We'll never see each other again, and he can go back to his selfish playboy ways. Let's just get out of here. My voice was hoarse and cold as I picked up my previously discarded glass. The story may not have a happy ending, but at least it would end with me alive. Lisa seemed nervous, hesitant even, as he watched me move toward the door. Good idea. He placed a hand on my shoulder, motioning me to stand behind him as he led the way through the dark hallways. We made it down one corridor and into the next before he abruptly yanked me into the crumbled section of the wall. His entire body was pressed against me, our faces only a breath apart. What the fuck are you? His hand shot up to cover my mouth. He leaned in, whispering in my ear, as I fought not to shiver from the warmth, tickling sensation on the left of my neck. Someone's coming. Shh. He was right. Soon enough, they had passed by, and we should be in the clear. Except he didn't move. Alicio? Just wait a minute. I'm worried there's gonna be a second one, or if it's just a patrol. I pushed against his chest, but he refused to budge. Instead, he moved closer, placing a hand on my hip. What are you... Get off me! Hurt and confusion flashed across his features. You're gonna make Cat upset if you get handsy with every woman you come across? Or can you not stick to one woman for a week? Is that too much for you? Alicio's brow furrowed, as he had no idea what I was talking about. What the fuck are you talking about, Cat? I scoffed, glaring up at him, regardless of how my stomach flipped at such close contact. What are you talking about? You must think I'm an idiot or something. I was there. I saw her practically throw herself at you. Oh, and you did nothing to stop it. And here I thought you were more than just some douchey... Ooh. Eliseo gently gripped my hip, his other hand going to hold the back of my neck as he pulled me forward, slanting his lips across mine. His touch, like his kiss, was soft and tender as he explored my body, and I wanted nothing more than to melt into his arms. I knew I couldn't, though. This is all just another ploy, surely. He pulled away, but his eyes burned bright with hunger, as if he had held himself back and wasn't fully satisfied. Each time I opened my mouth to protest, he placed another kiss upon my lips, until I had been subdued to a weak glare. Are you gonna listen now? He chuckled at my stiff nod, moving to caress my cheek. The hunger dissipated into pure adoration as he met my eyes. Kat is just an employee who overstepped my boundaries. If you had stayed even a moment longer, you would have seen me stop and reprimand her. I only have eyes for one girl. One with a heart of gold, beautiful inside and out. Far too good for me, if you ask me, or really anyone else. Eliseo swallowed hard, carefully watching my reaction. My heart felt like it was about to tear itself out of my chest. It's like, well, I hope you're happy with this girl. One who deserves so much more than I can give. But she can have anything I am if she'd be willing to take me. My words were caught in my throat. Too scared to hope and unsure of what to believe. And who is that? He smirked, kissing my cheek, then jaw, then lips, taking his time with each as if there was nothing more important. The girl who had to write down how she felt to determine if she actually liked me. My eyes widened as I stared at him in horror, which only made him smile more as he patted his breast pockets. And as much as I would love to spend all day reassuring her, I've got to get us out of here. Eliseo bent down to steal a final kiss before taking my hand in his, interlacing our fingers. Stay close, okay? I gotcha. Wordlessly, I followed along behind him, trying to focus on the issue at hand rather than how my bottom lip was slightly swollen. Wait, do you smell that? A strong smell of iron washed over us with each step. He paused, sniffing the air, and then... Yay, explosions! Holy shit! I clung to his waist as he pulled me closer. That's how cute a book it's. The boys are here taking heat off us. They what? No time to explain. Come on. And to my abject horror, we ran directly toward the fire. Is this safe? The beeping monitors began to get on my nerves, and so did the pain in my elbows each time I moved, all thanks to the IV. I guess I should be thankful I was right. I was alright beyond some dehydration. Even the cuts on my hands weren't too bad. My head turned toward the door as it squeaked open. Eliseo! My heart skipped a beat, heat rising to my cheeks. He took the seat next to my bed, taking my hand in his own. Ever since bringing me here after we escaped, he never left my side for more than a few minutes. Nerves bundled in my stomach as he smiled at me. We hadn't had much time to talk about what had happened with people coming in to fawn over me, but I didn't think I could take another moment of uncertainty. So, about what you said before... Alicio chuckled as he raised his hand to his lips, placing a kiss on my knuckles. You should be resting, but that's all you're thinking about? I don't think I can rest until we talk about it. Not knowing is killing me. He zeroed in on me with a serious expression, his grip on my hand tightening. I meant every word. Alicio, I can't promise I'll be perfect, but I can promise to always make the efforts. I was so scared of ending up like my parents. I avoided getting too close to people altogether. But being with you is as natural as breathing. And being without you, even for a few days, I felt like I was suffocating. I kind of like to see a view from his side during those couple of days. What it was like in the house. My eyes watered as he spoke, feeling guilty I'd ever thought otherwise. You're all I can ever think about. And when you're upset, I obsessively think about what I can do to make you smile again. Aww. Before, nothing was worth the risk ending up like my father. Now, nothing is worth the risk of living without you. His voice became more choked, but he pushed on, gently wiping the rogue tear that had streamed down my face. If you'll have me, if you'll give me us, a chance, I swear I will dedicate every waking moment to keeping you safe and happy at my side. Alicia's eyes darted across my face with worry, awaiting my answer. It's like, no. I moved a blanket off, gently pushing myself off the bed as I took a careful step forward. Whoa, be careful! As quickly as I stumbled forward, Alicia was just as quick to catch me, placing a steadying hand on my waist. You really shouldn't be walking, doll. You might fall. I smirked, looping my arms around his shoulder. Our chests were flushed against one another. I stood on my tiptoes, leaning in. He sucked in a breath, silence, like a cat caught his tongue. Will you catch me if I fall? I asked with my sweetest smile. Alicia's eyes shone with worry. He swallowed, searching my face for permission and acceptance. Needing to feel his lips on mine again, I cupped his cheek, pouring all my love into every touch. He let out a shaky breath before leaning in, his own eyes wet as he smiled down at me. Always. His lips crashed against mine, and in that moment, wrapped up in his arms, I was whole. Aww. And that is the end! Yay! You don't even know how nervous I was there at the, kill them or let them survive choice. Yeah. Oh, that's good though. So yes. Oh, that's so good. Anyway, here we go. Credits rolling. Oh, it was a long stream, but I enjoyed it. I'm glad I shared this with you. It's a really good game. really good story, and really good music. Now, some things I really do like the music they chose, along with the the timing of like character expressions and like how the characters move. They did a really good job. I'm very proud of them. So yes, that was Daughter of a Scoundrel, Elysio's roots, and his good end. There was another good end that has a little bit of extra scenes, a couple extra scenes. I guess it would be the best end. It includes that what you saw, and a little bit extra. And there's also a bad end, which I think you know how to get that. You saw the last option. You know what could have easily happened. So yes, if you want to find out that bad end and see it for yourself, just experience it for yourself, the game is free to download on itch.io. At the current moments, Elisio, the one we just played, his root is out, and Luca, the sweetheart who gave us all the advice. Both of their roots are out at the current moments. The other roots are still in progress, but, keep a lookout for those when they come out. And, yeah, check out some of the games that the creator Snackies recommends on their itch.io page, and give them a follow on their Twitter to keep up with updates for new releases and updates on the game. Anyway, that will be it. There are some things I want to try. I want to see what happens if I choose every good option and then choose the, stab him in the neck option at the end there. Will he still die? Or will he somehow live? Because I don't think I've actually tried that yet. For his roots. But that would, if you want to download the game and try that yourself and see if that makes a difference, do it. So yes, there we go. Daughter of a Scoundrel by Snackies. Well, that is gonna be it. It is 6:53, and I should get at least a little bit of sleep. I'll be back streaming probably Tuesday and Wednesday. I already have 2 games planned for those 2 days. They're both demos, I believe. Yeah, I think. I'll check, but I have 2 indie games planned for those 2 days. And for Tuesday and Wednesday, I have 2 indie games planned, Otome games planned. And more interview questions, which maybe I should stay up and... No, I'm taking what is technically still today now, off, so I can, Monday, today, off, so I can type some questions and send them their way. Although I might want to do that before I sleep. But, yes, that is our game for tonight. Thank you everyone who came on by. I hope you give it a try yourself. And I hope you enjoyed. I drank a lot of water today. It's probably good. Anyway, yes. There we go. So, yes, I will see you again on Tuesday and Wednesday. I don't know if I'm going to do anything Thursday. Probably not, because I need to pack for my vacation. Because we leave on Friday. early morning. But who knows? There's a slight chance I might do something Thursday. But that's only if I've packed on time. Although that's highly unlikely, because that never happens. Maybe if I pack during during the daytimes, like previous days before. If I start packing now, who knows? We'll see. We'll see how things go. But definitely Tuesday and Wednesday. Definitely Tuesday and Wednesday we'll have a stream here. But after that, for my vacation, I'll be gone until the 15th. So, yeah. Anyway. Actually, no, not even Thursday. I can't do Thursday because I'm dog sitting that night. Yeah, okay, so yeah, literally just Tuesday and Wednesday I'll be streaming. So yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday this upcoming week. Or this week. So yeah, if you want to catch me for one of those, go ahead. I will see you all again later. And I hope you had a good time. And I hope to see you again. So stay safe. Don't get in trouble with the Mafia. Yeah. And even if your grandpa says it's okay, you probably shouldn't get in a black van with tinted windows. But that's your choice to make. Anyway, I'll be heading out. And yeah. I'll see you again.